In the dark of night, the strongest mage on the continent was awakened by a familiar voice. Seeing the old butler sobbing by his bed, as well as the familiar yet strange surroundings, Mika couldn't quite process what was happening. Only when he learned it was April of the 32nd year of the Toan era did he dare to believe it was real. Regression magic, with a 1% success rate, a rare spell with no records of its use. It was called an impossible technique, yet Mika had successfully performed it in a moment of life and death, returning 20 years into the past. Before he could make the wrong choices that led to the deaths of his comrades, the first thing Mika did was check his current body's condition. This body had only reached the third circle of magic, and it wasn't even complete. That was far too low for an heir of the Ganbergi family, a powerful clan of mages. While clutching his head in frustration, Mika discovered a bandage wrapped around it. After a moment of digging through his memories, he finally remembered why he was in this state. It was because Elian had beaten him to a pulp for demanding to break off their engagement. Elian Lindall was the girl betrothed to Mika until he turned 20. After getting used to his body, Mika got out of bed and stood before a mirror. This body was a far cry from the one he had before regressing. So weak and pathetic. He then asked the butler, "Butler, I was too rude. What did the Duke's family say?" The butler carefully replied that they hadn't said anything yet. Hearing this, Mika sighed. They said nothing? All right, I understand. I guess it's not convenient for them to do so. Even now, Mika remembered Elian's gaze perfectly, a look full of contempt and disdain. Even after becoming the strongest mage on the continent, he could never forget the helplessness of that day. Mika then made an excuse to send the butler out, needing some private space to adapt to the current situation. At that moment, he recalled the scenes from his past, journeying with the hero to defeat the Demon King. On that journey, the warrior Siegfried, the hero granted the power to kill the Demon King, always managed to mess everything up with his moralistic attitude. Who knows how many territories had fallen because of his so-called mercy. And in the end, the entire party was sacrificed senselessly at the hands of the Demon King because of that idiot Siegfried. He charged in headfirst and was the first to die. Now, Mika had returned and was determined not to make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, in another room, Marcus Valpurgis, Mika's father, was furiously shouting for the butler. "Is that brat awake yet? If he asks to see that girl again, I'll beat him black and blue." The butler hesitated for a moment before daring to answer. "Actually, I don't know what to say. If the young master wishes to do so, I will inform you, my lord. But right now, he seems to be very angry." After being left alone, Mika pondered deeply. My regression spell worked, and I've returned 20 years into the past. To defeat that Demon King, I must prepare everything for that battle, starting now. Mika then manifested his magic circle and began to correct the misaligned flow of his mana. Mana normally circulates in a specific direction. The direction of mana flow is a crucial element, and if not handled carefully, it can easily affect its very nature. Currently, its flow is clockwise. Mana follows its designated path, circulating throughout the body, then gathers in the heart to create a magic circle. That's how a magic circle is formed, in theory. But Mika understood it differently. It doesn't necessarily have to gather in just one place. The method Mika created was the self-circulation method. This was an incredibly insane training method that involved creating circulation points throughout the body and having the mana flow through them, finally converging at a single point at the same time. As he modified the mana's flow in this way, Mika's entire body grew scorching hot, on the verge of exploding from the rapid and immense circulation of mana. But he was no ordinary man. He was the 9th circle archmage, Mika Valpurgis. The image of that blockhead hero appearing in his mind gave Mika the strength to persevere. Compared to what's coming in the future, this is nothing. After a struggle filled with agony, the links between the magic circles were perfectly completed. Only then did Mika dare to breathe a sigh of relief. This is my first time using the self-circulation method, so this is a pretty good result. My magic circle has stabilized, and I can now use mana with maximum efficiency. My way of thinking was absolutely right. I can still use the remaining mana from the circulation process to create another magic circle. It seems I've become a 4th circle mage. Taking this opportunity, Mika decided to go one step further. He held out his hands and simultaneously cast 2 spells, Ice Spear and Fire Javelin. 2 magnificent pillars of blue and orange light shot out from Mika's palms. This was what was known as multicasting. Only mages of the 7th circle or higher could use this type of multicasting. It was a high-level magic that could only be used upon reaching a certain level. A 4th circle mage like Mika shouldn't have been able to use this magic. But because he had learned the incredibly complex self-circulation method, he could now cast some higher-level spells than usual. However, Mika didn't seem very satisfied with this result. I can only cast 2 spells at once right now? Back when I was a 9th circle archmage, I could use many different types of magic simultaneously. But the amount of mana I have at this point is very small. I can't use magic for long periods. Well, this will have to do for now. Just as Mika was starting to relax, his father burst through the door, shouting, "Mika, do you have any idea what you've just done?" He expected his son to argue that he didn't know and was about to continue scolding him. That's right. Of course you don't know. That's why. Only then did he process that his son had just admitted his fault, and his face went blank. What did you just say? Mika, with one hand in his pocket, replied, I said I know. I've ruined our family's reputation. You don't need to remind me, father. Seeing his son's defiant attitude, the Marquis's killing intent flared. Then you must also know that I'm very tempted to break your legs right now, don't you? Mika immediately played dumb. That I don't know. Father, just listen to me. I did it because I have my own plan. I don't think it's right to let the Duchess unilaterally demand to annul the engagement like that. These words caught Marcus's attention. Humph. Their reaction was indeed a bit arrogant. Interesting. Continue. From what you're saying, it sounds like you know something. Of course Mika knew. He knew a lot, in fact. He looked up at the ceiling and recalled the past. I, Mika Walpurgis, changed completely when I turned 23. Elian Lindall had to endure my pathetic self in the years before that. To put it simply, my current self is pathetic in many different ways. I'm indecisive, a worthless man, weak, and I don't even have my own opinions. I'm quite similar to the type of person Elian despises. It's only natural that she sees me that way. She was utterly disgusted by our engagement. Mika then sat down and calmly spoke with his father. First, he posed a question. What was the requirement for the engagement with Duchess Lindall? Marcus, like an obedient student, replied, not to learn any form of mana training. Because to produce an heir, the two of you cannot mix 2 different types of mana. The heir is crucial to a noble family. Especially if the child is a knight or a mage, it's highly likely to be inherited from the parents. At this, Mika smiled slyly. Yes, that's it. That's where I came up with this plan. What would happen if Elian didn't follow that requirement? It's true that I initially refused because I wanted to annul the engagement with her, but I just had a feeling that something was strange about her. Upon hearing this, Marcus's expression suddenly changed. Are you saying they're deceiving us? Mika replied, that's right. Even before we were engaged, she was already a knight. That means she had already learned a mana training method. Marcus was a bit skeptical and looked his son straight in the eye, asking again, are you telling the truth? Mika said without hesitation that it was the absolute truth, though he conveniently left out that he was fabricating a few things. Marcus immediately frowned. That's strange. If an 8th circle mage like me didn't notice it, how could someone like you know? I'm sure you realize how serious this is. To make his father believe him, Mika continued his lie. It was only for a brief moment in the past, but I can still confirm that she has trained her body with mana. And her mana is not stable at all. Because this was an extremely serious matter, Marcus asked again. Are you sure? If an 8th circle mage like me couldn't detect it, then there's only one trick they could have used. That. Don't tell me. An ancient magic weapon. Marcus now realized the problem and looked up, stunned. In contrast, Mika's face was full of confidence. After all, he knew everything from the past, so how could he possibly be wrong? Elsewhere, Elian was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. The training dummy was easily cut down by her in an instant. Just then, her father, Duke Lindall, approached and asked, Has Mika Walpurgis done anything else since that day? Elian immediately replied, No, father. That idiot definitely hasn't figured anything out. The Duke clutched his head, looking troubled. I thought so too, but who knows what might happen. Seeing this, Elian reassured him, He was here 2 days ago, and I didn't see any sign of suspicion from him. And you also think he could never become my husband, right? Of course, the Duke thought the same. He was just worried that if Marcus Walpurgis found out what they were doing, things would become very complicated. After being reassured by his daughter, the Duke's worries lessened somewhat. That's right. Even if they are the famous Gamburgi magic family, they won't be able to detect the magic weapon I've placed on her. Elian could now channel aura into her body, and the Duke felt that it would be a waste to let such a talented daughter participate in a political marriage. But that was all a load of crap. The father-daughter duo was only looking down on Mika because they had found a better match in the Paslov family. The replacement was Leon Paslov, the sole heir of the Paslov family, a sword prodigy known as the next sword saint. Upon hearing that the Paslov family would be visiting today, Elian couldn't hide her joy. Excellent. Leon Paslov is definitely a wiser choice compared to that other guy. Just then, the knight Sir Maciel approached and announced that the representative had arrived. Hearing this, the Duke was quite surprised, not expecting the Paslov family to arrive so soon. But the person who arrived was none other than Mika. The butler, Modin, who accompanied Mika, clutched his head in worry. Oh heavens, we're really here. Young Master Mika, is doing this really going to be okay? Mika flashed a confident smile and reassured him. Calm down. Don't look so panicked. He was here because of the conversation he had with his father earlier. When Marcus asked if it was really an ancient magic weapon, Mika had replied, exactly. I was just overreacting that day to confirm it. I assumed they requested to annul the engagement because they knew I had realized it. After the annulment, they can justify it with all sorts of excuses. Marcus sighed and clutched his head. If what you're saying isn't true, things will only get more complicated, and our family will have no face to show anyone. But if I believe you and oppose the Duchess, it will become a completely different problem. So, are you willing to take responsibility for this? Mika immediately felt an invisible pressure weighing down on his body. This was truly the power of the head of the most powerful mage family in the Empire. Mika calmed himself and said he wanted to handle this matter himself. Marcus then stood up to leave, but he didn't forget to warn him. If you truly insist that you're right, then I'll believe you this time. However, if what you say is a lie, not only will you lose your title as the family heir, but you will also have to remove the name Walpurgis from your own. Do you still wish to proceed? With the memories of a regressor, there was no way Mika could be wrong, so he confidently accepted this demand. And that was why he was here today. The butler, Modin, still wouldn't be quiet and kept nagging. I'm not at ease at all. You already have a bad reputation within the family. If things go wrong again, you'll have no way out. Everything has just happened recently, and for you to come see the Duchess like this. Unable to bear it any longer, Mika interrupted. I need to make progress. Don't worry, Modin. Everything is going according to plan. After receiving the message, the Duke made an excuse that he was busy and told the knight Sir Maciel to inform Mika. After receiving the news, Mika feigned great sadness and turned to leave. Just as Maciel breathed a sigh of relief, Mika suddenly stopped and sat down under a nearby tree. When asked what he was doing, Mika calmly replied, What do you mean, what am I doing? Do you know how long it takes to get back to my territory? It's not a journey of a few days. So, am I not even allowed to rest? Maciel was now extremely worried because the Paslov family was on their way. If they found Mika sitting in front of the gate, it would cause a huge problem. Left with no other choice, Sir Maciel approached and took Mika's hand. Lord Mika, I will escort you on your way back. Please leave this place. Mika's attitude suddenly became serious, a stark contrast to before. Even if the engagement is now void, I was still once the fiancé of the young lady you serve. I am the legitimate heir of the Walpurgis family. Let go of my hand. An immense amount of mana and a terrifying killing intent emanated from Mika, forcing even a veteran knight like Maciel to step back. After dusting off his sleeve, Mika continued, Sir Maciel, let me ask you this. Are you such a renowned figure that you can lay a hand on a member of the Walpurgis family? Sir Maciel immediately knelt and shouted, I am not, my lord. He was sweating cold bullets, unable to believe that the boy who couldn't even breathe properly in front of him just a few days ago had changed so much. Mika then used his sharp gaze to order him to call Elian here for a direct meeting. The Duke was extremely surprised when he received the message. He couldn't believe that Mika, of all people, could say such words. While the Duke was wondering how to handle the situation, Elian unexpectedly spoke up, saying she would go to the gate and meet Mika. Sir Machiel was about to report the abnormality he felt, but then decided against it. Meanwhile, Mika was being nagged by his butler for such a reckless action. But Mika had his reasons. It has to be today, because Count Paslov is coming today. In Mika's memory, the prestigious Paslov family would soon join the ranks of the Dukes. Specifically, it was the family to which Leon Paslov, who would be honored as the next Sword Saint, belonged. He was one of the people connected to Mika before his regression, so it was best to meet him as soon as possible. Now, all the families Mika needed to deal with were gathered in the same place. He needed to act even faster. While Mika was deep in thought, the butler suddenly spoke up. I was wondering if you've been training when the Marquis wasn't looking. Even if it was just for a moment, the power I saw in you. Young master, that was not the power of a third circle mage. Even though I'm not a mage myself, I am the Marquis's partner. I truly believe I am quite knowledgeable and discerning in these matters. Mika immediately understood what the butler was asking. So you're wondering if I've done something forbidden to forcibly raise my level, aren't you? After the butler nodded in confirmation, Mika unhesitatingly held out his hand to be examined to prove his innocence. After a moment of examination, it was discovered that Mika had 4 magic circles. Mika said that he had achieved it 2 days ago. Although this was quite suspicious, it wasn't impossible, so it passed the butler's scrutiny. After finding nothing unusual with Mika's body, the butler was finally at ease. The two then joked about how being dumped had awakened the hidden power within his body. In the midst of their lightheartedness, Mika suddenly became serious. Butler, what do you think would happen if the Lindall family fell? The butler, though confused, still answered, well, I'm sure there would be a lot of chaos. Although I'm not sure how severe that chaos would be, the Empire would not escape it unscathed. Why do you suddenly ask such a thing? Mika then replied that there was no reason. He just had no intention of letting the ducal family be destroyed. He then looked up at the clear blue sky and recalled the past. There's no doubt about it. The ducal family of Lindall is a pillar of the Empire. Because the fall of the ducal family of Lindall was what exacerbated the chaos in the Empire. That's why, now that I've regressed, I have no intention of just standing by and watching it happen. That's right. Now that things have come to this, I must change the root of the problem. Just then, Elian arrived. Now what is it? Didn't I say everything that needed to be said last time? Seeing her, Mika stood up, hands on his hips. That's right, it's all settled. But just because you're done doesn't mean I am, right? Faced with this mockery, Elian became even more serious. This isn't funny. The agreement on our engagement was officially finalized after our families met. There's no room here to accommodate your wishes anymore. Please stop doing useless things. Go back. At this, Mika also became serious again. Let's take a moment to talk, shall we? Why are you in such a hurry? Is an important guest visiting today? Being hit where it hurt made Elian a little guilty, and she couldn't look him straight in the eye. At this, Mika flashed a victor's smile. Leon Paslov has nothing to do with his family's political affairs and only cultivates his swordsmanship. Of course, there's no way he would know what happened in the family he's visiting or their current situation. And he doesn't care. There's only one thing. He cares deeply about business ethics. If the woman he is to be betrothed to had unilaterally requested to break off a previous engagement, that righteous man would never tolerate it. Seeing Elian speechless, Mika spoke up. You're right. This was officially decided through a mutual agreement. But wasn't it based on a premise? That there was no problem with the engagement. Hearing this, Elian grew even more uneasy. She immediately interrupted. There is no problem with the engagement. Mika had no intention of letting go and leaned in even closer. No problem? Do you really think so, Elian? In that case, can I take that as the official statement of the Lindall family? Machiel, standing beside them, couldn't control his emotions and rushed forward, pinning Mika against a tree. You've gone too far. Even if you are the heir of Valpurgis, I cannot overlook such insolent behavior. Mika didn't get angry, but looked straight at Elian. Elian, is this all a Lindall knight is capable of? He's always behaved improperly. But it seems he doesn't know when he can or cannot interfere. Elian then ordered him to release Mika, but the knight dared to voice his opinion. Unable to control her emotions, Elian shouted, "Sir Maciel, don't make me repeat myself. You have a duty to uphold the honor of the Lindall family." After resolving the matter, Mika followed Elian inside. On the way, the butler wondered if it was all right for Mika to go alone without the Marquis. Hearing this, Mika turned back with a radiant smile. "What are you talking about? I came here with my butler. You're the one I trust the most." Hearing these words made the butler a little emotional, on the verge of tears. After arriving at the drawing room, Mika requested to speak privately and not be disturbed. Elian didn't object and accepted his request. As soon as he sat down, Elian got straight to the point. "So, what did you want to talk to me about?" Mika didn't beat around the bush either and said it outright. "You lied." Elian immediately denied it, claiming she didn't understand what he meant. Mika then continued, "The promise between our families. Not to train with Mana while the engagement was still active. You remember, don't you?" Elian was a little startled, but quickly composed herself. "I've said it before. We have not broken any promises. If you have doubts, why don't you go and verify it yourself? Also, because you've told the whole world I'm your fiancé, I don't feel comfortable being called that." Mika, with his hands propping up his chin, obediently listened to her lies. "So she thinks I'm deceiving her and making a big deal out of nothing. Well, back then, I did seem pretty carefree and innocent." Mika then said he would verify her words himself. Elian immediately stood up to let him check, but Mika stopped her. "I don't need to check right now. I'm not even sure if your family has been playing fair from the beginning. With things having turned out this way, why don't we prove it in front of them?" Elian heard this and didn't understand who they referred to. When she finally understood, her whole body trembled. Mika looked towards the window and said, "That's right. The ones who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let's prove it in front of the Paslov family." At that moment, at the entrance gate, Leon Paslov and his servant had arrived. He was eagerly looking forward to meeting the fifth-ranked knight of the Empire. One look was enough to tell that this fool cared for nothing but fighting. His servant understood this and reminded him, "I'm just reminding you, but please don't pick a fight with the Count's people." Leon, feeling called out, got a little defensive. "I won't do anything. Who do you think I am?" But the servant's face said it all. "Like I'd believe you." Left with no choice, Leon could only promise not to cause trouble. He then asked the servant why his father had so urgently summoned him to the capital. The servant explained, "Of course it's urgent. Otherwise, the Count would throw a fit. They don't want to be stuck on the border like this." That made sense. For such a noble family to be stationed at the border wasn't good, because only families that aided the Empire could inherit. Families at the border who were ignored by the Empire would be eliminated and disappear. The Paslov family had to seize this opportunity. Leon suddenly remembered and asked the servant, "By the way, didn't that girl break off her engagement just a few days ago?" The servant sneered. "That's right. Breaking off an engagement just because the man is the heir of the renowned Walpurgis family." Hearing this, Leon asked further, "Oh, really? Is there no other reason? Isn't it because she's suspicious in some way? This guy's intuition is pretty good, even though he doesn't look very smart." The servant immediately refuted, "Haha, she's from the Lindall family, a gathering place for many knights. And there's also Marquis Walpurgis. If she were suspicious, Marquis Walpurgis wouldn't just sit idly by." Leon found this reasonable, but he still felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Back in the drawing room, Elian was extremely surprised by what she heard. "What did you just say?" Mika slowly approached and repeated himself. "Didn't you hear me? Prove it to everyone. The Paslov family will be here soon. Don't you see this as a perfect opportunity to clear up any injustices? Why? Are you scared?" Elian fearfully swallowed and retorted, "You have no right to do this. You don't even represent Walpurgis yet." But what Mika took out from his pocket shocked Elian so much she couldn't sit still. It's the Walpurgis crest. With this in hand, I am considered an official representative of the Walpurgis family. Once this crest was presented, the name of Walpurgis would be on the negotiating table. This meant that all responsibility would fall on the Walpurgis family if Mika lied. But from another perspective, Elian would be considered an enemy of the Walpurgis family if she lied. Mika, now in a new position, was much more confident. "Things are different now. If you are truly innocent, Then you have no reason to hesitate for so long. Right. Hearing this, Elian panicked and shouted, "Do you know the weight of the words you've just uttered? If you're lying, the repercussions will depend on what the Walpurgis family can take responsibility for." Mika didn't seem to care much. His eyes suddenly became bloodthirsty. "I think we'll just have to find out and see. What's your choice?" Elian, terrified, bowed her head to the ground, unable to speak another word. Just then, a voice rang out. "Stop. Don't say another word, Elian." Upon seeing the Duke, Mika flashed a radiant smile. "You've finally arrived. Now is the real time for us to talk." Duke Lindall was the 5th-ranked knight of the Empire, one of the 12 Sword Saints, and the one who would lose everything to the Demon King. He was a crucial figure to avoid future calamities. Looking at the young man before him, the Duke couldn't quite believe his eyes. "Are you really Mika?" Mika immediately replied, "Yes, it's me." After a closer look, the Duke said, "That's right. You really are that boy. Your appearance and temperament are the same as before, but you seem to have changed. Did you receive the dragon's heart from Marquis Walpurgis?" Mika showed no restraint and chatted with the Duke like a friend. "I haven't even seen it yet. My father is a bit of a cheapskate. He won't even let me see it." And so, the Duke burst out laughing like a child. It seemed Mika had piqued his interest in some way. Just then, Mika spoke up. "So what do you think?" The Duke sat down and deliberately asked back, "What are you talking about?" Mika dropped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Don't play dumb as if you don't know about the engagement between the Walpurgis and Lindall families." At this, the Duke stopped laughing and became serious. "Humph, the engagement. We broke the engagement because your rank was too pathetic. Nothing more, nothing less." Despite being directly insulted, Mika still wore a bright smile. "Is that really the reason?" The Duke, still shameless, insisted it was the only reason. Without beating around the bush, Mika said directly, "I'll get straight to the point. During her engagement to me, Elian secretly cultivated mana." Hearing this, the Duke burst out laughing. "Ha! Impossible. If my daughter were secretly cultivating mana, do you think I wouldn't know?" "Mika, I am the 5th strongest in the Empire." Mika didn't deny this. "Yes, it's true that you couldn't have been unaware." The Duke's expression immediately changed. "So you're saying I'm lying?" This aura made Mika feel a bit of pressure. Even though he didn't intend to intimidate me from the start, it's possible Elian secretly learned to use mana, and he found out later. He must have weighed the value of his options. The fool his daughter was engaged to, or his daughter's talent in swordsmanship. Which was more valuable? The Duke then pressed his advantage. "I understand you're very disappointed that the engagement was called off. But that doesn't mean you can make things up, does it?" Mika was carefully analyzing the situation. He must be certain that I can't detect the magic weapon that fooled even my father. And the pressure from his aura is making it hard for me to think clearly in the face of such overwhelming power. But the Duke had greatly underestimated Mika. For someone who had faced the Demon King, what was this kind of pressure? Mika immediately presented his evidence. "Not long ago, when I was clinging to Elian, she made a mistake. Right here. I caught a glimpse of something. I'm sure you know what it is." Mika said this while pointing to his neck, which made Elian extremely surprised. The Duke almost lost control and rushed forward to silence him. Anyone else would have been long dead after discovering this secret. But in the end, the Duke still refused to admit it. "And what if that's all you saw?" Mika had no time to argue with this old man, so he stood up, dusted himself off, and left. "If you really want to deny it, then we can end it here." Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and remind them, "Oh, right. I heard Leon Paslov is on his way here, so I might run into him on my way back." As soon as he heard this, the Duke immediately stood up and shouted, "Wait." He had finally admitted defeat. Although he tried to stall for time by ordering food, Mika flatly refused. "Let's get straight to business." The Duke had no intention of admitting fault and spoke in a threatening tone. "You'll let it end here, won't you?" Mika now remembered that this man was the type to speak so casually. After some negotiation, Mika stood up and left. "I'm glad we've come to an agreement. After this, I'll go my own way. See you later." Elian's mind was in utter turmoil. I thought he had figured it out. It seems like he has something. As I thought, he was just bluffing. And now that the Walpurgis family has discovered a flaw in the engagement, they'll make us pay an even higher price. She couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Father, what are we going to do?" But the Duke actually smiled. "Calm down, Elian. I thought he was a fool who knew nothing of the world, but I was wrong. And I thought I was good at reading people. Interesting, very interesting." Elian stood up in a panic. "Father, I will take full responsibility if you need me to. Everything was because of my ignorance." The Duke immediately interrupted his daughter. "Nothing will change even if you do that. Besides, I was the one who let it happen. If I had noticed sooner that you had awakened your aura, perhaps something like this would never have happened. So you can't say I have no responsibility as your parent." The Duke was the one who regretted it the most when this situation arose. He could never have anticipated that Elian could awaken her ability to use mana on her own without anyone teaching her. A genius of the sword. As a father, the Duke wanted to protect his daughter's talent, but that very action led to the consequences they now faced. To keep his daughter from feeling guilty, the Duke revealed the contents of their agreement. "The Walpurgis family will demand a worthy price because we have broken the spirit of chivalry. But it's all right. They won't demand anything unreasonable, as it seems that boy doesn't want our family to fall." Elian still didn't understand a single thing. Seeing this, the Duke approached, stroked his daughter's head, and said, "You're so Ahem, I mean, he's not as foolish as you think. If you don't understand, just watch from now on. There's much to learn." Elsewhere, Mika had been waiting to block Leon's path. Upon learning the person before him was Mika Walpurgis, Leon spoke politely. "Could you please explain to me what's going on? If I remember correctly, I'm supposed to meet Duchess Lindall today. I'm just a little confused. Is there something you wanted to say?" But the two went back and forth for half a day, and Mika still had no intention of giving a straight answer. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Leon's anger boiled over, and he released his pressure. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy." But if the pressure from the fifth strongest knight in the Empire couldn't do anything to Mika, what was this childish display? With a mere flick of his hand, Mika dispelled all of Leon's pressure. Seeing his aura so easily broken, Leon asked in bewilderment, "Wait, what did you just do?" Mika spoke gently, saying it was just a spontaneous action, so he should listen to what he had to say before getting angry. Leon couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, "You're not Mika Walpurgis, are you? I heard he's..." Before he could finish, Mika admitted he was a fool. "It's not entirely a lie. I don't need to deny it. What's important isn't the past, but the present. The Demon King's invasion is approaching. Besides, that madman later became a mighty warrior. I'll never forget when everyone fell while facing the Demon King." Remembering the past caused Mika to inadvertently reveal his killing intent, frightening Leon. After they both calmed down, Leon decided to talk with Mika. This personality was exactly the same as the Leon Mika knew. He seemed hot-tempered, but was a very good person to his comrades. Mika then asked Leon, "You must have come here to arrange a marriage with Elian, right?" Leon asked back, "Huh? So you interfered to break up my marriage with her?" Mika smiled and said, "Haha, no way. Elian is of no value to me anymore. The person I'm interested in isn't her. It's you." Leon suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and immediately backed away. Mika realized his slip of the tongue and quickly explained, "Let me rephrase. I like women." Leon didn't understand why a straight guy would want him and asked again, "Me? For what purpose?" And then the wind picked up and the leaves danced in the breeze, creating a very romantic atmosphere. Mika held out his hand and said, "You will become my Ahem, my comrade. You're not a fool. You're a damn fine bastard who suits my taste." In the war against the Demon King, Leon defeated the commander of the 3rd Legion, Andrew the Tyrant. Andrew the Tyrant was a mighty general of the Demon King. Countless soldiers had fallen because of him. Defeating him was an unimaginable achievement. However, the price Leon paid was his own life. Until the very end, Leon's desire to fight burned brightly. His greatest regret was that he could no longer be a warrior and fight alongside Mika. Back in the present, after their greetings, Mika and Leon went to a courtyard in the Lindall territory to talk. Talking to someone like Leon was never easy. Mika was used to it, so he got straight to the point. "It's nothing special. Just a rumor spreading in the Bro Theological Society. I think it might reach the Paslov family soon." Leon asked back, "The Bro Theological Society? The place for scholars who specialize in prophecy?" like forecasting disasters. After Mika confirmed it, Leon waved his hand dismissively. Huh. It's not the first time they've tried to spew out something that sounds dangerous. Why worry over an unfounded prophecy? When Mika said it should be taken seriously, Leon burst out laughing. Seriously? Haha. Sure, but it needs a lot of verification. The Demon King in this era? A knowledgeable noble like you actually believes such nonsense. The world had not yet felt the threat of the Demon King, but a prophecy had appeared before the first signs began to emerge. The prophecy of Cassandra. Unlike any prophecy before, this one spread far and wide throughout the world. However, no one believed it. During this time, nothing unusual would happen. Only when it was too late did people begin to change their view of the prophecy. That was for everyone, except Mika. He was the one who had experienced the despair and helplessness before the Demon King's fangs, so he understood it best. Although Leon seemed dismissive, Mika remained calm. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not. The point is, I want you to cooperate with me. But Leon still didn't care. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not going to listen to you just because of some prophecy. There's too much of that stuff. I'm tired of it. As Leon stood up to leave, Mika suddenly spoke. Miller's aura technique. Leon froze on the spot. This was understandable. No talented sword saint could be born without learning from their predecessors. It was during this time that Leon's unique style of swordsmanship began to form. And Mika was certain that Leon hadn't come up with it on his own. Seeing Leon's astonished reaction, Mika continued. Baron Miller, one of the founders of aura cultivation. A genius among the 5 strongest sword masters in history. Leon was gradually losing his composure. So what are you trying to say? Just as he'd hoped, Mika said with a smile. If you accept my invitation, I will teach you the complete aura technique that Miller left behind. Leon immediately stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, Nonsense. Miller left only one book and nothing more. And even that single volume. Just then, Mika interrupted. Is incomplete. I know. Mika was now even more confident in his actions. So it's true. Leon Paslov has been practicing swordsmanship according to the incomplete manual left by Miller. And I, Mika Valpurgis, am the one who clearly remembers the missing part. Mika then laid out his terms. I'm not asking for anything grand. I don't care if you get engaged to Elian or not. I just need to know one thing. If Cassandra's prophecy is true, what will you choose? Leon was now extremely confused. The prophecy. I can't understand why he's risking his life for something like that. Is it real? But Miller's aura technique. I can't give it up. According to the rumors, he's such a liar that the Lindall family took the initiative to request an annulment. Just who is this guy? The person before Leon was completely different from the rumors. He was definitely not a good-for-nothing. After a long thought, Leon confirmed. You said you don't care if I get engaged to the Lindall's daughter, right? Mika answered without hesitation. Right. I don't care. She's not important to me anymore. Leon continued. Even if you don't care, your family will. Mika smirked and replied like a boss. Do I look like I care what the higher-ups in my family say? This attitude piqued Leon's interest and calmed him down. Though my first impression of you was terrible, thinking back now, you're not the foolish type the rumors say you are. Anyway, Miller's aura technique. How can you prove you possess it? Mika knew this would happen. After all, who would believe empty words? Without hesitation, Mika decided to prove it with his actions. The two then went to the Lindall family's training ground. Mika, currently as weak as a snail, struggled just to hold a sword. Only after using a 4th circle enhancement spell did he feel more at ease. Seeing a mage brandishing a sword in front of him made Leon a little confused. What are you doing? Mika looked at Leon and said with a smile. You asked for proof that I know the other half of the book. Look, I'll show you something crazy. Hearing this, Leon felt like he was being played with. You're going to prove it? You're going to explain Miller's aura technique? As a mage, the principles of Miller's aura technique weren't much different from other methods. The difference was that Miller's method would carve a unique seal upon you, compared to other methods with an aura limit of around 40. Miller's method would push the limit to 70. Mika then told Leon to demonstrate what he had learned for verification. Although still skeptical, Leon obediently complied. He closed his eyes and began to circulate his aura. A powerful blue light enveloped his body. Seals began to appear on the back of Leon's hand and his forehead. Although not very prominent, Mika could be sure it was Miller's characteristic seal. To think that with only half the book, Leon could train to this level. But that was precisely why he was angry. Leon had been overjoyed when his father found Miller's book. But when he finished training, he realized it was only half complete. Truly, fate gives with one hand and takes with the other. But the Leon of the past had completed Miller's aura technique and passed it on to Mika. And now it was time for Mika to return it to its rightful owner. Mika then told Leon to watch closely because he could only do it once. Mika gripped the sword tightly and began to circulate his aura. His entire body was covered in a blue light identical to Leon's, but much stronger and more stable. Just a brief glance was enough to make Leon fall back in astonishment. He couldn't believe that what he had been pursuing for so long was in the hands of a mage. At this moment, Mika was drenched in sweat. He had to grit his teeth and use all his strength just to maintain this method for 30 seconds. After all, mages and warriors use mana in completely different ways. After witnessing this scene, Leon was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Mika wasn't a warrior. After the demonstration, Mika looked at Leon sitting on the ground and asked, "Is this enough to prove I know the method?" Leon slowly came to his senses and started pulling his hair. "Damn it, my head hurts. Teach me. I'll accept everything you say. Please." Leon thought he would have to beg and plead and accept difficult conditions to be taught. But he was surprised when Mika agreed immediately, leaving Leon dumbfounded. Nothing had gone according to common sense so far, which made Leon ask again, "What did you just say?" Mika then flashed a radiant smile, turned, and left. "I'll teach you. Obviously not here. You'll have to come to the Walpurgis family yourself. I'll teach you everything there." Leon, feeling a bit uneasy, repeatedly told Mika to keep his word. Mika waved goodbye as he walked straight out of the Lindall family's training ground. But he had only taken a few steps before he was stopped by the Duke. Seeing him, Mika politely greeted him. "I was just about to come and greet you before I left. I didn't expect you to be here." The Duke replied with an icy face. "You were already leaving? You must have finished all your business." From his words, it was clear the Duke had seen everything. After all, this was the Lindall family's training ground. Mika maintained a calm demeanor and smiled brightly. "You saw, didn't you? It wouldn't be hard for someone like you." The Duke's attitude suddenly changed. "I saw everything. Everything. First of all, I apologize to you and the Walpurgis family. As for compensation, you can decide freely." At this, Mika was a bit surprised that the fifth strongest person in the Empire would so easily bow his head and apologize. Not only that, but the Duke also accepted to pay compensation even though Mika hadn't said what he wanted. Truly the head of a great family, the Duke always remained calm in any situation. Mika then spoke comfortably. "I must also apologize for coming to see you on my own. I hope your marriage proposal with Leon Paslov goes well." Knowing he was being mocked, the Duke dropped the polite act. "Marriage proposal? You're more cunning than I thought. That marriage is probably in tatters now, just as you intended. Leon has a very conscientious personality. He probably thought the annulment was because you weren't worthy. But after meeting you today, he'll think there's something strange about the annulment, not like the rumors." "Humph. Let me ask you this. Do you think I can regain the trust of the Walpurgis family? First, you demand to break the engagement, and now that you see our young master as a catch, you regret it? Old fools like you are a dime a dozen where I'm from." At this, Mika smiled and said, "Of course you can. The Lindall family just needs to show their sincerity." This statement was full of hidden meaning, and of course, the Duke understood it perfectly. From now on, the Lindall family would have to fully side with the Walpurgis family if they wanted to regain their lost trust. Just then, Mika posed a question. "Sir, if there were a suitable teacher for Lady Elian, what would you do?" The Duke was a bit surprised. "A teacher? Are you saying our family's swordsmanship isn't suitable for her?" Mika quickly explained. "Not at all, but whether it's the best for her is another matter." The Duke stroked his beard in thought. He was wondering if he was being deceived. After careful consideration, the Duke decided to trust him this one time. After all, what he had just witnessed on the training ground was astonishing. After returning home, Mika was praised by his father, who patted his head. "I've heard the news, my son. I was right to trust you. Who else could have exposed that cunning Lindall scheme?" Huh. But that fake smile was seen right through by Mika. If his judgment had been wrong this time, there would have been no mercy. Bloodline. That's how the Walpurgis are. Being seen through made Marcus a little unhappy. He returned to his chair and became serious. There's a letter from Duke Lindalls saying he will come here himself as an apology. It seems he wants us to keep this a secret. For a family known for its chivalry, this news would be fatal. We've gained a lot. I never liked the Lindalls anyway. Did the Duke say anything? Mika answered without hiding anything. Not much. He asked if he could regain Walpurgis's trust. Of course I said yes. They just need to be sincere. Marcus was very pleased with his son's answer. It would be foolish to show our hand directly in that situation. Just then, Mika spoke up. Father, since you've entrusted it to me, let me see it through to the end. I was the one who resolved this issue, and I want to be the one to conclude it. Faced with his son's request, Marcus replied coldly, Feeling your oats, are you? It's true you accomplished it, but since it's a matter between families, there's still much to be done. Mika didn't back down and made his stance even clearer. That's true. But to be frank, without you, no one would pay any attention. It might be a bit greedy, but I want to finish my own work. Marcus's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, suddenly stopped after hearing these words. Duke Lindall is a cunning old fox. He's known as a symbol of chivalry, but is quite flexible. Doing this means you'll have to face him. Mika met his father's gaze with a resolute look. I know. He had lived long enough to have experience in these matters, so there was no need to worry. Faced with his son's determination, Marcus finally agreed. All right, you'll have to do this kind of work eventually. So do it. Mika then promised not to disappoint his father and turned to leave. Just then, Marcus spoke. All right, Mika, you did well today. Mika could feel that these were his father's sincere words. He had finally received his recognition. What a happy feeling. Mika then bowed and quietly left the room. At that moment, Marcus couldn't help but wonder what had caused his son to change so much. The image of a young Mika with his beloved wife was still vivid in his mind. Although he had entrusted this matter to Mika, Marcus would still make preparations. I suppose I should also prepare to negotiate with the Duke. Just because I've entrusted it to him doesn't mean I have to step back. Now, what should I do to make everyone think I'm going to shake him up? Meanwhile, on his way back to his room, Mika was deep in thought. Before my rebirth, the title of the strongest magic family led to our downfall. There's only one reason such a powerful family could fall. Civil war. Family members fighting each other for the position of family head. In the power struggle of the elders, I was used and contributed to the family's downfall. But this time will be different. After carefully considering what needed to be done, Mika said to the butler, Butler, Viscount Nostra came to see me a few days ago, didn't he? 3 days before the annulment. The butler answered immediately without question. You remember correctly. It's not surprising, as you are the sole heir of the family. Viscount Nostra, a 7th Circle mage and an important vassal of the family. He was Marcus's aide. When he was young, he was very talented but had a fatal flaw. He was too thirsty for power. Instead of being an important vassal, he wanted to be the center of the family. Although he hadn't done anything yet, Mika decided to nip this thread in the bud. The butler, hearing this, wondered, now that you mention it, I find it strange. Young master, because you were the one who relied on the Viscount the most. Mika, pushing the door open, revealed the reason. Haven't I told you? He was the one who taught me how to form the 3rd magic circle so chaotically. The butler jumped in shock. Ruining the family heir was an unforgivable act. Immediately after his rebirth, Mika had discovered that unstable 3rd magic circle, and the one who had done it was the Viscount. At the time, Mika had been happy that it worked. Looking back now, it was truly humiliating. In any case, it was best to cut off such elements. Perhaps because he was a friend who had helped him in difficult times, in his past life, Marcus could never truly cut ties with Viscount Nostra. And that was the beginning of the downfall. Of course, Mika didn't want that to happen again, so he decided to act first. He ordered the butler, Butler, could you bring the Viscount to my room? The butler wondered if this was a bit rushed and that it would be difficult to summon him. But Mika flashed a confident smile. Don't worry. By now, he's probably wondering why we haven't summoned him yet and is waiting. Just as Mika predicted, Nostra appeared immediately after being called. As soon as he entered the room, he beamed. Young master, I heard you summon me. I came as soon as I heard you had made a decision. Are you planning to choose me as your teacher? Mika immediately pointed at Nostra and said, about that, I have a proposal. You and I, let's duel without using magic circles. Even now, Mika clearly remembered the moment his entire family was killed. At that time, Viscount Nostra, the one in power, had caused the family's death. Half of the people in that ruined family struggled to survive. In a situation where they were barely breathing, the Demon King's minions appeared. Marcus, the strongest mage of the family, had long been bedridden. The other high-level mages had also left the family. Mika had no way to fight against the Demon King's minions. Viscount Nostra was the last hope of the entire family, the only remaining 8th circle mage. While everyone held their breath watching him, Mika also watched him with a sliver of hope. He didn't know what kind of magic he would use or how he would defeat the arrogant minion of the Demon King. But Nostra's answer plunged Mika into despair. Nostra surrendered to the Demon King without even fighting. The Tower of Trust crumbled in an instant. The entire family was completely shattered. That's why Mika had now decided to defeat that damn dog. After receiving the challenge, Nostra was a bit confused. Seeing this, Mika spoke up. I don't mind learning magic from a Viscount, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. Unless you feel it for yourself, you won't understand. So I'm not sure if you, Viscount, have the skills to teach me. Nostra immediately questioned. On that day, did you mean that the 3rd circle magic circle I created for you was not enough? Mika answered directly that it wasn't enough, making Nostra tremble with anger. He lost his composure and shouted, I taught you everything I had, and now you dare to say you don't trust me. Mika then explained, Calm down, Viscount. I never said I don't trust you. I just said I'm not sure. I want you to prove that you are worthy. That's not too difficult, is it? Hearing this, Nostra seemed to understand. Mika continued, Let's make a bet. No magic circles, just pure magic against each other. If I lose, I will honor you as my master. I swear on the name of Walpurgis. Nostra hesitated for a moment and then asked, A bet? So what if you win? Mika didn't ask for much, just for his opponent to become his student. And so, Nostra accepted the bet. After returning to his room, Nostra couldn't contain his joy. What kind of free gift is this? Fighting without magic circles might sound disadvantageous, but if he knew the difference in power between the circles, Mika wouldn't have made that offer. The limits of a novice. Even if he is of the Walpurgis bloodline, Mika is still just a child who knows nothing of the world. Clearly, that kid is just lost in his own fantasy of being special. Climbing to the top of the family is impossible. But securing a position that even the family head can't touch, that is my goal. And an opportunity to climb to that position has come to me. This is a great opportunity. An opportunity to make a name for myself in the history of the magic family, Walpurgis. Mika, even if it's forced, he will yearn to be taught by me to reach the 3rd circle. I will become your master and become the center of the Walpurgis family. Ha ha ha. And so, Nostra laughed like a madman for the entire day. But he had no idea that what he was about to face was the experience of a 9th circle mage, the strongest on the continent. Even though Mika was only a 4th circle mage now, if they didn't use magic circles, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The next day, after hearing the news, the butler ran like crazy to find Mika and dissuade him. Young master, I've heard. What is this? You've challenged Viscount Nostra to a duel. Mika admitted this without any worry. He was just looking forward to the duel. The butler still didn't understand what was wrong with his young master to make such a decision. No. A battle? And with the Viscount, no less. How? He was so panicked he was stuttering. Seeing this, Mika said there was no need to make a big deal out of it. But this calmness only made the butler more anxious. You think I don't want to? You agreed to call him master if you lose. Letting him teach you means handing all the power over to him. Mika admitted this was true, which made the butler's jaw drop. Seeing his young master acting like a fool, the butler couldn't stop warning him. Nostra is a cunning man. He's not someone you should call master. Of course, Mika knew. He still clearly remembered the scene of him kowtowing to the demons in front of everyone. Mika told the butler that Nostra wasn't even worthy of being called his master, which made the butler even more confused. Then why did you do it? Mika then explained, because if I don't go this far, he won't fall into the trap. Butler, Do you know why that Viscount can still remain in our family despite what he's done? Of course, the butler knew. He had served the family head for a long time. It's because he has been very close to the Marquis since they were young. Hearing this, Mika continued, exactly. He was my father's comrade and confidant in his youth. Father will never kick him out, because he still has a lot of affection for him. So it's my turn to take care of him. With this bet, I will make it so he can't do anything shady anymore. The bet between mages is indefinite. Magic is perfected through many languages. A bet is a promise woven from those words. And if one dares to break it, they will be punished by magic itself. This means that if Mika wins, he will have the upper hand in the power struggle. That is what he is after. After being enlightened, the butler also understood. It was indeed a good plan. But that means you'll obviously have to defeat the Viscount. Can you do it? Mika flashed a confident smile and winked. Can I do it? Butler, I assure you. Viscount Nostra will never be able to defeat me. The butler wondered why Mika was so confident when the difference in their strength was enormous. Mika then explained, I've set the condition. The Viscount can only use magic circles that I can create. The butler froze on the spot upon hearing this. That's because a 7th circle mage can only use 4 magic circles. Is that possible? Are you serious? As soon as Mika said he was serious, the butler pulled a letter from his pocket. It was the resignation letter he had prepared in advance. The butler didn't want to follow a young master who seemed mentally challenged and always did such stupid things. But life isn't a dream. Mika used fire magic to burn the letter instantly. A capitalist would never let an employee go that easily. Only exploitation until the last breath. Just like my boss Saab. Seeing his chance for a peaceful retirement turn to ash before his eyes, the butler was speechless. Although Mika kept saying, trust me, the butler was still sane enough not to believe such an absurd thing. Impossible. How can you, someone who has only recently created 4 magic circles, win against Viscount Nostra, a 7th circle mage? I may be old, but I'm not blind. Despite the complaints, Mika was still very confident about his upcoming victory. Whatever. Don't worry. I wouldn't start a fight if I didn't have the upper hand. Although he said that, the butler still didn't understand how he could win. Mika then explained the reason for his confidence. It's simple. The Viscount's 7 magic circles are undisciplined and forced. Their eyes met, shining with absolute trust. That's only in dreams. How could anyone believe it in this situation? The butler then took out a second resignation letter. Seeing this, Mika immediately stopped him. Hey, butler, put that away. I'm not approving that resignation. Listen, to obtain a high-level magic circle, you must first learn to use low-level magic circles frequently. But Viscount Nostra skipped that obvious step. He thinks he succeeded, but that's not the truth. Forcing a magic circle comes at a very high price. That's why the Viscount is not like a normal 7th circle mage. He can simulate and still use 7 magic circles, but only for show. What about in a real battle? Not just for show, but when magic truly manifests in a flash of seconds. What if the opponent has a deeper knowledge of magic than him? He will never win. After convincing the butler to put his faith in him, Mika went and informed his father. And as usual, Marcus had no idea what the hell his son was spouting. As you've heard, I will fight the Viscount with magic. And I'm here to invite you to witness that battle. Marcus's eyes widened, and he slammed the table in anger. You just said you would take over the family business less than a day ago. But what the hell is happening, my son? Do you want a broken leg to wake you up? Wasn't it enough that I taught you magic? Why are you doing this? Marcus covered his face in disappointment, his voice softening. It seemed he was still convinced that his son wanted to become Nostra's student from the bet. Realizing this, Mika reaffirmed, I'm just presenting it that way. I don't intend to lose. Who would bet on themselves to lose? I have to win. I will win and make Viscount Nostra my student. Seeing his son in a daze, Marcus picked up a massive club. A mad dog needs to be beaten. Marcus realized that words couldn't win against his son, so he could only resort to physical methods to bring him to his senses. And so, he prepared to beat his precious son like a dog. To protect himself, Mika quickly clarified, I'm perfectly sane, father. Well, no madman admits he's mad. Who would believe such nonsense? Seeing his father still didn't believe him, Mika continued, Viscount Nostra is a vassal of our family. What's wrong with the family heir putting a leash on a vassal? Seeing his son's delusions, Marcus tapped the club in his hand, preparing to strike. Someone who has just acquired 4 magic circles has the confidence to win. Mika was confident that if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have done it. When asked what would happen if he lost, he calmly said he would become Nostra's student. As soon as the words left his mouth, Marcus slammed the club on the ground and shouted, "That's the problem. What should I do with you? You know what I want, don't you?" Seeing his father's angry expression, of course Mika remembered. Marcus always wanted to break his precious son's legs when things like this happened. Mika calmly promised, "I am willing to offer my legs for the peace of the family." Only then did Marcus accept this fight and agree to be a witness. After leaving the room, Mika finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. According to the plan, the duel is set. Since I have my father's permission, all that's left is to defeat the Viscount. Nostra is certain he will win, but victory will definitely be mine. He must be thinking about how to make me submit obediently and how to use me as a tool to swallow this family. But that will never happen. In fact, convincing my butler and father was more of a headache for Mika than winning the battle. Now, what was on his face was the smile of a victor. He was eagerly looking forward to the battle. Mika then went straight to the Walpurgis family's magic casting room. This place was exactly as he remembered. This room could even withstand 6th circle magic. It wasn't just an ordinary room of the Walpurgis family. It was also protected by many magic spells and barriers to resist the effects of magic below the 6th circle. Mika raised his hand and cast a 1st circle spell, Magic Arrow. A purple mana arrow was immediately created and shot forward. The reason this spell is ranked at the 1st circle is because it can be created with just a few calculations. Since many mages can do this, it's the most basic spell, and there are no restrictions. A mage can turn it into a more advanced spell with experience. For example, controlling the arrow to move at will instead of just targeting a specific point. The difficulty would then increase by several levels. As the calculations increase and the casting becomes more difficult, this basic spell is no longer 1st circle. When cast proficiently, it can reach the difficulty of a 5th circle spell. After controlling the mana arrow to fly around the room, Mika made it explode in midair. A large purple explosion was created with terrifying destructive power, forcing the mana in his body to transform into an arrow, fly out, and then detonate it. Proficiently manipulating these basic spells is the mark of a mage's understanding. It's also the difference between a high-level magic circle and a low-level one. After testing, Mika's control hadn't changed much from before. Even though his body was smaller and he had fewer magic circles, his experienced mind remained the same. The battle would begin in another hour. But Mika had no intention of resting and would test a few more spells. In his past life, everything Nostra taught Mika was chaotic and forced. Although he created magic circles quickly, he could never get past the 8th one. Fast, but not stable. Thanks to that, Mika had to forget everything he had learned and start over. If he didn't have a once-in-a-millennium talent, he probably wouldn't have been able to relearn from scratch. Lost in thoughts of the past, Mika lost track of time. Soon, it was time for the duel. Nostra was also heading to the room where the battle would take place. As he walked, he daydreamed of victory and becoming Mika's master. Only then would he become one of the pillars of the Walpurgis family. But suddenly, Nostra's heart ached so much that he collapsed to the ground. It seemed this was the consequence of creating chaotic and forced magic circles. Just then, Marcus approached from behind. "Viscount Nostra, making a bet with my son." Nostra, kneeling on the ground, still couldn't stand up from the pain. He looked up and whispered, "Yes." The young master proposed it first. It's a challenge for him. I also think he needs an experienced guide. Hearing these lies made Marcus's blood boil a little. "A guide? You saved and helped me a lot when we were young. I always remember that. That's why I'm just observing and not interfering right now." Nostra understood the hidden meaning in these words. He seemed resentful, but still played the role of a loyal vassal well. "Of course, you've always looked after me. I know that. So that's why you're giving me this opportunity." Marcus walked past Nostra and headed straight for the room. "An opportunity? You think so?" "No, it's fine if you think that. I don't want to say anything until the duel is over." This contempt infuriated Nostra. He watched from behind the back of the man he could never reach. Although they grew up and fought together, he was now nothing more than a dog of the Walpurgis family. This was what made him determined to seize power at all costs. After entering the room where the battle would take place, Marcus greeted his son and sat down in the observation area. As you wished, I will be the only spectator of this duel. No one else will know the result, and it will be kept secret. But the price of this duel will not be small, as neither side can withdraw. Choose carefully. Just then, Nostra stepped forward and interrupted. The young master has already chosen. The heir of the Walpurgis family cannot go back on his word. Marcus, of course, understood that. Now that everything was set, he could only hope his son would win. Then, as per their agreement, Marcus used magic to temporarily lock Nostra's magic circles. He would not be able to use magic above the fourth circle until the duel was over. Nostra was still grinning happily. It was obvious he looked down on Mika and had made no preparations. After a perfunctory greeting, Nostra was the first to attack. He pointed his scepter at Mika and activated a slowing skill. Nostra wanted to slow down his opponent and win quickly, but Mika saw through it all. He immediately countered with a confusion spell. Nostra's mind was thrown into disarray, and the spell he was casting was interrupted. His head was now throbbing, and he was extremely confused. How? Confusion is the most difficult of the fourth circle curses, yet he cast it so simply? But Mika replied with a contemptuous attitude. You don't need to know. After the headache subsided, Nostra immediately switched to casting Fireball and Windblade. Two streams of red and blue magic crazily rushed towards Mika. Let me teach you that the gap between circles isn't just about the types of magic. To prevent Mika from dodging, Nostra cast an earthquake spell to destroy the ground around him. Faced with two powerful and destructive spells, and with his movement restricted, Mika showed no panic. He stood still and cast a magic shield to block the attack. In contrast to Nostra's panicked face, Mika was extremely calm. To be honest, the Viscount's words are not wrong. It's obvious that a fourth circle mage like me shouldn't be able to block those spells so easily. But unlike swordsmanship, magic is an unfair discipline. No matter how hard you try in swordsmanship, it's very difficult to shorten the gap between two swordsmen of different levels. But magic is different. With calculation and understanding, you can turn the impossible into the possible. Mika then held out his hand and used magic arrow and other multicasting spells. Free movement, chain explosion, chain spell, change direction, destructive power, path control, multidirectional attack. The mana arrows, enhanced with multiple layers of buffs, radiated a terrifying power completely different from before. Witnessing this scene, Nostra was so horrified he couldn't even hold his scepter. Is that first circle magic? The incantations he just chanted were too complex. How can a fourth circle mage use such complex incantations? After completing the chant, Mika looked straight at Nostra and said, "Let me show you, Viscount Nostra. This is true magic." Faced with the dense barrage of mana arrows, Nostra quickly picked up his scepter and erected a shield just as Mika had done earlier. Seeing the arrows being blocked, Nostra gloated, "I have a shield. I have a shield. Hit me if you've got the guts." Although sweat was pouring down his face, he still tried to act tough. Just then, Mika uttered a single word, "Explode." All the arrows instantly detonated. A massive explosion blew away Nostra's shield in a flash. From within the smoke, Nostra couldn't maintain his composure. "How on earth do you control your mana like that? What did you do?" Mika calmly replied, "You saw it yourself. I calculated and compressed the amount of magic. It had to be increased." But this answer couldn't convince Nostra. He repeatedly shouted, "That doesn't count. You cheated. You must have used something forbidden." Faced with such an accusation, Mika immediately punched the wall beside him. "You've crossed the line, Viscount. I am fighting you under the name of a Walpurgis. I wonder if you're certain about accusing me of using dark magic. Surely the Viscount wouldn't dare to cross that line, would he?" Nostra, though trembling on his knees, still refused to give up. Seeing this, Mika repeated the spell once more. Nostra continued to create a shield, but it was just as useless as before. He gritted his teeth, determined not to be humiliated any further. "All right, young master. You have surpassed my expectations. In that case, I will no longer hold back. I will show you what a seventh circle mage is like." Learning from the previous 2 times, Nostra erected 2 separate layers of shields. This way, The mana flow would be cut off between the two layers, and Mika wouldn't be able to detonate the arrows. After blocking the attack, Nostra decided to counterattack with a multicast spell. Seeing this, Marcus immediately jumped to his feet. Normally, a 7th circle mage can multicast up to 7 circles. But how the hell could Nostra only cast 3 4th circle spells at once? What a disappointment. But even so, this was not something a mage who had just reached the 4th circle like Mika could block. Marcus clutched his head in disappointment and prepared for his son's defeat. After chanting the spell, Nostra laughed loudly. Young Master Mika, huh? Even if your abilities surpass my imagination, you won't be able to withstand 3 of the strongest 4th circle spells at once. Fire Lance. As he spoke, he unconsciously clutched his chest. It was clear this was putting immense pressure on the magic circle in his heart. What a pathetic mage. The Fire Lance then shot swiftly towards Mika, creating a massive explosion. Dust and smoke filled the air. Marcus bowed his head in sorrow. As for Nostra, he was laughing gleefully. But it wasn't that easy. As the dust settled, Mika's figure gradually emerged. Not only was he unharmed, but he was also holding Nostra's fire lance in his hand. Witnessing this scene, both Marcus and Nostra were dumbfounded. With a light squeeze of his hand, Mika instantly dissipated the fire lance. Nostra still couldn't believe his eyes. A mage who just reached the 4th circle destroyed my multicast spell? How is that possible? Mika then said confidently. Are you that surprised? Magic is most influenced by innate talent. Life is unfair like that, especially in the field of magic. The gap in ability. No matter how hard you work, you can't defeat a genius. Nostra couldn't believe this truth. His hands trembled as he gripped his scepter tightly and looked straight at Mika, asking, Are you saying my magical talent is inferior to yours? Mika smiled brightly and provoked. If not, then prove it. Hearing this, Nostra was thoroughly enraged. He threw down his scepter and held out his hands, casting an attack spell once more. Ice Spear, Devil's Hand, Sharp Metal Magic. 3 attacks with 3 different attributes crazily rushed towards Mika. But Mika still only used a single magic missile spell. All of Nostra's attacks were destroyed, to his utter astonishment. How can you break my magic so easily? To explain it to this fool, Mika decided to demonstrate what true multicasting was. Countless magic missiles were created by Mika, all aimed at the target. Before attacking, Mika warned, Viscount, you blocked my attack with a shield earlier. I wonder if you can block all 10 of these magic missiles at once. Someone once told me that this is the art of explosion. Faced with such a dense attack, Nostra didn't even have time to raise his shield. He was blown to bits, almost losing consciousness. But how could Mika end it so easily? He rushed forward, used a strength spell on his hand, and gave Nostra a heavenly slap that sent him flying. This was followed by a magic bullet that flew from behind, knocking him back. Nostra wanted to surrender, but Mika punched him right in the face to stop him. In Mika's mind, there was only the resentment from his past life. The things I wanted to do before I died, my bucket list. I've clearly completed quite a bit of it. But there's one thing I still couldn't do, and that's this. So, it's quite unfortunate for you. Mika's eyes were filled with killing intent. He ignored even his father's pleas to stop. Only when Marcus rushed forward and grabbed his hand did he finally stop. Stop it, Mika. The duel is over. You won. Stop. But Mika still wouldn't stop. Stop? I haven't heard him surrender yet. Of course he hadn't. With his mouth beaten like that, how could he possibly speak? Seeing this, Nostra used all his strength to raise his hands and surrender. But Mika didn't see it that way. Look, the Viscount hasn't given up, so he can still be beaten. This kid is truly vicious. Marcus couldn't take it anymore and raised his fist. Son, look at these big, beautiful veins on my hand. As expected of father and son, a mage who loves to play the physical game. Seeing his father's big, round fist, Mika became as obedient as a puppy. Now that I see it, I think violence is not the answer. Marcus then asked Nostra if he wanted to concede. As if grabbing a lifeline, Nostra nodded eagerly. But somehow, Mika asked his father if he could hit him one more time. To prevent things from getting worse, Marcus used a teleportation spell to send Nostra for treatment. When only the 2 of them were left, Marcus spoke. Mika, your magic skills have improved quite a lot. I really didn't expect it. The skill you performed earlier was that of a very experienced, long-time mage. Mika replied that it was just a coincidence. But he knew exactly who his father was referring to. The station mage, who was separate from other mages and had disappeared without a trace. To change the subject, Mika asked back, "Isn't it because you've always looked down on me, father? What I did just now wasn't that difficult." Marcus looked at his son and said, "Yes. But to shorten the gap with a 7th circle mage, you need real talent. Are you saying that's your innate talent?" Mika proudly replied, "I am your son." What could he say to that? Marcus continued, "All right. If you say so, I'll believe you. Is this what you wanted to show me? That you are very talented?" Mika asked in confusion, "What are you talking about, father?" Marcus said it plainly. "Viscount Nostra is my friend, but he is not a suitable teacher for you. So what did you want to show me through this duel?" Mika found these words quite reasonable. How could he choose his master this way? After careful thought, Mika replied to his father, "It's not entirely like that. You have no intention of kicking Viscount Nostra out. It's clear he's the only one you treat as an equal. Although I know being the family head can be lonely at times, I don't like him. Even though I know it's difficult for you. I don't like keeping a threat close by. From now on, I will control the Viscount, father." Hearing this, Marcus understood the reason his son wanted this battle and was also very surprised by his future intentions. Elsewhere, after being treated, Nostra sat there, pulling his hair. "This is crazy. I lost. To a kid who just reached the 4th circle?" The Marquis watched the duel. "How can I change the outcome? What should I do?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Do? You made an agreement, so now you have to follow it." Nostra looked up to see Mika standing right in front of him. Mika flashed a friendly smile and reminded him, "I'm sure you remember the price of our duel, don't you?" After this, Nostra would become Mika's student. Of course, he didn't want that. But just as he was about to beg, he suddenly realized something important. Wait, this is strange. If he knew he would win, why would he make the prize a master-student relationship? Wait, what if all of this was his plan? He not only wants to humiliate me, but also has some other ulterior motive. After a moment of self-convincing, Nostra spoke up. "The future of the family. Young master, you've been inactive for a long time. But the incident with the Lindall family made you realize you can't sit still any longer." Seeing Mika's serious attitude made Nostra feel he had guessed correctly. He spread his arms and declared boldly, "I will help you." But Mika didn't care for this nonsense and flashed a friendly smile. "Disciple, your mouth is running a little too freely. Be quiet and call me master." Hearing this, Nostra asked in confusion, "Wait, young master, do I really have to become your student?" Mika seriously said that it was a matter of course, which made Nostra panic. He tried to find a way to prevent this from happening. "A student? I'm a 7th circle mage, young master." But before he could finish, Mika interrupted him. "Shut your mouth. As a Viscount, you should know that a mage's promise is not to be taken lightly." Of course, Nostra knew that. A mage's promise was a bet on their own magic circle. If that promise was broken, the magic circle would also shatter. If that happened, Nostra would lose everything. He couldn't maintain his composure and slammed the table, shouting, "I have more magic circles, and I'm older. How can I be your student?" Mika had no intention of being merciful. "Right here. I should have known you'd find every way to avoid this. If you don't follow the pact, you will suffer the consequences." Knowing there was no other choice, Nostra suddenly became dejected and slumped into his chair. Although he didn't want to, he was forced to call Mika master. Otherwise, his magic circle would shatter. Nostra, though trembling with anger, still had to obey. At this moment, Mika had a few calculations in his mind. In fact, Viscount Nostra is quite useful. He has reached the 7th circle of magic and has a considerable amount of power. First, he can help me with many things. Mika then asked Nostra if he wanted to learn anything else. But Mika didn't think so. "Isn't your magic circle unstable? Your magic is too. With that, your heart will ache even with a light press." Just a light touch was enough to make Nostra writhe on the ground in pain. So weak, yet so arrogant. Seeing Nostra screaming miserably, Mika felt no sympathy. He knew exactly why he was like this. If you don't truly connect yourself with the magic circles already in your body, you can still create other magic circles. But your own strength doesn't increase even with more magic circles. It's called being an apostle. His respect for his friend and the head of the family Marcus Walpurgis, had made Nostra too hasty in his desire to become stronger. So he had inadvertently turned himself into an apostle, and the price was this weak body. After Nostra stabilized, Mika leaned in and said, "I will teach you to regain control of your chaotic magic circles. Transfer your mana to me." Hearing this, Nostra shouted in alarm, "How? Did you hear something from the Marquis? The family and the Marquis have had their concerns about me." "Haha, I see. So that duel was the Marquis's plan." Nostra's mind was extremely unstable, and he began to speculate wildly. Mika immediately refuted, "Don't make things up. Isn't it all too obvious? From the moment you multicast 3/4 circle magic circles, I knew something was wrong. You kept clutching your chest. That's a common symptom of a mage using a disordered magic circle. Did you think a member of the Walpurgis family like me wouldn't notice? Anyway, I've already made a promise. At this rate, you won't live much longer. No matter what you do, it will only get worse. You're about to die." Hearing this, Nostra trembled with fear. He didn't want his life as a mage to end like this. While he was in despair, Mika gave him a chance. "If you still want to live, then there is a way. Take off your mana ring. I will absorb that mana. I get the mana, and you recover from your injuries. It's a win-win. What do you think? Though you'll lose 5 magic circles, it's fine. With a master like me, you'll be okay." Nostra shouted in panic, "No, lose 5 circles. Do you know how hard I worked for them?" Mika didn't care about Nostra's feelings and said bluntly, "Hard work? Those aren't magic circles. They're just malignant tumors. Having 7 magic circles, but not being able to use them all, what's the point? A child doesn't become an adult just because they can walk. You're just obsessed with power and authority. It's meaningless. Those magic circles are just for show. Do you think Father doesn't know your true strength?" Hearing this, Nostra asked back, "You mean the Marquis knows everything?" Everything Nostra did was just to prove himself to Marcus. And in fact, Marcus had known everything for a long time. But he pretended not to know. That wasn't the right choice. Nostra now remembered Marcus's words from when they were young. "My friend, I've been through so much hardship to get to this position. I've almost died a few times, but I finally made it. It's all thanks to you. Everyone thinks I'm so great, but I know how extraordinary you are. You have a stronger desire than anyone else. That's why you didn't stand still and kept moving forward. Remember, no matter what anyone says, the only one I can trust my back to is you, my friend." Nostra was stunned for a moment, thinking about all that had passed. Finally, he made a decision. "Master Mika, I accept your offer. Please, take my mana." And so, thanks to Nostra's mana, Mika successfully created his 5th magic circle. Mika's joy was short-lived as he began to ponder the future. Life after this. I've prevented a crisis, but it was just a small one. Compared to the disaster that will happen in the future, this is nothing. 7 more years. Exactly 7 more years. According to Cassandra's prophecy, the Demon King will be resurrected. The consequences of ignoring the prophecy are extremely dire. The world is not yet ready to face the Demon King, and their power is unpredictable. A creature full of flaws, yet no one can stand against them, even when they haven't reached their full potential. The Empire realized this when the 7th Circle Knight, Kyo Beyond, was defeated by the Demon King. It was already too late. They were slow to gather the heroes, and half of the Empire was completely destroyed by the Demon King. Unable to wait for the temple to summon soldiers any longer, the heroes formed a Demon King subjugation squad. My squad, a go. Thinking back, Cassandra was the most important member. The poor prophet no one believed. She was 2 years younger than me, so she must be 18 now. The power of prophecy. Her predictions were all accurate. She tried to warn everyone, despite coughing up blood. But no one listened. And before I was reborn, no one followed Cassandra's prophecy to select warriors. Because no one believed her. A prophet who isn't trusted is meaningless. I don't know what happened to her after that, but she probably didn't have a good end. Unless she was also reborn. But that's impossible. Afterwards, Mika put down his pen and wrote out his plan for the future. Next, I will register for the warrior selection. If I can also pull in Leon, I can lead the warrior selection. So the next problem is, what to do with Cassandra. As I recall, she's no longer at the temple. Despite her warnings, she wasn't believed. She left the temple. I have no idea where she is now. I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible. But how? What should I do? This is truly a difficult problem. Mika scratched his head, unable to come up with a solution. Just then, the butler entered. He was a little surprised to see Mika's disheveled appearance. Then the butler reported, "A guest has arrived. It seems they have business with you." Mika knew immediately it was Leon Passlov, which surprised the butler. Well, it's about time for our appointment, so who else could it be but Leon? As soon as Leon saw Mika, he grinned from ear to ear. "There you are? The training method." Mika calmly sat down and said, "You're earlier than I expected. I thought you'd be busy preparing for your engagement ceremony." Leon still couldn't hide his excitement. Engagement? The training method is much more important than that. It was never my #1 priority. So hurry up, tell me the method. But things weren't that easy. All right, about that. I have one more condition. Hearing these words from Mika, Leon's mood changed 180 degrees. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What? What kind of joke is this? Didn't I come here, just as you said?" Mika calmly continued, "Just a little more. It won't affect you. Your property. You're in trouble, aren't you? The Red Dungeon." As soon as he heard that, Leon suddenly turned away, sweating profusely. Red Dungeon? I don't know anything about it. No matter how much Leon denied it, Mika could tell from his awkward expression. "You're a terrible liar. A year ago, you found that dungeon. A mana mine was discovered, and the owner, Baroness Passlov, identified it as a large-capacity mana mine." Leon froze on the spot. How did you know? This young man is truly naive. No wonder he was almost tricked into an engagement. Not only did Mika know about the dungeon, but he also knew other information. Actually, it's not a dungeon. People call it that because they don't know what it is. Most of the exploration teams have gone missing. Before I was reborn, Passlov had sent a total of 5 exploration teams into that dungeon, and most of them never returned. The reason their family needed to be engaged to Duchess Lindall was because of the financial pressure from those exploration teams, so they needed more support. After realizing his secret was out, Leon could only clutch his head and sigh. "I thought this couldn't get out. Is there a spy among us?" Mika said he had only heard rumors from the soldiers and made a guess. Leon actually believed that reason immediately. He then asked again, "All right, so what about that dungeon?" Mika flashed a friendly smile. It was once considered the biggest trouble or the greatest shame of the Passlov family. But now, that red dungeon will become their hope. Seeing Mika say it was quite interesting, Leon looked confused. Interesting? Most exploration teams go in and never return. It's called a dungeon, but it could also be called hell. There's nothing you can do. Mika knew that well. In the end, the Passlov family was still determined to conquer that dungeon. So did they succeed in the end? No, a complete failure. But someone else had explored that dungeon before them and taken all the treasures within. After thinking, Mika said he would help Leon and join the exploration team. Hearing this, Leon sneered, "Huh? You mean you can explore that dungeon? Something even mercenaries couldn't do." Mika held out his hands and replied with a boss-like tone, "Of course. It's normal for a mage to explore a dungeon." Leon didn't know what was wrong with this guy. "Are all mages as reckless as you? Why are you so confident?" Mika then said, "Your family has nothing to lose by me doing this. If I explore the dungeon, both sides benefit. If not, then it's as if nothing happened." After being reasoned with, Leon also found it logical. After a moment of thought, he wondered about the training method. After getting Mika's assurance, Leon no longer felt there was a problem. He would go and convince his father. But whether he would succeed was up to fate. Afterwards, Mika also went to inform his father. Marcus, hearing his troublemaking son's words, covered his face in exasperation. "I thought you would handle the Lindall family matter on your own. Now what's this? I've heard rumors that the Passlov family is Lindall's next target for an engagement. Are you sure you won't mess things up?" Mika calmly replied, "Of course not, father. I would never do that. I told you earlier. I have a promise with Leon Passlov. As you know, a mage's promise is something that can never be taken back." Mentioning this made Marcus's blood boil. He immediately took out his familiar club, stained with monster blood. It seems Marcus was a mage who liked to play the physical game and had carried this club around to beat monsters in his youth. Mika wanted to ask more about it, but held back out of fear. He then said he had another reason besides keeping his promise, but it needed to be kept a secret. This young man really wanted a beating. Marcus kept his cool and placed the club on the table. Can I trust you? Mika asked back. Don't you always trust me? Seeing his father's sad expression reminded Mika of the past. Even at my worst, father never stopped believing in me. The thought of it pains me. I deeply regretted that after father's death, I kept running away from reality. That's also why I never dared to become a warrior. After careful thought, Marcus stood up and looked his son straight in the eye. You brat. What about the Lindall family matter? Can you still handle it? Mika replied firmly. I told you. Everything is connected. I can't tell you the details. Unable to persuade him, Marcus could only agree. Fine. Do what you want. Mika bowed to his father and prepared to leave. Just then, he sensed a presence in the empty space of the room. Do you have a guest, father? Marcus immediately refuted. No, I don't. Did you just see something? Mika looked around for a moment, and then said he must have been mistaken before leaving. When he was alone, Marcus sighed. Humph. Who does that kid take after? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Of course, he takes after you, my lord. He's very much like you. You've changed so much since then. Marcus wasn't surprised and asked back. Humph. What do you think? It seems the boy knew of your presence. Suddenly, a mysterious person stepped out from a black mist. That's to be expected. My magic circle isn't exactly normal. It's hard to hide myself completely. At this, Marcus turned around. That magic circle never disappears. But if it's you, who has been observing the boy as a butler, you must have noticed something, right, Oxit? So it was the butler. I thought he wasn't a mage. The butler replied. He has indeed changed a lot recently. He has become tougher, and his magic has grown much stronger. Marcus also acknowledged that. The butler then continued. That's right. It's impossible to become that strong through magic alone. It must be the young master's innate talent. Perhaps he has only just realized his talent now. Well, that's not too surprising for someone with Gamburgi blood. After all, our ancestors were the ones who created the Walpurgis family of today. It's not strange to only realize that talent now. The talent of an heir. After asking a few more questions, the butler rushed to Mika's side and joined the journey. The master told me to accompany you. He doesn't know what kind of trouble you'll get into, so he told me to follow and protect you, young master. He's quite a good actor. But Mika had known the butler's true face for a long time. He was just trying to play along. After greeting Leon, the three of them began their journey to the Paslov family's territory. Upon arrival, seeing Mika leaning his chin on his hand and staring out of the carriage window with a bored expression, Leon asked, Why do you look so bored? Is our territory that bad? Mika replied, Actually, I'm quite surprised. Your family has maintained this barren land very well. My father would say this is a good location. And it's not just about the appearance. The general rhythm of the residents' lives. And the natural traces. Not bad at all. Especially the miles-long Helen Forest path made of this mineral. You need to constantly import enough to cover the entire ground. To be clearer, no matter how glamorous the outside is, it's useless. What's important is how satisfied the residents are. Your father is an excellent landowner. You should be proud of that. At this, Leon's face lit up. To hear these words from a member of the Walpurgis family. As you said, our land is truly wonderful. It's all thanks to my father's hand. The person I respect, and also a person worthy of respect. It's all true. That's right. Mika had always been proud to have Paslov blood in his veins. Even if he was the only one left with that blood. For the rest of the journey, Leon spoke endlessly and proudly about his territory. Upon arrival, Leon informed his father about his companion. Baron Davis Paslov, upon hearing the name Mika Walpurgis, lost his composure to the point of needing to take a pill. It seemed his health wasn't very good, and he needed to take medicine if he lost his cool. After calming down, Leon announced once more. As I said, Mika Walpurgis is currently on our land. Davis calmly asked back, All right, that's a surprise. Where is he? Upon learning that Mika was in the drawing room right downstairs, Davis became extremely serious. He then took another handful of pills. Leon rushed to stop him. Father, you can't take any more medicine. But it was no use. Let go. I'll die buried in work soon anyway. Just let me go to heaven early. After chewing the pills like they were rice, Davis calmed down. All right. I've accepted that Mika Walpurgis is waiting downstairs. Are there any other problems? Leon announced that besides the small matter of the dungeon rumors, there was nothing else. Hearing about the dungeon, Davis's mood became unstable again. He laughed like a madman and took out a piece of paper to write his resignation letter. I should have done this a long time ago. You take care of the rest. I should resign for my own mental health. Seeing this, Leon quickly tried to dissuade him. No. How can you just resign like that? I haven't even explained properly yet. Only then did Davis put down his pen and slowly listen to his son. Speak. It's clear the Walpurgis family's status is higher than ours. No, not just that. They are a family that can be counted on one hand in this empire. If they find out about the dungeon, it will be stolen from us. Leon quickly explained, I'm not so foolish as to not know that. He made an offer that I should accept. So obviously, I accepted it. Davis still didn't understand what could make his son accept so easily. Leon continued, yes. It's the complete version of Miller's aura technique. Hearing this, Davis stood up in shock. Leon explained further, he knows Miller's aura technique. And based on that, I made a deal with him. After learning that Leon had confirmed it directly and had completed the agreement with Mika, Davis fell into deep thought. That means that thing is so important that he's willing to trade the technique for it. What could be in the dungeon? After a moment of thought, Davis decided to meet and talk with Mika directly. Elsewhere, the butler was still acting his part. He held his head and bowed to the ground, sweating profusely and constantly moaning that they were doomed. Seeing this, Mika played along. Butler, why are you so anxious? Just as he'd hoped, the butler shouted in panic. Do you really not know? The Paslov family is not to be trifled with, especially about the dungeon. Just thinking about how the master feels gives me a headache. Hearing this, Mika calmly asked back, You know a lot, don't you, butler? Are you also a lord? The butler answered without hesitation that he was not, and looked away. It seems he's feeling guilty. Mika had it all figured out. Well, he's not wrong. But he missed one thing. I know everything. For example, how much the Paslov family depends on Miller's aura technique, and the fact that the Count's family sees the dungeon as a thorn in their side due to the continuous failed attacks. This deal was already in the palm of my hand. Mika then reassured the butler. It's all right. When I talk to Count Paslov, everything will be clear. But the butler still didn't believe him. Do you think he'll agree? Even if you are the young master of the Walpurgis family. Mika then declared confidently, I assure you, he will be down here within a minute. The butler at this point thought Mika was just spouting nonsense. But suddenly, the door opened, and Davis entered with an extremely serious face. Skipping the greetings, Davis got straight to the point. Well, I hear you're interested in the dungeon. A complete contrast to his panicked demeanor earlier, he appeared extremely confident and in control of the negotiation. Mika didn't show any weakness either. The desire to explore is a mage's instinct. The red dungeon is a suitable choice. Davis rested his chin on his hand and said, Exploring the dungeon? Nothing can satisfy a mage's curiosity. But I think you already know what's inside the dungeon. And that thing is more valuable than Miller's aura technique. My son is crazy about Miller's aura technique, but I am not. Facing Davis, Mika felt a bit of pressure. It was as if he could see through Mika's purpose for coming here. But that was just how Mika made it seem. He was still controlling this negotiation as he wished, like moving pieces on a chessboard. Mika looked straight at Davis and said seriously, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's inside the dungeon. I'm just interested and want to explore. But let me ask you a question. Do you think the Paslov family currently has enough influence to excavate that dungeon? Davis didn't hide anything and replied, No, I won't lie. We haven't found a suitable partner yet. However, we will not partner with a member of the Ganbergi family. Mika wasn't surprised by this answer. He immediately made another offer. Then what about partnering with me? Hearing this, Davis asked back, You mean yourself, not of Walpurgis? Mika confirmed it once more and added that he didn't need a full exploration team. At this, Davis was a little moved. He asked Mika how long he wanted to explore. Mika smirked and held up a finger. Just one day. Davis was a bit surprised by this confidence. He asked further about the conditions if the exploration failed. Mika calmly said, Miller's aura technique. I will give it to you unconditionally. But if I succeed, I will take half of the dungeon's resources. And so, the discussion ended. The result was exactly as Mika had hoped. The next day, a team of 3, Mika, Leon, and the butler Modin, was at the dungeon. Leon shouted, Are you crazy? Just the three of us. Modin, at the side, nodded eagerly. It must be said, he's quite a good actor. Mika sighed. He knew this would happen. If you're scared, you can just go back. Leon couldn't stand the provocation and charged forward. Who's scared? I just think we're short-handed. The Paslov family never shies away from a challenge. Just as Leon was about to step into the dungeon, Mika used magic to stop him. Don't act alone. The entrance is trapped. If you step in without proper preparation, you will die. Modin, at the side, added, oh my. So from the very first step, we can't enter normally. A simple yet effective form of protection. Leon heard the two of them and didn't understand a thing, just looking bewildered. Mika then continued. To put it simply, this is a living dungeon. One of the rare few. This dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself, just like a living creature. If we just walk in, we'll become its food, like those mercenaries. But if we feed it enough mana, it'll be different. Mika then used a fireball spell and launched it towards the dungeon. The fireball entered the dark, bottomless dungeon and gradually disappeared. The space then suddenly cracked like a pane of glass. Mika told the group to stay calm. That's just a sign that the door has opened. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to shatter. An intense white light emanated from the dungeon. Mika wasn't surprised by this scene because he had seen it before. The first tomb of Acer. The dungeon renowned for being impregnable. An ancient achievement containing a holy artifact. The first holy artifact of the achievement. In his past life, Mika and his group had cleared this dungeon and found the Wind Seal. With this, the group could resist some of the Demon King's attack spells. But the Wind Seal was an achievement that grew with its owner, so it needed time to develop fully and couldn't be used carelessly. But unfortunately, the owner of this holy artifact was that idiot warrior, Siegfried. Exactly 1 week after obtaining the holy artifact, that idiot, the one who was so sure he would use the Wind Seal properly, accidentally destroyed it. Damn it, what a dead weight. I can't believe I used to feel that I wasn't worthy of being a hero compared to that idiot. But things are different now. Mika will not let that happen again. He is determined to become the owner of the Wind Seal. Afterwards, the three of them held torches and carefully entered the dungeon. Looking around, Leon wondered, this place is strange. It's completely different from what the exploration team said. Moreover, it seems very bizarre. Mika explained that it was because time had been frozen the moment the dungeon was formed. Leon was extremely surprised to learn that. Wait, time stopped? Isn't time freezing a saint-level ability? Mika didn't deny it. That's right. And creating a dungeon this large is something only a saint could do. This was beyond Leon's comprehension. He didn't understand what the hell was happening on his own territory. Just then, Mika signaled them to stop. As soon as Leon looked up, he saw an army of goblins waiting ahead. Leon suggested they act and destroy them before they could sound an alarm. But Mika stopped him. Wait, don't act so rashly. Remember that this is only the first gate. Leon, whose brain was only wired for fighting, couldn't calm down. So we're just going to let them sound the alarm? What if they bring more troops? Mika calmly explained, this isn't a dungeon. It's a tomb. A very sturdy tomb. Moreover, it wasn't created for just one person to clear. Mika then approached the wall and used a knife to scrape some crystal dust from the letters. He explained that if the goblins smelled this, they would go crazy. Importantly, this stuff also has a hallucinogenic effect, no different from an aphrodisiac. If you cover this with magic and throw it anywhere, the goblins, out of greed, will kill each other to get what they want. In short, this is an explosive with a hallucinogenic effect. Mika then demonstrated it on the spot. He used a piece of cloth and threw the bombs he had just made into the room where the goblins were. The bombs immediately exploded, scattering the crystal dust everywhere. The goblins, after inhaling the stuff, went into a frenzy and started killing each other. Leon and Modin's eyes widened in astonishment as they watched the scene. Only Mika remained calm. For a tomb to have ingredients like this, could it be a coincidence? No, impossible. Knowledge over strength. The knowledge to defeat a goblin. Using magic skillfully. With these two things, we can easily pass the first gate. It's very difficult to discover these tricks in the tomb without having experienced it before. After a while, all the goblins were dead from the drug-induced frenzy. Mika calmly walked past the pile of corpses towards the next gate. Just then, He detected a reaction from a magic item on one of the goblins. Mika approached to check and found a space bag. Not only that, but it was also of the highest grade. In his past life, he had never discovered this. Of course not. That idiot Siegfried had used his ultimate move and blown everything to dust. Mika thought back on it with more bitterness than eating a chili pepper. He clutched his head, looked up at the sky, and screamed, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I warned them so many times." Siegfried, damn it. Leon, standing beside him, asked Modin what was happening. Modin calmly replied, "He has these episodes from time to time. It's nothing." Mika then sat helplessly on the goblin's corpse, dejected. Leon held the space bag in his hand and wondered if there were any other items. But Mika had already searched everywhere and found nothing. At that moment, he suddenly realized a problem. For a reward to appear in the middle of the path before even passing the first gate was extremely unusual. There must be a reason. Mika then re-examined the space bag. Sure enough, there was a line of text on it. Defeat the greediest goblin in the dungeon. This seemed to be a clue for the next gate. After a moment of thought, Mika immediately guessed it was the goblin leader. Modin wondered how he could come to such a conclusion. Mika, walking towards the leader's corpse, explained, "The one with the most greed can only be that goblin. He's also the biggest and has the most power. We have to take the stone from his body and put it in this bag." Just then, Leon demanded to be the one to cut out the stone. He claimed he was more skilled with a knife than Mika. But Mika didn't think so. So the two decided to have a competition. There were two leaders. Whoever retrieved the stone better would get the space bag. And so, the two of them climbed onto the two goblin leader corpses and began. Leon drew his sword and unleashed a series of flashy slashes. Soon, he had perfectly retrieved the stone. But just as he was about to show off, he saw Mika holding a stone in his hand. Looking at the pure light from the stone in Mika's hand, Leon knew he had lost. Leon knelt on the ground and cried like a puppy. Mika then dropped the stone into the space bag. A key of light flew out of the bag and transformed into a door of light. This was definitely not the path Mika had taken in his past life. After a moment of thought, he concluded that this was a shortcut. The three of them stepped through the door of light without hesitation and went up a long staircase. At this time, Leon took the opportunity to ask Modin quietly, "Excuse me, but who is Mika really? He doesn't seem like someone my age." Modin replied, "If you're curious about the young master, there's nothing different from the rumors." Leon still didn't believe it and asked again to be sure. "You mean those rumors are true?" Modin closed his eyes and said, "Yes. The young master used to be unskilled, unattractive, and unwise. I'm only saying this much because the young master only allows that much." Looking at Mika's figure, combined with Modin's words, Leon seemed to understand something. An eccentric. People usually try to hide their shameful past. Perhaps he has accepted his past as a part of himself. Suddenly, Modin continued. "However, he suddenly changed a lot. I was also very surprised about that." From Modin's expression, it was clear he was both happy and worried about this change. After all, he was the one who had watched Mika grow up. Just then, Mika stopped walking. They had finally reached the end of the path. "It seems we've missed a few things, but we've somehow made it here." The fourth gate. Before them was a massive stone door, towering high with strange patterns carved on it. Having come this far, Mika couldn't know what awaited them behind the door. In his past life, Mika's group had fought their way through and received a reward at the third gate. It seems the fourth gate was hidden for some reason. And since the meaning of the characters written on the gate was, "Do not try to understand," Mika decided to enter immediately. Seeing this, Leon quickly stopped him. "Wait, are you planning to open the door right now?" Mika explained that since there were no clues or anything else, thinking about it would be useless. It would be better to just throw caution to the wind and move forward. They might find something. Before entering, Mika used magic to create a thin shield for Leon and Modin, just enough to protect them from physical and mental harm. Then, the three of them walked straight through the door. As soon as they stepped in, they were transported to a dark, cold space and separated from each other. Mika immediately used a light spell, but it didn't have much effect. "It's spacious in here. The light spell only illuminates a small area. We still can't tell how big it is. I can't tell where the butler and Leon are because it's too dark. I don't need to worry too much about the butler, but I need to hurry for Leon's sake. Just then, the space suddenly transformed. Under a blood-red sky, a familiar figure appeared. It was Leon from the past life, bathed in blood. As soon as he saw Mika, he spoke. Here I am. It's been a while, you dog. Mika immediately recognized it as an illusion. He didn't care and asked directly. The impersonation is pretty good. I'll give you an 8 out of 10. Now, where's the real Leon? The illusion of Leon laughed loudly. What's the hurry? Why don't we sit down and reminisce about the old days? Before it could finish, Mika waved his hand in refusal. Forget it. I'm too lazy. The illusion's eyes widened. Lazy? So you can just ignore all of this? You ran away from this place, and you still have the audacity to say that? Do you really think you have the ability to do that? You're just a coward who only knows how to run away alone. It said this while getting closer and shaking Mika. This was an illusion created from Mika's memories. This place was the battlefield where his comrades had fallen. The person standing before him was also his closest friend. But none of it could shake Mika's mind. Now you're down to 7 points. I said you're losing points. The Leon I know would never say such things. You're tarnishing my friend's name. With just a shout, the illusion completely vanished. The dark space gradually faded, revealing the true scenery of the place. This place was actually a beautiful forest with countless mana crystals all around. Before Mika could take it all in, Modin ran over from somewhere. There you are. I've been looking for you. It seemed he was fine and uninjured. Modin shyly said it was due to the effectiveness of the shield Mika had created. Although Mika knew the truth, he didn't bother to expose it. If Modin wanted to keep acting, he would let him be. The two of them then explored the area. This place contained a huge amount of mana crystals and could make a count rich. Just then, Modin suddenly pointed forward. Young master. Isn't that young master Leon? He doesn't look well. Leon was currently lying on the ground, clutching his head, his whole body trembling. He was being tormented by his inner demons. You are our hope, young master. The long-awaited generation of the Sword Saint. We believe in you, young master. You can bring glory to the family. Immersed in the familiar voices, Leon gradually sank deeper and lost his reason. I grew up with the expectations of my father and the servants. I know they care about me a lot, so I always worked harder than others, without rest. That was my everything. No, that had to be my everything. What did I come here for? I don't know anything. Just then, Mika's appearance plunged Leon completely into darkness. Mika Valpurgis. If he dies, the entire dungeon will belong to my family. Yes, the important thing I need to do is bring honor to my family. That also means sacrificing my allies. If that's what it takes to bring honor to the family, I am more than willing. Leon's eyes turned black, just like the illusion Mika had met. He held his sword and smiled sinisterly. But the smile was immediately wiped off his face when he saw Mika's magic missile. What? What is this terrifying magic? I don't think I can win against this monster. Especially when he knows all about my mana skills. Will I die if I face him? And so, Leon's inner demon was scared back into hiding. It turns out that in the face of absolute power, anything can be solved. Leon's eyes then returned to normal. To avoid being skewered, he spoke up. I'm back, Mika. Only then did Mika retract his magic. Good. All right. We've wasted enough time here. Let's hurry up and go. Leon could feel that this was truly a terrifying person. If he hadn't returned to normal, he would have had several holes in his body by now. The three of them then continued deeper into the forest. The further they went, the thicker the fog became, and the three of them got separated again. But Mika wasn't worried at all. First the forest, now the fog. And this fog seems to be real. And they must have created it here for a purpose. I don't think the butler and Leon can find me right now, which means it's calling me. After moving forward for a while, Mika emerged from the fog. And greeting him was a mysterious girl. As soon as he saw the girl, Mika asked, "Are you the manager here?" The girl was a little surprised by his unusual calmness. Seeing this, Mika pretended, "You see, I'm very worried right now." After Mika got closer, the girl continued, "I don't think this is a problem at all. After all, it's not important. I think I should introduce myself first, right?" "I am." But before she could finish, she was interrupted. "I know who you are. Set, the guardian of the holy artifact. The first apostle of the god Asa. Hearing this, Set was extremely surprised. When she was about to ask, Mika cut her off. You don't need to explain unnecessary things. I've already proven myself worthy. Moreover, I believe I am qualified to receive the reward you have prepared. Don't worry. I will definitely fulfill your wish. That's why I came here. But Set hadn't said anything about a wish, so Mika quickly tried to cover his tracks. I just had a feeling you would wish for something. Although it was very confusing, Set eventually made a decision. All right, my mission is to hand over the holy artifact to a worthy person. She just held out her hand, and a magic circle appeared on the table, from which a pendant flew out. This is the reward you mentioned. It is also the holy artifact that contains my power. Just by carrying it with you, whenever you need it, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect you. I've never named it before, but I think we can call it Set Storm. Holding the reward in his hand, Mika looked extremely surprised. This is strange. This is definitely different from the item before I regressed. Seeing this, Set spoke up. There's no need to doubt. I assure you this item will not disappoint you. How could I give a fake item to someone who has passed the fourth gate? Hearing this, Mika clenched the necklace tightly. It's probably the real item. So, the item that caused hundreds of people to die before was just a fake? He immediately asked Set to confirm. If you only reach the third floor, is there any way to get the real item? Set answered without hesitation. No. However, thinking carefully, there might be a way at the third gate. But if you can't figure it out, then you are not worthy. It would be a waste for the holy artifact to fall into the hands of an unworthy person. Looking at Set's determined gaze, Mika finally understood the problem. The thing his group received in the past life was just a side reward. After Mika put on the necklace, the pendant suddenly glowed and transformed into a stream of blue light that surrounded him. According to Set, this was not an ordinary necklace, but a complex barrier that could protect both the body and the soul. It would protect its owner from any attack once a day. It could change depending on Mika's level, but for now, the limit was only once. This thing was basically a hack, completely different from the single-use fake from his past life. With it, Mika could escape death once a day. At this moment, Set's body was gradually fading away, but it seemed she had already accepted this. It's time for me to go. My mission was to hand over the holy artifact to a worthy person. Now that I've completed this mission, I must leave. Mika thought for a moment and then spoke. It seems the time-freezing spell surrounding the dungeon is about to wear off. If you don't disappear, what do you plan to do? Although Set was mentally prepared, she still felt a little reluctant. It can't be saved anymore. To repair the old magic barrier, you need to possess knowledge equal to or higher than a ninth circle mage. Basically, this is impossible. But if I could witness for myself how the world changes, that would be great. Hearing this, Mika walked forward to where the magic circle maintaining the dungeon was placed. With the knowledge of a ninth circle mage, this magic circle was child's play. Didn't you say you wanted to witness it for yourself? I will make it happen, so you can see the world with your own eyes. After just a few manipulations, Set's body suddenly glowed and transformed. When the magic circle was repaired, Set's body had become tiny, floating in midair. Why has my beautiful body become so small? But Mika felt that this was very cute, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, Set blushed and shouted, her limbs flailing. Do you know I am an apostle serving an ancient god? Mika then explained, I'm sorry for making you so small, but to extend the time freeze as much as possible, I had to do it. Hearing this, Set asked in surprise, wait, are you an archmage? A ninth circle magic circle? Mika immediately denied it. This made Set even more surprised. Then that's impossible. How can you recreate the time-freezing spell without possessing a ninth circle magic circle? This has never happened before. At this, Mika smiled proudly. I'm a genius with outstanding talent. Hearing this, Set was at a loss for words. What could she say to that? There was no way to argue. Elsewhere, Leon's father, Davis Paslov, was standing by the window, sighing helplessly. Haha, quite some time has passed. Perhaps I trusted them for nothing. I hope no one got hurt. Just then, a knight ran up and reported, My lord, just now, young Master Mika Valpurgis returned after conquering the dungeon. Hearing this news, Davis was completely stunned. He couldn't even believe what he had just heard. Soon after, the work of transporting the mana crystals out of the dungeon began. The appraiser Davis brought was moved to tears upon seeing the pile of mana crystals. My lord, in my life, I have never seen such pure mana crystals, and the quantity is so large. I don't know how much all of this will be worth. Hearing this, Davis glanced at Mika standing beside him. Huh, even professional exploration teams couldn't conquer it. Yet you achieved such a result so easily. Mika just smiled and said, it really did give me some trouble. Davis then said, but you don't look like you've had much trouble. Mika confidently replied that he never promised something he couldn't do. Davis now thought it over again. Perhaps I was too blinded by the rumors. How could I forget the nature of the Valpurgis family? His bloodline is certainly not just for show. From Mika, Davis could see the image of his father as a young man, a genius mage who had adventured everywhere. Just then, Mika spoke up. Well then, as promised, I will take half of the spoils from clearing the dungeon. Hearing this, Davis looked regretful. I know. If I had known this would happen, I would have bargained for a little more. At this, Mika smiled knowingly. The Count may act this way, but whether he truly thinks this is a loss is still up for debate. The pressure to conquer the dungeon was mounting. He had spent a lot of money for the purpose of conquering the dungeon. However, he had yet to receive anything from it. He must have been very worried about this. And I was able to help him through that difficult period. Afterwards, Davis asked about what Mika had promised. As you know, the sooner one learns Miller's aura technique, the better. So I want you to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. This was truly a good father, always wanting the best for his son. And of course, Mika had no reason to delay. Well, I guess we don't have to wait any longer. Why not start today? For days later, rumors of Leon being taught swordsmanship by a mage had spread throughout the territory. Everyone was extremely surprised to hear this news. A mage teaching swordsmanship, or vice versa, was nothing short of a joke on this continent. In reality, Leon was being chased around by Mika's barrage of magic missiles. As he ran, he complained, "You said you would teach me Miller's aura technique." Mika, while controlling the magic missiles, said, "I'm doing it now, and I think I'm being very gentle." Set, sitting on Mika's shoulder, spoke up. "Has the meaning of gentle changed overnight?" "Well, I admit your training method is quite interesting. This isn't a bad idea either. You're creating a natural flow of mana and making him aware of it. After all, knights don't need to use mana precisely. So I don't think this is the way I would train." Although Leon tried his best to run and fight back, the number of magic missiles was too great, so he still got hit occasionally. There were even times when he had to collapse from the pain. What the hell is this? What kind of training is this? Seeing this, Mika just calmly replied, "I learned this aura technique from a qualified person, so you don't need to worry about that." Leon lay flat on the ground, panting and cursing. What kind of crazy bastard created this technique? But he would never guess that the bastard was himself. Mika had been trained like a demon, and now he was just returning the favor. "That's right, you bastard. That's your future right there." After torturing Leon to his wit's end, Mika told him to try circulating his mana as he usually did. Although Leon didn't understand, he obediently complied. Even with just a little circulation, Leon already felt his body become much less tense. Mika then explained, "The way you circulated your mana to defend against my spells was actually part of the training. Get used to the way you're circulating mana now. That's the most important step. If you keep practicing without forgetting this feeling, you'll naturally perfect your technique." Hearing this, Leon's eyes became incredibly determined. His resolve was stronger than ever. Mika was also extremely satisfied with this attitude. He'll understand soon enough. Things are moving even faster because I've shown him the shortcut. I can't wait for it to happen. The final destination of Miller's aura technique. After the day's training ended, Mika went to a private space. Set felt this was unnecessary because no one but Mika could see her. But Mika had informed the Count that this would be his private, inviolable time. Mika's purpose was to test the power of the newly acquired artifact, Set's Storm. After channeling a small amount of mana into the pendant, a large blue whirlwind was created. Seeing this, Set boasted, "Are you planning to test the storm? You can definitely use it for purposes other than self-defense. If you need guidance, I can help you. I've been in charge of it for quite some time, so I know a lot about it." Mika then said he would do something even she didn't know, which annoyed Set. "What? You dare to talk about how to use the storm in front of me?" Mika then explained, "You may think I'm too young to understand how a holy artifact works, but a vortex is the natural form of mana, and things like holy artifacts have infinite uses." Mika then closed his eyes and felt the flow of mana moving around him. "Before I regressed, the storm didn't belong to me. But as a mage, I was really interested, so I frequently analyzed it. And I came up with a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I can use it with my free circulation method." The basic principle behind the free circulation method is multi-mana circulation. And multi-mana circulation has many limitations because of the vortexes. And all the flaws in the free circulation method were because I couldn't control the vortexes properly. However, what if I use the storm to solve this problem? When Mika opened his eyes, the mana within him seemed to merge with the storm and explode powerfully. Seeing this, Set shouted, "Are you crazy? Are you using the storm for your mana circulation? Stop it right now. You'll destroy your body." But what happened next astonished her. Mika's mana flow was easily controlled and no longer out of control. This was within Mika's calculations from the beginning. After helplessly losing the storm, I tried to gather information about holy artifacts. To find commonalities among them, I checked the information gathered from analyzing the storm. That's when I realized that holy artifacts could be controlled. Now is the time to put my theory to the test. After preparing, Mika created a temporary magic circle by using the storm and merging his mana. This was incredibly easy and took no effort at all. Mika then wrote out the incantation for a sixth circle spell, Fire Field. Instantly, the surrounding space turned into a giant sea of fire. Seeing this, Set's jaw dropped in astonishment. Sixth circle? How can you use a sixth circle spell at this age? Is it seventh circle now? Stop it. Even if you try to use a spell higher than your level, it's impossible. But before she could finish, Mika had completed the seventh circle spell, Gravity. The ground around them seemed to be crushed into pieces and floated in the air. At this point, Set was at a loss for words. A week had passed since he started training with Miller's aura technique. Leon could now basically control the method. He happily brandished his sword to show Mika the results of his training. At this rate, Leon would surely become a sword saint in a few years. And that would be a great help to Mika in the upcoming war. Just then, Leon spoke up. "By the way, what are you planning to do about the temple? That prophet. I thought you were teaching me Miller's aura technique because you wanted to join the temple's hero selection." At this, Mika suddenly remembered something important. "I almost forgot. I was too focused on obtaining the first holy artifact. Cassandra, I need to confirm where she is before I can go to the temple with peace of mind. How can I find Cassandra now?" While Mika was busy thinking, a Paslav knight ran up and announced, "Young master." I'm sorry, young master Mika. But we have a visitor, so I came to inform you." Leon asked back, "A visitor? But I don't think we have any visitors." The knight hesitated, not daring to speak clearly. Looking at his expression, Mika guessed the two visitors were Elian, his former fiancée. Waiting in the drawing room, Elian looked around and began to judge. There's really nothing special. Their influence and their history. But to become a knight, I need to prove myself to father. My past mistake has caused the entire Lindall family to suffer. Therefore, I must defeat Leon Paslav, the one hailed as a sword god, in a duel to prove that I am worthy of being a knight. Just then, Mika pushed the door open with a friendly smile. "Hello there." Seeing him, Elian's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Mika? Why are you here?" Mika calmly sat down and asked back. "What do you mean? I was properly invited here. Aren't you the one who suddenly dropped by?" Elian, ashamed of her past mistake, bowed her head and couldn't speak. Seeing this, Mika continued, "Don't worry. I don't hold a grudge against you anymore. We annulled the engagement very amicably. I also gained more fame." After Mika did all that, the Lindall family announced the news to the public. Both families agreed to annul the engagement. It wasn't because Mika Valpurgis didn't meet the standards. After that, the rumors that Mika wasn't qualified also died down. He was very satisfied with this outcome. But as for Elian, he didn't know. After hearing that, Elian shyly asked, "Then where is young Master Leon?" Mika answered without hesitation, "He's taking a bath. He'll come talk to us when he's done." "So what brings you here today?" This young man asks questions as if this were his own house. Elian, feeling an invisible pressure, stammered, Someone from a family of knights like me just wants to observe the swordsmanship of other families. Of course, you'll find me shameless, but... Mika immediately interrupted. Not at all. He never thought that way. She really has a talent for swordsmanship. In the future, the more strong people like her I have by my side, the better. There's no reason for me to hate her. If I can make use of her, it's all the better for me. Wait, maybe I can make use of her. Mika then smiled warmly at Elian. Elian felt a chill run down her spine. Why are you looking at me like that? Mika stood up and said, the fact that you came here to observe the swordsmanship of another family shows that you want to become stronger. If so, I will give you an opportunity. Hearing this, Elian didn't understand a thing. An opportunity? What do you mean? Mika continued. Leon is a bit stubborn. I don't think he'll like you suddenly coming here like this. That's why I want to help. After his bath, Leon was called to the training ground again, which made him a little annoyed. What is it, Mika? Why did you suddenly tell me to come to the training ground? As soon as he saw the expression on Mika's face, Leon became extremely wary. That expression. My senses are telling me that when you're about to do something stupid, you make that face. Mika became more serious. I'm sad to hear you think that. So what can I do to make my expression look more innocent? Elian, who was standing by, didn't understand what the two were talking about and peeked out. As soon as he saw Elian, Leon understood Mika's intention. Miss Lindall, if she's here with you, don't tell me. Just as Leon thought, a few hours later, Elian was running from magic missiles while screaming, You said you would teach me. That's why I followed you here. Mika laughed and said, But I didn't lie. There are many opportunities for you to learn. Look beside you. Elian looked to her side and saw Leon not running away, but using his sword to block the magic missiles with agility. But because she was distracted, she was hit in the leg by a magic missile and fell on her butt. When Mika approached, Elian asked, Is the difficulty different between me and young Master Leon? Mika replied, No, of course not. It's just that you have more openings, so you're easier to attack. I hope you've learned a lot. Hearing this, Elian immediately stood up. I've learned a lot. But compared to me, young Master Leon seems much better. Although she said that, Elian still thought of herself as useless and always blamed herself. But Mika didn't think so. It's not that she doesn't have weaknesses, but she is definitely a natural talent. I'm sure of it. She could have become stronger and been a help to me, to all of us. But in the end, she couldn't. That's why I will make her stronger. Mika then held out his hand and said to Elian, Now I will tell you what I really want to tell you. Let me introduce you to my instructor. Elian immediately slapped Mika's hand away. I didn't come looking for an instructor. And I doubt whether you, a mage, are qualified to talk to me about a suitable technique for me. Just then, Leon approached after taking a break. He seems quite trustworthy. After all, he's the one who taught me my technique. As soon as she heard this, Elian's eyes widened in shock. A mage can't possibly guide an aura technique. Mika quickly explained, It's true I can't perform the aura technique myself, but if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others. After glancing at Leon, Elian realized she had been a bit rash. She immediately bowed and apologized to Mika. I understand. If the user of the technique says so, then it must be accurate. I apologize for my rudeness. Mika didn't expect Elian to apologize. It seems he had misjudged her. Afterwards, Elian wanted to meet the instructor Mika had mentioned. But in this world, only rain and bird droppings fall from the sky for free. Mika said bluntly, Do you really think I would give you that information for free? It's only natural that I receive something of equivalent value. Elian thought for a moment and then quickly said, Will you accept a deferred payment? Of course not. Mika refused immediately. Left with no other choice, Elian sighed and took out a purple mana crystal from her bag. Even an experienced person like Mika was surprised by this. I never thought I'd see a perfect mana crystal here. Elian said seriously, I knew you would recognize it. I was originally going to use this to negotiate, because it's a rare item that lowers the difficulty of conquering a dungeon. Hearing this, Mika vaguely guessed Elian's purpose for coming to the Paslov family. She intended to negotiate with a necessary item for conquering the dungeon. This meant the Lindall family already knew about the Paslov family's dungeon situation. What a cunning old fox. Mika then took the perfect mana crystal without hesitation. Well, alright. I think this is enough. You probably know the lawless judge, right? As soon as he heard the name, Leon shouted, "You mean the oddball of the Western region? One of the few sword masters on the continent who doesn't come from any empire." That was the person Mika wanted to mention, the hegemon of the West, Milium Arian. She was the one who defeated the general of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 generals of the demon army. Elian, after hesitating for a moment, asked, "Even if you're from the Valpurgis family, how can you convince someone who isn't even a border guard of the West to?" But before she could finish, Mika interrupted her. "You don't need to know that." Mika then turned to Leon. "Leon, you remember what we talked about before, right? About the temple." Of course, Leon remembered. He asked when they would have to go. Mika said they would leave tomorrow and that Elian would also need to go with them to the capital. Hearing this, Elian was flustered. "Excuse me, but why me?" Mika replied, "Don't you want to learn the technique as soon as possible? That's why I'm inviting you to come with us." There was a reason for all of this. Mika was planning based on his memories. It should be around this time. Usually, she would be near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event that no one believed in, and the lawless judge appearing in the capital around that time. This was the perfect opportunity to solve both at once. Elian didn't understand anything and shouted, "But this is still too sudden. Why are you suddenly telling me to go to the capital? You have to explain it to me first." But Mika's answer was very simple. "I just thought it would be cool to be a hero." No matter how much Mika wanted to tell the truth, it would sound absurd, so it was best to keep it a secret. That night, Mika sat in a dark room, eyes closed in thought. At his side, Set spoke up. "Those kids are quite interesting. Unlike you, they act their age. Why can't you be a little more like them?" Mika, still with his eyes closed, replied, "You see, I'm a little bit broken." After all, Mika had the soul of an old man, so how could he act as childishly as the young ones? Set then turned her attention to the perfect mana crystal on the table. A perfect mana crystal. A wonderful item. "What are you planning to do with this?" Mika then took out a space bag and placed it next to the stone. "I know. I'll use it just like any mage would. I will craft my own artifact." Set was already used to the impossible from Mika, so she remained calm. "You really never fail to show me something new. Every single time. So what kind of artifact are you planning to create?" Mika looked at the stone and the pile of materials and thought for a long time. "Well, with this many materials, I can make a lot of things. But, as I said, I'll use it just like any mage would. I will create a support." Hearing this, Set wondered, "But don't you need a stand to hold that mana crystal in the right place? To handle this much extraction from the mana crystal, you'll need a tree with at least 100 years of holy power." At this, Mika flashed a confident smile. "I already know how I'm going to get it." Set flew in front of Mika. "You're really confident." Mika then looked at Set and said with a smile, "It's not unrelated to you, you know. The stand I'm planning to use is a branch of the world tree." As soon as Set heard this, she looked extremely surprised. "How did you know I was related to the world tree?" Mika replied, "It was easy to figure out. Of course, I'm not saying I'll create the support right now. I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are very powerful items, and we will refine them to create an orb. The consequence of a failed refinement of a high-grade mana crystal could be powerful enough to blow away an entire territory. But that wouldn't happen. Before his regression, Mika had refined mana countless times. He channeled mana into the mana crystal without hesitation and began to refine it. Countless orderly mana circuits gradually appeared inside the crystal. Witnessing this process, Set couldn't help but be curious. Are you really planning to avoid the hundreds of thousands of mana circuits inside to refine it?" At this moment, Mika needed to concentrate more than ever. He needed to constantly apply an activation spell. As for the amount of mana allowed, there probably wouldn't be a limit. He then applied a series of spells to the mana crystal: special carving, mana control, amplification, binding spell. Set's curiosity flared up again. How can you achieve a level of proficiency that only high-level mages can possess? But Mika simply replied that it was due to talent and patience. Hearing this, Set was at a loss for words. If that were true, archmages would be running around everywhere. Next was the final step. Mika made a small cut on his finger and dripped blood onto the mana crystal. He just needed to convert it a little to give it his mana attribute. After absorbing all the blood, The mana crystal began to change shape and transformed into a perfect black orb. Set flew closer to observe the orb and wondered. It has no color. Usually, you can distinguish a person's mana attribute through the color of the orb. Mika then explained, I don't have one. I was born compatible with all types of magic. Its color will change based on the type of magic I use. That's all. When Mika used a fireball spell, the orb immediately turned red. This was truly a hack-like talent. It was a wonder how Mika could have been so pathetic before. Holding the orb in his hand, Mika carefully evaluated it. The mana consumption was significantly reduced, and the output level was increased. It's time to test the maximum power level of this thing. Mika then turned his gaze towards the distant mountain, signaling the misfortune that was about to befall it. And it was just as he expected. The next morning, Leon reported that the entire orc encampment on the mountain had been wiped out overnight. It was the encampment of a troublesome monster species, so this was good news. But the problem was the source of this. Leon's father had been scrambling all morning to find the cause. But Leon would never have guessed that the culprit was sitting right in front of him. Seeing Mika's indifferent attitude made Leon a little suspicious. Why do you look so unconcerned? Did you two already know about this? Wait, it was you, wasn't it? Even with his collar grabbed, Mika still tried to look cool. The orcs in your territory are pretty tough. I'm at a loss for words with this dork. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, Archbishop Narain was reporting to the Pope. Your Holiness, regarding the previous prophecy, I have announced it exactly as you requested. Seeing Narain hesitate, the Pope asked, Is something not going well, Archbishop Narain? Narain continued, Yes, I don't think people are taking this matter very seriously. The Pope had already guessed this would happen. There's probably nothing we can do. It would set a bad precedent. But a prophecy is still a prophecy. Why don't we keep an eye on it for a while? By the way, have you found that child, Cassandra? Narain reported without hesitation. We haven't found her yet. Perhaps it's better not to find her. The Pope then spoke in a cryptic tone. A prophet no one believes is insignificant. And in the worst-case scenario, it could be disadvantageous for all of us. But I wonder if letting her be because of those consequences is truly the right thing to do. I'm not sure. I don't think we should just ignore that child's prophecy. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps we can find at least one person willing to work with us. Let's hope the Lord will answer our prayers. Back with Mika's group, Elian was a little dissatisfied after learning the reason they came to the holy capital. I thought prophecies were no longer reliable. And even if they are true, they are difficult to understand correctly. It was understandable for Elian to think that way. It was just an uncertain prophecy. Even after being translated, it was the same. There wasn't even a clue to indicate it would come true. And at this point, there was no significant benefit to becoming a hero. Heroes are only useful when an evil force needs to be defeated. To appease Elian, Mika needed to find a reasonable excuse. There's still a use for it. We can establish relationships with the people in the Holy City. Elian was somewhat convinced. She then asked about the lawless judge. Mika replied, There's a way to contact them, so you don't need to worry too much about it. Once we get to the capital, we can do all of that. The thing Mika was most worried about now was finding Cassandra's whereabouts. He turned to Modin and asked about the information he had investigated earlier. As expected of the Valpurgis butler, Modin had found the information Mika requested. Regarding the prophet Cassandra, it seems the Holy Nation has sent people to search for her location. Hearing this, Mika asked back, So even the Holy Nation hasn't found her yet? Modin replied, As of now, that's correct. However, there are rumors that she was seen with a certain knight at the border of the Holy Nation. Moreover, before she disappeared, it seems she left a small message. She said, I will wait. Could these words have been left for Mika? Could Cassandra know about Mika's identity as a regressor? After carefully preparing the carriage and horses, the group used a teleportation spell to get to the capital. It was truly speechless. Leon was constantly vomiting from the teleportation sickness. He ran to Mika and complained. The horses and carriage were ready. Why did we have to use teleportation? Because it's faster, of course. Thanks to it, the group arrived at the capital quickly. It was Leon's first time in such a luxurious place, and he was a bit overwhelmed. Right? The capital looks amazing. It's a world apart from other cities. But for wealthy nobles like Mika and Elian, This place wasn't particularly special. Really? I admit it's glamorous, but I don't think it's much more than that. You have a point. Leon could only lament his fate. Damn rich people. The gloomy appearance of the capital brought back many memories for Mika. As he was about to head to the main temple, Set suddenly spoke up. Mika, look over there. In the direction Set was pointing, a young girl in a hooded cloak was being held by the collar by a tall, burly man. It seemed she had told him he would face retribution and was now the target of his anger. Seeing this girl made Mika feel strange. He immediately used a spell, aiming towards the two strangers. But the person Mika protected was actually the man. If it weren't for him, the man would have been cut down by a knight in iron armor. Mika then ran over and questioned the knight. Are you out of your mind? How dare you use a sword in the middle of the capital? If you don't want this to escalate, drop the sword now. Mika's face was extremely serious. He would use magic to subdue him immediately if the opponent showed any intention of resisting. Just then, the young girl from before stepped forward to stop the knight. Stop, Sir Eli. Then the girl turned to Mika and greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mika asked back. We've never met before, have we? The girl replied cryptically, I suppose not. Until now. These words caught Mika's attention. Until now? Don't tell me. She's already seen it. Just then, Leon cut off his train of thought. Hey, Mika, why don't we get out of here first? Look around, everyone's staring. Mika was about to leave, but there was one thing he needed to do first. In the crowd, the man from before had been immobilized by Mika's spell. Seeing his pockets being searched, the man repeatedly threatened, What are you doing? How dare you search me without my permission? But Mika paid him no mind and pulled out a pouch. What do you mean, why? I'm just returning stolen goods to their owner. Hearing this, the man panicked and repeatedly claimed it was his. Mika then took out a cross necklace from the pouch and held it in front of him. You're not even a priest, and you don't have the mark of loyalty to the holy nation. Hearing this, the man fell silent. Mika then placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered friendly, Mr. Pickpocket, tell that sewer rat that a nightmare is hunting him. Let me make my meaning clear. The pickpocket tried to shout out Mika's identity, but was silenced by him. Mika then returned the pouch to the girl. The girl, after a moment of thought, asked, Do you need me to introduce myself to you now? The knight tried to dissuade her, but she stopped him. It's all right. I have foreseen this. Witnessing this scene, Leon and Elian had no idea what was happening. And Modin suddenly popped his head out and said the girl must be a prophet. The girl then took off her hood and introduced herself. That's right. My name is Cassandra. Wasn't this the person Mika was desperately looking for? Was this a coincidence, or was it foretold? Elsewhere, in the city's sewers. The pickpocket, after escaping, immediately reported to a mysterious man. The man, upon hearing the news, became furious. What did you say? A nightmare is hunting me. I thought it was just some useless little mage. The pickpocket, now terrified, explained, I'm sorry. I tried to get the money pouch, but that brat got in my way. The mysterious man sneered. You dare to come back after failing? And what? If it weren't for that brat, you would have succeeded? You useless thing. With a flick of his hand, the shadows seemed to come to life, rushing forward and dealing with the pickpocket. The pickpocket now remembered Cassandra's warning, but it was too late. All that was left was a dry skeleton. Just then, a woman wearing a steel mask approached. What happened? The man laughed loudly. Haha. I completely forgot I had a great sword master by my side. The woman immediately pointed her sword at the man's neck and said, Stop this ridiculousness. Answer me now, or I'll kill you. The man showed no fear. If you kill me, you'll never find her. Calm down. If you do me a favor, I'll give you the information you so desperately want. The woman had no choice but to accept his request. And this matter was related to Mika. It seemed danger was approaching him. Back with Mika, after introducing herself, Cassandra made her request. I have been waiting for this day, Mika. I have something to discuss with you, Lord Mika. She then turned to Mika's 3 companions. Please excuse me, but this is a matter only Lord Mika should know. The 3 immediately understood and found an excuse to leave. Just then, Mika stopped Elian and whispered, If you encounter a dangerous situation, remember this. Carry on. It seemed he had foreseen something terrible was about to happen. After everyone had left, Mika's friendly demeanor immediately changed. So, what did you want to talk about? Cassandra clenched her hands and, mustering all her courage, shouted, "I want to ask you something. Have you also received the blessing of prophecy before?" Since she was a child, Cassandra could see events in the future. It came to her like an instinct. Accidentally seeing such things was not a pleasant experience. Sometimes, she saw the death of her friends. And other times, she saw a carriage being destroyed. Cassandra tried her best to prevent that future from happening, but the results were disastrous. The more she tried to prevent death, the more she was forced to witness horrific incidents happen over and over again. The birth of the Demon King and the end of the world. It was the same when she saw that. With no other choice, Cassandra had to appeal to the Pope, but no one took her prophecy seriously. To endure so much, such terrible pain that no one could share. It was unimaginable. But just as Cassandra was about to give up, one of her prophecies blurred and was covered by an image of her about to meet a man. Mika Valpurgis. He was her last hope. But Mika's answer was no. "I'm sorry, but I'm not a prophet. I don't have any similar talents." Hearing this, Cassandra was extremely sad. Her last hope was extinguished so cruelly. But suddenly, Mika continued, "But I might still be able to help you. I believe what you prophesied. The birth of the Demon King and the end of the world." Cassandra shed tears without realizing it. "How can you believe me?" Mika spread his arms and said with a smile, "Maybe I'm trying to trick you. I'm a mage, and I'm interested in all things. I also want to see if you can change destiny, and whether your prophecy is referring to a future that will happen no matter what. I'm curious about everything related to this, and you are the perfect person to help me prove it." Hearing this, Cassandra was extremely surprised. In the worst-case scenario, I thought I might be made a laughingstock because no one believed my prophecy, so I didn't think he would say that. Even so, I can say one thing for sure. He truly believes in me. The tears Cassandra was shedding now were tears of happiness. Never in her life had she smiled so brightly. "Aha, you're really strange. That's good. If you are willing to believe in me, then from now on, I will also believe in you." Elsewhere, at the temple, Leon was submitting his application to be a hero to someone there. He was blushing beet red. "That's right. I'm here to register as a hero. So hurry up and get to it." The staff member looked at the application and asked back, "Well, I see. And the person you came with is?" Leon shouted, "Mika Valpurgis." The staff member's face looked utterly bored. Coming to apply as a hero with a notoriously useless person was nothing short of a joke. "If you're here to joke around, then just leave. We're looking for real heroes." Leon was so embarrassed he wanted the ground to swallow him whole. He just hoped Mika would get there as soon as possible. But the person who approached was actually the woman in the steel mask. She immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Leon's group. "I know a child came here. Let me ask you, where is that child now?" Accompanying the question was a suffocatingly strong pressure. Leon and Elian immediately drew their swords and got into a fighting stance. Neither of them knew who the woman before them was, only that she was a master of swordsmanship. The woman repeated her question. "I'll ask again. Where's the prophet child?" As soon as Leon heard that, he knew she meant Cassandra. But there was no way he would tell her, so he said defiantly, "Huh, I see no reason to tell you." The woman immediately moved with incredible speed, grabbed Leon's head, and slammed it into the ground. "Is that so? I guess I'll have to give you a reason." Elian, who was standing nearby, was also knocked away by the shockwave. Knowing the difference in their strength, Elian could only threaten, "This is a temple. You won't get away with doing this in the kingdom's temple." But the woman had no intention of stopping. "I don't care. They'll never know who I am anyway. And if they want to do something to me, they'll have to pay a hefty price. Do you think the current emperor would do that for your little lives?" In this dangerous situation, Elian suddenly became unusually smart. "Wait a minute. Cassandra, the prophet we met in the capital, and the instructor Mika promised to find for me. Is this really just a coincidence? There's no other way." Elian could only shout the name Mika had told her. "Carry on." The woman, upon hearing this name, seemed to lose her mind. She changed her target and rushed to grab Elian by the neck, lifting her into the air. "How do you know that name? Speak." Elian was now completely helpless. She could only hope that Mika would arrive quickly. Just then, Mika appeared. "That's enough, Lady Milliam. I'm the one with information about that child." Hearing this, Milliam immediately turned and asked, "Who are you?" Mika calmly replied, I am from the Valpurgis family. Why don't you talk to me instead of taking your anger out on innocent people? Hearing this, Milliam laughed loudly. Haha, how naive. A terrifying killing intent emanated from her, directed at Mika. Without hesitation, Mika used a division magic circle to increase the number of his magic circles. Thanks to the timely casting of the shield spell, he barely managed to block Milliam's attack. Mika knew it would be difficult to fight back and repeatedly called for a peaceful conversation. I just want to talk to you. It's not too late to stop. Why must we confront each other like this? But it seemed this approach had no effect. And since the division magic circle only lasted for 5 minutes, Mika had to attack immediately if he didn't want to die. He continuously cast spells on himself to increase his speed and reaction time. After dodging all the sword auras and successfully approaching Milliam, he used a super gravity spell to deliver a full power punch. But why would a mage rush into close combat instead of attacking from a distance? It was truly puzzling. Mika's fist collided with Milliam's sword and was immediately knocked away. Milliam hadn't even moved a single step from the beginning. Leon, trying to lift his head, shouted, Be careful. She doesn't even act like a knight anymore. You should fall back. Wait for reinforcements from the temple. Milliam stood still and raised her sword to the sky. An immense amount of aura surrounded the sword, and she swung down with a world-destroying blow. You were the one who jumped in to challenge me. So show me what you've got. Faced with this attack, Mika knew he couldn't dodge it and chose to stand still. But he had no intention of dying. Just before the attack hit him, Set activated the storm. A giant magical whirlwind suddenly shot out and enveloped Mika. Although he had blocked the fatal blow, the sudden release of a huge amount of mana caused Mika to suffer internal injuries and cough up blood. But this was not the time to worry about that. Milliam was extremely surprised to see Mika still alive. How could you nullify that move? Mika stood proudly and said, It's a secret. Everyone has to have their own secrets, right? Seeing Mika's appearance, Milliam immediately remembered the old venomous snake, Marcus. Of course, a son must resemble his father. Otherwise, people would say he's the neighbor's son. After a bit of fighting, Milliam finally calmed down and sheathed her sword. All right, I acknowledge your talent. I don't want to waste any more time. To the main point. How do you know that name? Mika replied, It was just a coincidence. He was a boy in despair, and it seemed he was going somewhere. He asked me for some water, so I gave him some and asked where he was going and what he was doing. Milliam couldn't control her emotions and got close. Where? Where did the boy say he was going? But how could Mika just say it like that? I won't give you any information without something in return. Moreover, I don't think he wants you to know where he's going. Milliam then approached, placed a hand on Mika's shoulder, and pleaded earnestly. Even so, I must find that boy. Mika continued, I understand. It's very important. But you should know one more thing before you go looking for that child. Have you thought about how that boy feels when he seems to be trying to avoid you, Lady Milliam? Hearing these words, Milliam's eyes widened in shock. Elsewhere, the sewer rat was looking at the kidnapped children and evaluating them. Why do they look like this? How can I sell them for a high price like this? The subordinate immediately explained, but maybe the guests who want obedient slaves will like them. But before he could finish, he was punched in the stomach and fell to the ground. You fool. You can find that kind in any alley. Do you really think those perverts want them to look like that? They're rich people who want to force the stubborn ones to submit. If I were in a bad mood, I would have thrown you to the shadows to be eaten. The subordinate, lucky to have escaped with his life, repeatedly kowtowed in thanks. The sewer rat then flashed a vile smile. That's right. I'm in a very good mood right now, because I've won the great swordswoman to my side. Though I said I would give her information, I didn't specify what kind. She didn't even realize her own child was behind these bars. Carry on. I never thought that child would be related to the lawless judge. Just then, a subordinate rushed over to report. The sewer rat immediately asked for information about the prophet. The subordinate stammered his report. About that female prophet, boss. I think she's in the temple. As soon as he heard this, the sewer rat's smile immediately vanished. At the temple, Archbishop Arkley, after hearing the story from Mika, asked in alarm. The underworld in the capital is targeting the prophet. Mika was extremely serious. That's right. They intend to seize all of her prophecies for their own purposes. But it seemed Arkley still didn't believe him. Even if they are uneducated, I don't think they would do such things to oppose the Empire. Mika continued, what if I told you they are not just an ordinary criminal gang? Hearing this, Arkley was startled. You mean they are related to heretics? Do you have any evidence? If you accuse someone of being a heretic without evidence. Just then, Milliam stepped forward. I will explain. Arkley didn't seem to have a good impression of her. Lady Milliam, you tried to kidnap the Empire's prophet. Milliam had no intention of defending herself. If young Master Mika hadn't stopped me, I would have done it. That's why I will help you fight against the underworld. That's right. I will help you eliminate the leader of the underworld, the sewer rat. Hearing a sword saint say this, Arkley also believed Mika's words. Have you found anything? Milliam then revealed that the sewer rat's power was to control shadows. As soon as he heard this, Arkley asked in surprise, wait, did you just say shadows? Milliam said seriously, since you are one of the few archbishops in the Empire, you must know the meaning of that. Arkley gritted his teeth and said a name. The abhorrent monarch. Mika then spoke up. That's right. One of the 12 monsters that follow the Demon King. Currently, the abhorrent monarch is hiding in the capital. Hearing this, Arkley was so shocked he fell to the ground. Are you sure? If a subordinate of the Demon King really exists, it's a serious problem. Mika then knelt down and looked straight into the archbishop's eyes, asking, let me ask you a question. The prophet predicted the birth of the Demon King. Don't you think that as an archbishop, you should know that? Arkley was speechless. This reaction was what Mika had expected. He probably had nothing left to say. If he opposed me, he would also be opposing the entire empire. A subordinate of the Demon Lord, who was thought to have disappeared long ago, had been hiding in the capital, an area under his responsibility. And he didn't even realize it. This could easily tarnish his reputation. Mika then spoke up. Allow me to handle this matter for you. I will defeat the abhorrent monarch with Lady Milliam. I just need you to promise me one thing, Archbishop. Arkley still didn't understand Mika's intention in getting involved in this mess, and asked back, what do you mean? Mika immediately replied, the hero selection. I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Even if it's just his incarnation, defeating the abhorrent monarch is enough to be hailed as a hero. After careful consideration, Arkley made his decision. He covered a quill with his magical power and began to swear an oath. I swear in the name of the Archbishop. If the incarnation of the abhorrent monarch appears, and you defeat him, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero. The promise was then written down by the quill and would be held by Mika. After receiving the assurance, Mika and his team began their journey to destroy the abhorrent monarch. As soon as they left the temple, Milliam thanked Mika. Thank you. If you hadn't helped me, he would still be using me. And if you gave that name to the Lindall child, you must have known about my situation. Mika replied, my knowledge comes from what I gathered through our short conversation. For example, the fact that you were almost used by the sewer rat. Milliam then stopped, clenched her fists, and asked, let me ask you a question. Do you think you can find my son? As a sword saint, Milliam needed to prioritize destroying the abhorrent monarch first. But as a mother, finding her son was more important than anything else, even if it was the fate of this world. Hearing this, Mika turned his head and asked back, if I say yes, what will you do? Without hesitation, Milliam stuck her sword into the ground and knelt before Mika. I don't want to play useless mind games, especially when it involves my son. So let me be direct. If you find my son, and I can restore my close relationship with him, then I will gladly dedicate my sword and my honor to you. This is a vow of honor. There was a widow who had lost her husband in the lawless region, and the culprits behind the killings were a group of Ruzu. Although she succeeded in her revenge, her heart was still filled with hatred, and she wanted to find the reason for her husband's death. And what she realized was the lawlessness. She thought that because no laws were applied on this land, monsters could roam freely. And that was why there were so many victims. And since no one could stop her, she became the punisher of the lawless. That was the past of the lawless judge. And now she would do everything to prevent that tragedy from repeating itself with her son. On the sewer rat's side, after hearing the news, he angrily punched a dent in the wall. Damn it. I can't believe that Valpurgis brat is causing me so much trouble. Everything is going off track. I should get out of here first. Just then, His shadow transformed into a monster and spoke. No. The prophet. This was likely the abhorrent monarch lending the sewer rat the power to control shadows. But the sewer rat had no intention of listening and staying here to die. Now is not the time. I have to wait for another chance. The shadow then grabbed the sewer rat's leg tightly. Violation. Agreement. The sewer rat struggled to break free. So what? Agreement or not, my life comes first. Just then, a subordinate reported that the place was under attack and the sword saint was about to arrive. Hearing this, the sewer rat was extremely worried. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to escape. But he had underestimated the power of demons. If he violated the agreement, his soul would be devoured. The shadow immediately rushed forward, caught the sewer rat, and merged with him. The abhorrent monarch decided to join the battle himself. Meanwhile, the sewer rat's subordinates were being mercilessly slaughtered. Not a single one could withstand a single blow from the lawless judge. Witnessing this technique, Elian knew that this was what she would pursue. Mika, witnessing Milliam's power, was not surprised. He knew very well that she wasn't using her full strength, as this was the capital. But that didn't mean Mika let his guard down. He was aware that the source of all the trouble was the sewer rat. Or rather, the incarnation of the abhorrent monarch. After possessing the sewer rat's body, the abhorrent monarch had fully descended. The first thing he did was evaluate this body. Not much to it. In that case, I guess I'll have to eat a little more. I thought eating the prophet would be enough, but an apostle of Asa. I can't believe I can feel the presence of that disgusting Asa in a place like this. I'll just keep eating more and recover my memories. It seemed the person he was referring to was Set, who was beside Mika. Now, the more he ate, the stronger he would become. He then flashed a disgusting smile and looked at the prison cells behind him. Humph. I just had an idea. Humans tend to feel very responsible for children. I should take advantage of that emotion. Meanwhile, Elian had also joined the battle. As she fought, she continuously imitated the fighting style of the sword Saint Milliam. This isn't working. I need to be more unpredictable. This violates Lindalls' teachings. But what can I do? I can't stop thinking about it. Lost in thought, Elian paid no attention to the condition of her sword or her body. After fighting for a while, she couldn't take it anymore and coughed up blood. The unstable sword aura also caused the sword in her hand to crack. Just then, Milliam, who had been observing everything, spoke up. You have talent. The son of Paslov has become a swordsman, and he is training with methods that suit him. But I think you and he are different. Hearing this, Elian immediately bowed. I sincerely ask you to teach me swordsmanship. Elian understood that this was a rare opportunity she couldn't miss. And it seemed this was also Mika's intention in bringing her here. Milliam accepted the request. All right, follow me. I can teach you many things. Although Elian was very happy, she was worried about Mika, as the most difficult opponent, the sewer rat, had not yet been dealt with. Seeing this, Milliam said, Don't worry. That kid will be fine. On Mika's side, Set was also a little worried about his situation. Will you be okay? You overexerted yourself fighting the sword saint earlier. Mika was currently touching the floor and using magic to scout the area. I'll be fine. After scouting, Mika's expression became a little worried. I'm a little curious about what he's doing. And he's doing exactly what we predicted. The abhorrent monarch is currently at the children's hiding place. And he probably won't gain any benefit from eating children. That's right. He's holding them hostage. The sewer rat had now completely transformed into a demon. He was thoroughly enjoying himself while relishing the pained and desperate screams of the children. He sat comfortably on a chair, waiting for his opponent to challenge him. As soon as he saw Mika, he said contemptuously, Took you long enough. Mika calmly replied, Sorry to keep you waiting. The abhorrent monarch then smiled wryly. No, it's fine. Watching the children struggle in pain is quite entertaining. I'm quite lucky to have seen this. That's right. All the commanders under the king are this disgusting. Mika was used to this and wouldn't be provoked. The abhorrent monarch, seeing his taunt had no effect, continued. To think I would only eat that prophet girl. But I didn't expect another comrade to follow. Thanks to you, I'll be able to increase my power faster. Hearing this, Mika crossed his arms in contempt. So what? The abhorrent monarch was surprised. What could make him so confident in himself? Asha's divine item? No, he's already used it. After observing for a while, he concluded that Mika was just bluffing. He then raised his hand and used his shadow power. Well, now that my food is here, I guess I don't need those other things anymore. Following the direction of his hand, Mika realized it was where the children were being held. He immediately used a spell, creating a shield to block the countless shadow hands heading that way. The abhorrent monarch smirked. Just as I thought. You'll be a useful pawn for me. Mika then asked Set to go protect the children and not to worry about him. Set, though worried, decided to follow Mika's words. Seeing Mika lose Set's protection, the abhorrent monarch immediately unleashed his shadow power. Oh, so you've given up the protection of your comrade. How foolish. Countless shadow tentacles rushed to attack Mika, but Mika quickly teleported into the air to avoid the attack. During this time, he calmly analyzed his opponent's power. His shadows can transform freely. However, they are definitely weaker than before I regressed. Although the abhorrent monarch missed, he immediately launched his next attack. Let's see how long you can scurry around like a rat. Seeing this, Mika used a multicast spell to begin his counterattack. First, he used a wind spell to cut off all the tentacles, which greatly surprised his opponent. You blocked all of them? I can't use the children as hostages. The battle is tense, and I can't lose focus. But I wonder how long you can hold out without the protection of your comrade. The shadows then grew larger and transformed into monstrous mouths to devour Mika. Mika immediately used teleportation and acceleration to flash to his opponent's side. But the abhorrent monarch was not surprised and laughed loudly. How foolish. Do you think closing the distance will give you an advantage? He immediately controlled a tentacle to pierce Mika's shoulder. But it was all within Mika's calculations. He grabbed the demon's head and began to recite the hymn of virtue loudly. Be kind and give. Remember the sincere hearts. The shadows of the departed are short. The footsteps they leave are long and eternal. The demon, as if stripped of all its power, screamed in agony. He couldn't believe a mortal knew of this. The hymn of virtue. Words long forgotten. Even if it was just a little, the demon king had always kept an eye on this world. And every time, heroes appeared. The heroes who wrote a hymn to seal the cunning enemies. The hymn had to be carved into their souls. Before his regression, Mika never had a chance to use the hymn because the demons were on high alert. But now, things were different. After reciting the hymn, Mika made his declaration. This will be your end, abhorrent monarch, Boer. The demon was extremely surprised that its true name was revealed. It should be known that the people of this era had almost forgotten the demon king and his subordinates. But he would never know the reason why. With just a clench of his fist, Mika made him vanish into a cloud of black smoke. Set, witnessing this, was extremely horrified. He's gone. She couldn't believe that one of the 12 powerful subordinates of the Demon King was defeated so easily. But what Mika cared about was the safety of the children. Set was still in shock. The children are all fine. But that's not what you should be asking. More importantly, you just erased him without much effort. When a demon general is erased, they cause a terrible disaster. Just as Set said, the demon's corpse had transformed into a giant, grotesque heart with an eye and a mouth. This thing was constantly emitting a disgusting aura. The eyes stared at Mika, and the mouth spoke. Foolish. You think killing me is the end? You have brought a disaster upon this world with your own hands, through your subjectivity and foolishness. But Mika actually smiled brightly and showed no worry at all. Do you really think I'm foolish enough to kill you without any preparation? Mika then used chalk to draw a complex magic circle around the demon. The demon, seeing this, sneered, a spell? Haha, it's useless. Unless you are an 8th circle mage or higher, you can't stop my curse, no matter what you do. Mika was completely confident in himself. That's only true if I don't fully understand the curse. Seeing this, Set tried to stop him. A demon general's curse is completely different from a normal curse, even if you. But Mika interrupted her. The symbol of the demon king's only enemy. I also have this. Mika knelt on the ground, his hands touching the magic circle he had just drawn. The mark on his neck also lit up. An immense amount of mana was immediately released, lighting up the magic circle. Set, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. Are you going to use it? Don't tell me you've mastered the holy artifact in such a short time. What Mika was doing was analyzing the curse. In essence, a curse is also a type of spell, and the primordial origin of all spells is form and formula. Just like mathematics, one can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. In that case, what if the process is reversed? What will happen? The spell will return to its primordial state. As time passed, the demon grew smaller. It shouted in confusion, "What are you doing? It's just a futile effort." But those words didn't faze Mika. Complete dissolution is probably impossible. So this is enough. I just need to weaken the curse. The rest shouldn't be a big problem for her. The person Mika was referring to was the sword Saint Milliam, who was ready outside. Feeling that he was about to die, the demon decided to risk one last time and drag everyone down with it. Seeing this, Mika told Set to use the storm to envelop the demon. The demon then exploded, releasing a deadly curse. But the curse was enveloped by holy mana and couldn't escape. With this barrier, the sword saint could easily handle it. Just then, Mika slowly approached. When Set asked what he was doing, he smiled. "I want to confirm a few things. It's rare to have the opportunity to experience a demon's curse firsthand. It'll be quick, before the curse disappears." As soon as he finished speaking, Mika walked straight into the curse, despite Set's attempts to stop him. Meanwhile, the butler Modin was standing with his hands clasped, observing the curse from a distance with the sword Saint Milliam. "How pitiful. My young master pushed him too hard." Milliam clicked her tongue. "I've been wondering where you've been hiding all this time. Turns out you were with the Valpurgis family." But it seemed Modin had no intention of admitting it. "Hehe, I don't know what you're talking about. How could I have a relationship with such a respectable person?" Milliam said she was told that Modin knew how to handle the next step. But Modin only said that he had heard it from the young master. Milliam then wondered, "Does Mika know about you?" Even Modin himself wondered about that. But there are more important things to worry about now. Why don't we deal with this first? Use your aura to bind it. Follow my lead. Milliam cooperated with Modin without any question. This brought back some memories from her past. With the coordination of the two, a dazzling light enveloped the curse and crushed it instantly. And so, the trace of the abhorrent monarch completely vanished. The next day, Archbishop Arkley held Mika's hand and smiled gleefully. "Haha, well done. To be honest, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly." After all was said and done, Buer, the 7th general of the Demon King's Legion, was destroyed. Everything happened in silence, under the peaceful facade of the capital. But this was enough to give the army a warning about the potential danger of demons. While Arkley was profusely thanking him, Mika reminded him of their previous promise. Arkley returned to his serious demeanor. "You mean the hero selection? Of course. I will publicly support you in becoming a hero. However, before that, did you know that the Empire has already had its eye on someone? I will definitely support you, but I think you should also be cautious in all situations." Hearing this, Mika looked annoyed. "I know that very well. How could I forget him? Siegfried Siegen. It's that idiot." After resolving everything, Mika left the temple. As soon as he reached the door, he met Elian waiting for him. "Thank you for us to have come this far. Master said she will be leaving immediately. There's someone she must find at all costs." Hearing this, Mika encouraged her. "Then you should go with her. To learn well." Elian hesitated. "Yes, so I came here to say goodbye. Mika, I'm sorry. Although the engagement was something neither of us wanted, we could have tried to accept it, but I didn't. If you accept my apology, I hope that from now on, our relationship will improve." Seeing Mika smile, Elian blushed beet red. "What are you smiling at? What's wrong?" Mika smiled and said, "It's not that. As I've said before, I no longer have any feelings for you. So just be yourself." These words helped Elian lift a burden from her heart. She could now also smile brightly at Mika. "Well then, perhaps this is where our rivalry begins. Just you wait. I'll catch up to you soon." After saying goodbye to Elian, Milliam also came to see Mika. "Finished talking to my student?" Mika had already prepared for this conversation. "Yes, I heard you will be leaving immediately, so I came to fulfill my promise. I will tell you where your son is." In the holy city, the Pope, after hearing the news, clutched his head in shock. That abhorrent monarch was found in the capital? Impossible. What is happening? I thought the appearance of that great demon would have caused catastrophic damage. An archbishop said, "It's quite obvious." But he was destroyed. The Pope, hearing this, was full of question marks. He didn't think anyone could do that before a disaster occurred. The archbishop continued. It seems he died less than a day after appearing. According to Archbishop Arkley, this was done by one person. This is a letter from Archbishop Arkley. The Pope, after receiving the letter, read it carefully. Basically, the young master of the Walpurgis family single-handedly defeated the demon that appeared in the capital. This was witnessed by Archbishop Arkley. Not only that, but the girl Cassandra too. Oh my, this is hard to believe. Doesn't that make him a hero? Back in the capital, Mika was still talking to Milium. Karyamon doesn't like the way you handle things. So he chose to go his own way. Instead of joining the Vigilant Legion, he wants to become a holy emperor. How could that kid escape the sewer rats? The answer is very simple. He joined a force that even the sewer rats couldn't touch. That is the Condor Mercenary Corps. As soon as she heard the name, Milium was extremely surprised. The Protectors of Freedom. He joined them. The Condor is a large mercenary corps founded on the idea of freedom. It's not easy for a mercenary corps to be recognized for its honor. However, they are very different. They are a legitimate mercenary corps and are respected by both the Empire and neighboring kingdoms. Mika approached and continued. You know about them too, right? Once you become a part of the Condor, you have to give up your old name and use a new one. You must find the Condor Mercenary Corps. Your son is with them. Although overjoyed to hear news of her son, Milium hesitated for a long time. But is finding him really the right thing to do? Mika asked back, what do you mean? You've been looking for him for a long time. Milium said sadly, if he really needed my help, then I wouldn't have to think about it. But he has chosen his own path. He doesn't want to be like me. What I do only hurts him. I'm not a good mother. I'm not sure if I have the right to look for him anymore. I'm very confused right now. Mika approached and took Milium's hand. You should think about that after you find him. You should talk to him first. As for his choice, leave it for later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. This is my special medicine. It should be useful for your son. Keep it safe until you give it to him. Milium felt her courage renewed after hearing these encouraging words. She clenched the vial in her hand and resolved not to give up. You're right. I shouldn't give up like this. Thank you, young master. One day, I will repay this favor. With that, Milium left in the beautiful twilight of the capital. Elian also went with her to train her swordsmanship. Now, Mika had to comfort the last remaining member of the group. Do I really need to be here? Why do you look so down? Did Lady Milium scold you or something? Leon was currently huddled in a corner, sobbing. It's the opposite. I was completely helpless before her. I couldn't do anything in that incident. And yet, she didn't blame me at all. I'm not even worthy of feeling disappointed. Mika didn't think that was entirely true, but he couldn't let things like that bring Leon down. Mika then threw a necklace to Leon and said, that's a symbol of your efforts to help everyone in the last battle. We've passed the first trial. Now, on to the parish. Hearing this, Leon wondered, parish? Wait, wasn't our agreement just to come to the capital together? Mika then used a taunt. Didn't you hear what I just said? I might have to reevaluate my judgment. That's why you should follow me. Don't tell me. The future Sword Saint is going to let something so insignificant bring him down. Being praised as the future Sword Saint made Leon blush. Who do you think I am? Just then, Modin, standing by, spoke up. The young master is right. I'm sure that thing will be very useful to you. Isn't that the meaning of challenging yourself to become a hero? He was acting all cool, but when Mika asked where he had been all this time, Modin turned on his actor mode. I just met some old acquaintances. Got carried away talking to them. Huh. Just then, Cassandra appeared out of nowhere. It's important to have a reliable companion. It seems you've received support from Archbishop Arkley. He is a very influential person and will be of great help to us. So now I'm thinking of helping you on your journey from now on. Perhaps it's time for me to return after a period of rest. What do you think about having the help of the parish's prophet? Will this be useful to you on your journey from now on? And so, the party gained a prophet slot. Mika was getting closer and closer to preparing for the war with the Demon King. For days later, after resting and recuperating, Mika's wounds had basically healed. In the battle with the Demon General, he had recklessly used himself as bait, and if the wound had been slightly off, he would have been admiring naked chickens by now. Mika understood that he needed to reach the 6th magic circle as soon as possible. The remaining commanders of the demon army would not be as weak as the abhorrent monarch. At this moment, Set suddenly spoke up. There's a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What is it? I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from. If you truly trust me, shouldn't I know these things? Hearing this, Mika thought. She has a point. Trust is built on how well you know the other person. But I don't think telling her I've turned back time is a good idea. Even if Set doesn't tell anyone else, I still have to be very careful. That's right. I'll say this. After a moment of thought, Mika answered the question. You're not the only one guarding Ace's tomb. Set was a little skeptical and asked back. Really? But wasn't I the first one you met? Mika said confidently. There's an exception. The records of Thoth. Set was extremely surprised to hear this name. Wait, you mean that ancient record still exists today? Mika answered without hesitation that it did. Basically, Mika wasn't exactly bluffing, as he had truly absorbed the records of Thoth before turning back time. Thoth's was also a tomb his group had once conquered. As for Thoth, there was a strange record that had been spread to the mortal world. It was called the Records of Thoth. Although this sounded plausible, Mika's experiences were truly unbelievable. Set then asked Mika about the next tomb. But Mika's current goal was to become a hero first. The tomb is next to the parish. He would conveniently clear it out. If he planned carefully, he could avoid as much danger as possible. After clearing up the doubt, Mika asked Set, speaking of which, there's one thing I'm not clear about in the records. What is the true nature of the entity we call a god? Currently, the god of the continent is Hika, the god of wisdom. In his past life, before Ace's tomb was discovered, Hika was the only known god. Seeing Set stunned, Mika asked again, are there really only two gods in this world? If Asa is so great, why haven't we learned more about them? At this, Set only said a few vague words. The amount of information I can tell you now is very limited. Just call it an unfortunate tragedy. From this information, it seemed Set also knew what had happened to Hika. Mika asked another question. So I assume you won't tell me what will happen if I collect all the holy artifacts, right? Set didn't deny this. For now, that's how it is. That's also why Thoth didn't provide any more information except for the essentials. But that was all Mika needed to know. For now, after changing his clothes, Mika went out and talked to Leon about staying here for a while. The reason was that the news of him destroying a demon had surely spread throughout the kingdom, and his father must have heard the news. When he came here, Mika hadn't informed his father, and soon he would come here and spank him. Hearing this, Leon excitedly grabbed Mika's collar and shouted, Wait, are you saying he knows? The strongest archmage of the kingdom, your father, has figured it out? Are you crazy? What about me? I'm here with you too. This is not good. I hope I can still run away from here. But it was already too late. As soon as Mika saw the dark clouds gathering in the sky, he immediately used a multi-layered shield. Thanks to that, they were both able to survive a massive lightning bolt. Leon, witnessing this, was dumbfounded. What the hell is happening? But Mika calmly looked into the distance and said with a smile, That's how Walpurgis greets people. Nice to meet you. At this, Marcus stepped out from the dust cloud. His body was filled with killing intent as he raised his middle finger. Shut up, son. I really love the way this father and son greet each other. Meanwhile, Arkley was sipping his coffee and marveling to himself. I never thought I would be the one to select a hero. But now, a demon general has appeared. I can't sit still. Mika Walpurgis. I can't find anyone more worthy of the title of hero. Just then, an earth-shattering tremor occurred. Arkley thought the demons were attacking and was extremely panicked. At this moment, a subordinate also ran over in a panic, reporting, Archbishop, Marquis Walpurgis is using magic to attack his son. Back with Mika, he was running for his life to avoid being beaten to death by his father. They are mainly lightning spells, perfect for quick cooldowns and low energy consumption. He probably doesn't want me to get hurt, as expected of my father. He has studied magic very thoroughly and makes the most of his strengths. As he ran, Mika said, I have great respect for you, father. This statement only made Marcus more furious. What did you just say? You and that damn mouth of yours should just stand still and take it. Immediately after, a thick layer of lightning surrounded Mika. But Mika didn't flinch and used teleportation to avoid all the attacks. When a lightning bolt was about to strike his back, It was blocked by Set's holy artifact. After escaping the lightning, Mika turned to face his father. Do you really think I'm aiming for the position of a hero just for fun, father? Marcus didn't deny it. Seeing this, Mika continued, this generation of heroes is very different. Have you heard the news about the appearance of one of the commanders of the Demon King's Legion? Marcus didn't seem to care much about this issue. I've heard, but is it really that serious? I think it's just propaganda from the parishes to get their attention. But Mika was very serious. What if that statement isn't just fabricated propaganda? Marcus immediately became serious. Tell me the details. After hearing the story, Marcus asked cautiously, are you saying that one of the commanders of the Demon King's Legion, the abhorrent monarch, has appeared? It seemed he still didn't believe it. Mika continued, the appearance of the demon general is real, and it died in a situation where it was surrounded by some heroes. Hearing this, Marcus asked sternly, son, do you know what nonsense you're talking about? A demon general appeared, and it didn't do anything? How is that possible? This sounds absurd. Just then, Arkley approached. It's true, my lord. Do you remember me? I believe I met you about a year ago. Marcus was still skeptical. What do you mean when you say it's true? Has the poet found the newly appeared hero yet? Arkley smiled brightly at Mika, standing beside him. Yes, a hero has appeared there, and specifically, he is standing before you. Marcus immediately froze. I only see my foolish, precious son. Just then, he noticed the mark on Mika's neck. It's just as I thought. You've shown me some interesting things before. Is it related to the appearance of the demon general? Mika smiled brightly. I knew you would find out. Seeing his son admit it, Marcus immediately used instant teleportation to confirm. A moment later, Marcus returned. I've checked the density of demonic energy in the capital. I admit it feels like a demon general could appear there. But a hero? It doesn't fit the name Walpurgis. Just as Mika had predicted, as the Walpurgis family wasn't too keen on religious matters. Mika then spoke up to explain. Father, the reason the title of hero is no longer used is because we are not in danger from the Demon King. However, what if the prophecy comes true? The title of hero only reappears when humanity foresees a destructive disaster caused by the Demon King. The title of hero will become greater than ever. It will help rally different forces to stand up against the Demon King. But Marcus stubbornly tried to dissuade him. The old men of the parish are not people you can easily fool. What you're talking about is not something that can happen so easily. At that moment, Mika activated the Storm Holy Artifact, which greatly surprised Marcus. And Arkley was so scared he fell to the ground. Don't tell me, divine power. Mika's entire body was now covered in sparkling divine power. No matter how cunning or skeptical they are, it's all useless, because I have a God by my side. With this, the churches and other powers will have to be wary and reconsider my appearance. I also have the right to choose my own comrades to accompany me in the battle against this demonic legion. When asked if he had chosen any comrades yet, Mika pointed at Leon, who was eavesdropping nearby. There's one here. Leon, seeing this, froze. Who am I? Where's this? Marcus couldn't help but tease. Son, his eyes are saying it's not him. At this, Mika smiled brightly at Leon. No, it's definitely him. I promised him a surprising gift, and that is to accompany me in this battle. Leon immediately understood and played along with Mika. That's right. It's my honor to accompany him. He is someone who can stand against the Demon Legion. He's not foolish enough to rush into something without thinking it through. I'm sure you understand him better than I do. Hearing this, Marcus remembered what had happened over the past few days. He could completely trust this son of his. He then asked Archbishop Arkley, who was sitting on the ground, do you think you can be by my son's side in this battle, instead of by the parish's side? Arkley replied without hesitation. Archbishop Arkley can swear to God. Receiving this confirmation, Marcus could also rest assured. He stood up and turned to leave without hesitation. Mika, do what you want. I will no longer stand in your way. Gaining his father's trust, Mika became even more confident about the journey ahead. This time, he will defeat the Demon King and change the tragic future. The next day, Leon burst into Mika's room and shouted, Give it to me. I'm sure you said you would give me something, right? He may look like a fool, but Leon will surely be a reliable comrade. Mika pointed and told Leon to lie down. He then used his hand to write an incantation, sending Leon into a trance, a dream. From now on, reflect and feel yourself again. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Leon gradually closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found himself in a desolate and dark place. Leon was bewildered, having no idea where he had ended up. A voice whispered, "Hello, old friend," from behind him. As you can see, this place is just an illusion, or you could call it the world within your subconscious. A creature with a face as black as a moonless night spoke. Leon knew then that this place was not real. The creature suddenly went berserk, as if splashed with boiling water, and aggressively drew its sword, rushing towards Leon. Leon's eyes widened in fear as he swung his sword to defend himself, but this monster was incredibly strong. In a panic, Leon's sword pierced through it. He screamed in terror. Before his eyes, the scene suddenly turned into an endless void, scaring the piss out of Leon. The monster had appeared behind him at some point. Its expression was taunting, as if it had just witnessed something amusing. Third time's the charm. Leon went on alert again and approached it. He wouldn't be fooled this time. With the first form of Miller, the spiritual energy from within Leon shot towards the monster. At that moment, it was unguarded and exposed all its weaknesses. Too arrogant. Who would have thought? Before the sword could even touch a single hair on the monster, Leon was slapped by it, spraying blood, and fainted on the spot. You thought I was too arrogant and didn't defend myself, didn't you? It seems you still haven't understood my training method. It's death and repetition. The monster kicked Leon to the ground and spoke condescendingly. A moment later, Leon woke up from the dream, cursing. Leon wanted Mika to send him back there immediately, but Mika stopped him. Hold on. You need to review how you fought in the last attempt, and test other strategies before you try again. Mika spoke, and Leon wanted to pull his hair out. He didn't even know what kind of monster he had just faced. It's your future self, Mika thought. No more talking. Mika told Leon to rest up for their departure to Paris tomorrow. I'm thinking of visiting a few other places on the way to Paris. We'll make a trip to the fairy forest, Mika suggested. The next morning, they were all gathered there. After contacting Helen's group, Mika said that besides the World Tree, he was also here to open 1 or 2 farms. The first thing was to get into the fairy forest. In this godforsaken place, Mika noticed the tangled roots of the World Tree under the ground. The roots of the World Tree envelop this entire world. No matter which direction the roots are in, they all tend to connect back to the source. Based on its current shape, Mika guessed that the condition of the World Tree was getting worse. Mika clasped his hands together, wanting to take a risk and try to follow the roots with magic. Before Mika was reborn, the World Tree had withered and died. Before the Fairy Queen could save the World Tree, she died at the hands of a high-level demon. But now, Mika needed to do everything he could to save this world. And that was how the 8th Fairy King, Diagizu, Rezer, joined Mika's group. Trying to communicate with a high-level entity like the World Tree brought back some unwanted memories. Mika thought. Standing there, the voice of the green-haired girl rang out. Her soul and Mika's were bound. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered coming to this place. Mika quietly asked Set for information about the World Tree. The World Tree is a branch directly connected to Asa. To be more specific, the World Tree is a surviving creature. We are the ones who were sacrificed, Set said in a deep voice. So, the guardians of the tomb are sacrifices, and beings like the World Tree are the remaining survivors. Perhaps I'll understand more about this later, Mika thought. Before the World Tree, a faint light appeared. Yggdrasil, the soul of the World Tree, also appeared, greeting Mika. She also recognized Set, because Set had previously been acknowledged by a holy artifact and had even protected Yggdrasil's older sister. Mika currently holds the records of Thoth. This led Mika to suspect that this was related to the Demon Lord or similar entities. Yggdrasil's face suddenly turned pale, as everything was happening just as she had predicted. The remnants of that evil entity have left behind extremely serious consequences. As she spoke, her entire body suddenly cracked into pieces and gradually dissolved like sea foam. The remaining parts of the Demon Lord's body are extremely difficult to deal with. Perhaps if I could have completely destroyed them, things might have been different, Yggdrasil said. Now Mika understood why the World Tree was being destroyed. Are you enduring it alone? That thing nearly brought destruction to this entire realm, Mika asked her. To put it in human terms, I voluntarily drank a poison with a 100% mortality rate. I'm sure it will completely kill me within 4 days. It would be better to consider that I have completed my task. But until then, I still have some time, Yggdrasil replied. I see. So the remnants of the demon lord haven't completely corrupted your core yet. That means we still have a chance, Mika said in a low voice. Before Mika was reborn, Yggdrasil had chosen the path of mutual destruction with the remnants of the demon lord. However, the demon lord had been waiting for the moment she departed this world and attacked at that very time. This means that in the end, her choice led to her own meaningless death. However, things are different now. We need to eliminate them before they reach your roots in the remaining 4 days. I will definitely restore you completely, Mika said with firm conviction to Yggdrasil. Set also advised Yggdrasil to trust Mika. Yggdrasil was still sniffling, not yet moved, when Mika gave her a chill by saying he wanted to be paid in advance. I don't need this for my own benefit, but to resolve this whole matter, Mika thought. With that, he pointed his finger to the sky. He indicated that of all the branches of the world tree, Mika wanted Yggdrasil's longest and best branch. The elf, El, was kneeling before the world tree, praying for guidance on how to save it. My child, some call me the mother, some call me the world tree. Darkness is lurking, ready to devour me. However, it is not too late. There is a man who shares my light. If you accompany him, hope will shine upon us. As soon as the world tree finished speaking, a deep, warm voice echoed from behind him, and it was none other than our Mika. Mika led El through a familiar path. Even after the forest was destroyed and no one was left, this path remained. Mika guessed that he should now change the fate of the current elf king. Even though he was old, he was not useless. Keeping him alive brought many benefits. Normally, he would die at the hands of the unsealed remnants of the demon lord. But Mika was determined not to let him die like that. By the way, did you come here alone? It's not that I don't trust you, but this forest is not that easy to get in and out of, the elf said. Those outside don't follow the usual rules. Mika smiled faintly in response. A royal guard came running from a distance, announcing that there was an intruder. Mika's lips curled. They're finally here. In the sky, there were 4 unidentified flying objects being chased by the villagers. I wondered who it could be. Turns out it's Leon and his troublemaking friends. Mika was about to scold them, but was cut off first. They claimed that Mika was the one who left them behind first, which shut him up. The fake butler's face darkened. He demanded that Mika take responsibility for all the subordinates' mistakes. Okay, if you insist. Mika immediately had him tied up to avoid any more headaches. Regarding the branch of the world tree, Mika said he had already received his advance payment, but still needed their help. A moment later, the elf, El, led the group to the elf palace, where his father was. Elves and spirits have coexisted since the beginning of time, and the one who holds the title of Elf King is chosen by both races to lead them. In other words, it is a priority recognized by all spirits. And this is where the Elf King and the elves live. For the elves, this is the most sacred place. A few spirits flew out from the bushes, affectionately rubbing their cheeks against Mika's face. They are usually not this friendly with outsiders. You must be the representative of the world tree, right, El? Arriving at the main hall entrance, as El opened the door, the Elf King appeared before them with a magnificent and majestic presence, offering a greeting. Mika bowed respectfully. Please don't be surprised, Father. The world tree appeared before us for a moment. El said. The Elf King was stunned for a few seconds and wanted his son to prove it was true. As El was wondering, Mika patted his shoulder with a confident smile on his face. A second later, the Elf King was astonished to see Mika pull out a branch of the world tree from his person. The Elf King immediately understood that since Mika had a branch of the world tree, it meant he was acknowledged by the tree. This is the most convincing proof that I have seen the world tree, Mika thought to himself. Green Hadis, the current Elf King, bows before the messenger. I implore you to grant salvation to your people, he said, suddenly kneeling at Mika's feet. Mika said he had a problem to solve. I plan to forge an artifact. This branch can neutralize the poison corrupting the world tree. Therefore, I plan to borrow everyone's forge. I'm talking about the Lake of Urn. Hearing Mika's words, the Elf King was slightly surprised that Mika even knew about the Lake of Urn. The Lake of Urn was a forge used by Urn, the elven blacksmith who crafted equipment for the Elf Kings. Then without further ado, I will lead you there, the Elf King said. No, I have another request for you, Elf King. The thing corrupting the world tree is a remnant of the demon lord. Yes, the enemy of all living beings. It's exactly what you're thinking of. Mika replied, but I don't sense any evil energy. The Elf King spoke timidly. That's because the world tree currently has the upper hand in power. This is the best she can do. She's asking everyone for help, but it's too weak for anyone to notice. Both are trying to give each other their best, but they can't communicate with each other. We have to solve that problem. The issue is, the moment I start forging the artifact, that remnant will notice and try to stop me. A disaster will befall the elven forest. We can't waste any more time. We have to resolve this quickly. Mika's words left everyone in shock and awe. The Elf King held his head for a moment, then softly called his son to quickly lead Mika to the lake. Mika secretly resolved to sacrifice everything to protect everyone. After asking the group to assist him, Mika set off with burning determination, being led to the Lake of Urn as requested. No one knows how Urn used this lake to create ancient magic. There are no clues for us to figure out the method. Do you happen to know? He asked. Of course Mika knew, because Mika had created countless items here. Urn used this lake in a very special way. Perhaps he just wanted to keep this lake all to himself. However, he wasn't actually a blacksmith. As Mika thought this, he gathered all his strength and threw the branch into the water. The surface suddenly boiled fiercely, like water at 100 degrees Celsius. More accurately, Urn was a mage. Mika thought to himself, the legendary elven master blacksmith, Urn, was actually a mage. Although he was a very talented mage, his talents clearly had some limitations. Because of that, he made a decision. If he couldn't succeed in becoming a mage, he would succeed in another direction. And ultimately, Urn became a master of magical items. I think the fountain in its name is a metaphor, not an actual fountain. Although it was just a fountain with normal water, mana had been mixed into it. It was like a liquefied form of water, which was different. Mika immediately reached out and used a structural analysis spell. A ray of magic shot from the branch, turning the churning water into individual streams. The mistletoe of the world tree was a special ingredient containing the world tree's life force. The problem here was that refining this item to 100% perfection was almost impossible. However, what if a radical magical method was used? Mika smirked and gently reached out, preparing to manipulate the mixed water to refine the mistletoe. This would take about 4 days. We've reached the fountain. This place surely still held many other gifts from Urn. The items of the former kings must be somewhere around here. Find them yourselves. I need to focus on this first, Mika told the elf. He understood the situation and happily nodded. Their 4-day countdown began. 3 days later, things were progressing better than expected with the help of Leon's group. But the female mage still felt slightly anxious, only hoping Mika could make her wish come true. While they were standing around chatting, the ground beneath their feet suddenly cracked into pieces with a deafening rumble. The very thing they feared had appeared, a giant, glossy black serpent roaring and violently spewing poison and silk. Encountering such a fierce beast, the group was scared half to death, trembling so hard they couldn't move a muscle. An immense fear washed over them, accompanied by the overwhelming power they sensed. I don't think I can beat this thing. Damn it, why am I so weak? If only I could be as strong as the person I met in my dream. Mika, when is he going to show up? Leon gritted his teeth, frowning as he anxiously thought of Mika. The pitch-black serpent, oozing murderous intent, prepared to face off directly against the Elf King's group and Leon. A mighty army stood in full formation. At the command, they drew their bows and rained arrows down on the serpent. Struck by the arrows, it couldn't help but roar in agony. It charged madly at them, but was blocked by the elves' magical barrier. The monster's attacks grew more ferocious by the second. Unable to withstand the force, the barrier gradually cracked into tiny fragments. Meanwhile, Mika had successfully set up the orb system after 3 grueling days. Things went smoother than I thought. A complete success, Mika thought. Now he just needed to embed the orb into the scepter, and it would be done. Mika held his breath and attached it. A blinding light suddenly spread across the sky. As for the serpent, its violent frenzy had caused several elves to cough up blood and collapse. They had reached their limit, and the barrier, unable to hold on any longer, was about to shatter completely. With a loud crash, the monster's sweeping force smashed the barrier to pieces. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from nowhere, scorching the serpent black as coal. Mika had arrived just in time, filling everyone with overwhelming joy. If Mika hadn't ended things quickly, this place would have been reduced to ruins. Normally, using just a tier 5 spell like Holy Light wouldn't achieve such an effect. However, with this scepter, a scepter made from precious materials from the World Tree, things were different. But the fragments had been on the World Tree for more than just a year or two. There was no way the World Tree hadn't been affected during all that time. Come to think of it, this must be a fragment of the Demon Lord. If I can take it down in one strike with this scepter, the World Tree won't have to suffer like this anymore. But this isn't the only thing I prepared, Mika thought anxiously as he flew closer to the monster. The serpent roared, baring its fangs and growling at Mika, just as it lunged to snap him up. An arrow brimming with magical power shot from afar, striking the monster dead on. Dust and smoke billowed into the air. It was an arrow forged by On, a famous treasure known for containing immense divine power. It was the elf who had timely assisted Mika with a perfectly timed arrow. In the thick black dust, the serpent's skin was nearly peeled off by the heat, exposing its white skeletal frame. Mika nodded at Seth, then boldly charged straight at the monster, his eyes full of confidence. Mika and Seth plunged into the monster's hideous body. I think it really is a fragment. I can confirm it's quite similar to the Demon Lord, she said, inside this belly full of blood and demonic aura. The fragments were slowly turning into demons. They didn't look very strong due to their instability, but Mika still had to be careful. It seemed they could keep reviving as long as they were inside the fragment. Facing the horde of demons rushing at him, Mika tapped his scepter, manifesting an expansion spell. Next, Mika used Holy Gate, a spell he had successfully created himself before his regression. The difficulty of casting this spell far exceeded other incantations. It even made Mika cough up blood. It's an anti-demon spell I prepared for situations exactly like this. However, this is the only thing I can do to solve the problem. Mika wiped his blood and unleashed a critical strike, wiping out the demons and leaving Seth gaping in absolute shock. She was just worried Mika was overexerting himself, and she was right. The amount of mana this spell consumed was massive. If Mika wanted to use it alongside other spells, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. I need to finish this within that time, Mika told himself. Sweating profusely from the intense effort, Mika finally found the Demon Lord's eye deep inside the serpent's body a moment later. It opened its giant, bloodshot eye, staring fixedly at Mika, and continuously lashed its veins at him. Only 3 minutes left on the spell. Mika, dizzy from being spun around by the eye, hastily cast a teleportation spell. With only 1 minute left, Mika pulled out the signet stone and smashed it hard against the monster's flesh wall. When only 30 seconds remained, an arrow carrying immense, blazing energy shot past from nowhere. A clean strike severed the eye's bloody veins. Outside, the serpent writhed in agonizing pain, swaying unsteadily. Come on, did you really think an entity called the World Tree would just sit back and do nothing while I prepared to kill it? Mika smirked, standing before the eye. There was always a chance for Mika. Even before his regression, even if all his efforts failed and he died, everything always had a meaning. Mika then used the unique Tier 7 spell, Yggdrasil, aiming directly at that eye. Countless saplings instantly sprouted. They took over the monster's entire body. Hopefully, someone will find this little sapling. That way, even if the fragment is completely absorbing the tree, it can still leave a part behind. This buff is exclusively for the World Tree, Mika said with a bright smile. Both the World Tree and the elf were moved to tears by this sight. As the stepping stone for a new beginning had opened, it was a form of a hymn. The tiny fragments from the serpent's body formed a surge of energy that struck the World Tree directly. It made the World Tree lush and sparkling, as if by magic. Remembering Mika's promise to save the world tree, the elf was deeply moved. Telling herself she would definitely move forward, Grassel was incredibly grateful to Mika. Now she could take care of the forest and the children once again. Don't mind it. Save the thanks for later. I've already fulfilled my promise. Isn't it time for the world tree to fulfill its end of the bargain? Mika asked. Yes, but this deal doesn't seem very fair, does it? You need the essence to nourish the magic circles, right? But the essence merely increases the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that's too cheap a reward for what you did to save my life. Instead, I will give you a part of myself. Hearing Grassel state this so firmly scared the living daylights out of Seth. A part of you? Then how do you plan to maintain the order and balance of this world? You just regained your freedom. Why are you making things so hard for yourself? Seth really couldn't understand what Grassel was thinking. From now on, your abilities won't just stop at gathering mana. You'll also be able to store elemental energy within your own body, Grassel said. This was her gift to Mika. She then handed Mika a strand of her hair, telling him to tie it around his wrist so she could channel her power into him. The magic from Grassel entered his body, making Mika vaguely feel the world tree's power circulating within him, healing his wounds and magic circles. The mana in my body is constantly moving. Normally, my body would have become a mess by now. But thanks to the world tree's energy, the wounds are healing rapidly. Mika gritted his teeth, feeling the energy delve deep into his body. It's done. Now you are a highly potential tier 6 mage. That night, the elves drank and partied until midnight. Seeing them so happy for the first time made Mika feel happy too. The elf king came over, sat next to him, and asked how he was feeling. Yes, much better. Good as new. Prince Daya is a genius. He spread your wisdom and organized a meeting with the spirits. He even has the ability to befriend the spirit king. Mika said, You seem to hold your son in very high regard. As a father, I am truly very happy, he replied cheerfully. Mika quietly stared at him. Before his regression, there was one phrase Daya always repeated. My father is a wonderful man. He was right. Truly, I'm so glad I saved him, Mika thought with a smile. Suddenly, the elf king pulled Mika in front of the crowd and fiercely declared to everyone that he would leave the forest to help Mika whenever he needed it. The elves strongly agreed with this declaration. They cheered and chanted Mika's name, praising him to the skies. Mika smiled so hard his eyes crinkled. Suddenly, he paused, feeling like he had forgotten something. The Pope had invited everyone to hold a meeting. One of them guessed that this time, he planned to select a new reserve hero. Yes, I have discussed it with Archbishop Ali, and he has agreed, the Pope replied. But Your Holiness, the Walburgis we are talking about carries the blood of a mage. As you know, when it comes to heroes and their purpose, we still haven't determined it. Another person spoke up, giving the Pope a headache. He couldn't understand since when the servants of God had become so selfish. Everyone, we simply follow God's word. We are not allowed to decide. We decided to nurture a hero to prevent the impending disaster. However, why can't we eliminate candidates from? Before he could finish, Archbishop Killen aggressively slammed the table in protest. We must make that brat serve for our benefit. And you come here and say things like that. If you are the chosen one, you will easily surpass the candidates from other institutes to become the hero. Becoming a hero isn't the only path. There are countless ways to help others. The Pope concluded. The meeting ended there. He felt today was completely pointless, but fortunately, in the end, he was able to voice his opinion and buy some time. Mika, I wonder what kind of person you are, he thought anxiously. Meanwhile, Mika was saying his goodbyes to the elves. Both sides happily promised to meet again in the future. Do you plan to become a hero? I believe you are the right person for it. However, other nations won't like this. There are countless people who use false prophecies to wage war. That's why we locked ourselves in the elven forest. Daya said. Mika already knew that. That fool thought everything in the Holy Kingdom was right, and the memories of trying to escape their control. Mika squeezed his eyes shut, recalling those old memories. Daya could only wish Mika's safety, hoping the Tree of Blessing would protect him throughout his journey. Good luck. I'm sure you'll receive it too. Do you remember what I said? You don't have to shoulder everything alone. Nothing will change if you do everything by yourself. I hope you realize that through this event, Mika pointed straight at Daya's face and warned him. Daya's main problem was that while he saved countless lives and kept doing so, Daya was trapped in the past and couldn't escape. Daya had always been a noble, but it pained Mika to see him like that. Now that I've returned to the past, I want to help Daya, Mika thought. Hearing Daya promise to engrave Mika's words in his heart, Mika was extremely satisfied. Mika hoped Daya would walk the right path from now on. Mika had also gained Daya as a friend on his journey to save the world. On the way to their next destination, seeing everyone constantly wondering about his background, Mika decided to just come clean. I guess it's time to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell everyone. I can accomplish nearly impossible things because I can hear the voice of God. What the F***CK? Hearing this, the group immediately froze, thinking they had misheard. They stood stiff as boards. What the hell was Mika talking about? They refused to understand. Mika remembered his first encounter with that bastard. His hair shone like the sun, matching his golden eyes. In terms of appearance, he was the perfect embodiment of a fairy tale warrior. But who would have known this warrior would be so impulsive? An arrogant man chasing the image of a hero, completely disregarding his own capabilities. Because of that, many people lost their lives. However, that bastard refused to admit his mistakes to the bitter end. Back to Mika saying he could hear God's voice. Leon and the others were highly suspicious that Mika was bullshitting. Everyone looked curious. Mika gave a half smile and said God told him to get lost, leaving everyone stunned. If the soil is toxic, the tree will rot. Unfortunately, the current Holy Empire is completely rotten to the core. That's why I said that. In the name of God. Holy Kingdom, get the hell out of here, Mika said arrogantly, flipping a massive middle finger. Now that our business is done, why don't we flip the chessboard of those elders in the Holy Kingdom? Mika smirked at everyone. At New Hood, the capital of the Holy Kingdom, they saw the Tower of Saints, the symbol of the Holy Kingdom. That proved they had reached their destination. Seeing the gatekeeper asking a barrage of questions, Mika simply handed over the invitation letter from Archbishop Ali, making the man jump in shock. After signing with blood to confirm, Mika successfully entered. Even though the Grand Elders of the Holy Kingdom are cautious in selecting warriors. Even if they lose their position, a warrior is still a warrior, Mika thought. Leon rode Mika's coattails, feeling that Mika really knew how to grab their attention. It was too impressive. Mika was showing off even more now, with his glowing tattoo and supreme scepter. The divine power radiating from Mika left the surrounding crowd in awe. Look closely, and make sure to report this to those Holy Kingdom nobles who sent you here. Mika calculated internally, his mind already mapping out the steps to deal with a few intruders in the chaotic crowd. Hearing the old butler nagging in his ear, Mika suggested he go get some rest. Exactly as Mika predicted. Those strange men reported Mika's display of divine power back to their master. Archbishop Killen found this incredibly hard to believe because the Wahlbergese family was a lineage of mages. It was impossible for a mage to use divine power. Mana and divine power couldn't be combined. Their combination was only rumored in fairy tales. And that would be a divine decree. Not only that, but in the young master of the Wahlbergese family's group. The subordinates also spotted Cassandra. The subordinates' words made Killen's eyes widen in sheer shock. Intermediate priest Sihin came right to the door, warmly welcoming Mika. Mika glanced at him, feeling Sihan was quite young to be an intermediate priest. Mika asked Sihin to lead the way. As for the rest of his entourage, he figured they could take care of themselves. Or maybe I should tell them, Mika thought. Mika softly called Cassandra over and whispered in her ear that Archbishop Killen had probably sensed her presence. Yes, of course. They are the ones most wary of my prophecies. So what should I do? She asked anxiously. Do whatever you want. No matter what you do, I will support and help you. Mika looked into Cassandra's eyes, affirming it firmly. Under the evening sun, their intense gazes locked onto each other, giving her strength. She promised Mika she would do what she thought was best right now. Sir Mika, please wait. The reason I left the Holy Kingdom. I think I need to tell you why. Cassandra hurriedly reached out and grabbed Mika before he could go inside. A moment later, the door in front of them closed. Cassandra felt that telling Mika about it was the right thing to do because she trusted him. Seeing Leon overwhelmed by the scenery of the Holy Kingdom, Cassandra recounted her past stories to him. I was incredibly impressed when I first came here. When I was young, I used to live in the slums. But that's all in the past now. The Holy Kingdom is my light. The place that took me out of the slums was the Holy Kingdom. That's why I always wished the Holy Kingdom would never change. Just like before. Sir Mika told me to act as I see fit. If they don't want to listen to my prophecies, then I'll have to create a reason for them to trust me. Cassandra clenched her fists. She strongly told herself, "Come on, you can do this." As for Mika, he had followed Sehun inside. "I heard you performed a divine miracle at the front gate. Is that true?" Sehun suddenly asked out of curiosity. "A divine miracle? Don't tell me my declaration at the front gate has been spread like that?" Mika recalled with a twinge of guilt. "It was divine power. Is it so strange for a mage to use it?" Mika turned and asked Sehun. Sehun's eyes sparkled brightly as he said he really wanted to see a hero who could use magic. So the Holy Kingdom still hasn't chosen the next hero. Mika had assumed the chosen one was Siegfried and no one else. Well, yes, he is a good person. But how should I put it? You know how people say you have to compensate for your ignorance with other things? That's the vibe I get from him. While he was rambling, Sehun caught a glimpse of Mika's cold face and flinched in panic. "I'm so sorry." Who would have thought Mika would suddenly grab Sehun's hand? He leaned in and whispered, "I like you," leaving Sehun speechless and covered in goosebumps. Intermediate priest Sehun. I'll have to remember him. I'm sure he'll become very important in the coming days, Mika thought to himself. Soon, they arrived at the Pope's door. After guiding Mika, Sehun asked to wait there. Mika forcefully pushed the door open. He was curious to see what Pope Gregorius looked like. As the door swung open, what met Mika's eyes was an unimaginably familiar face. The two locked eyes, shock washing over every feature of their faces. A few minutes earlier, Mika had pressed Cassandra on whether she left the Holy Kingdom because others didn't believe her prophecies. That wasn't the only reason. The prophecy the public knows is far from the truth. The real prophecy is that the demon lord will engulf the whole world in flames. Chaos will spread like wildfire, and blood will flow like rivers across the entire continent. However, facing the demon lord is a lion with a golden mane. Around the lion's neck is an object, an inverted sun. The sun is the symbol of the hero. Therefore, it's entirely possible that people will interpret this as a prophecy about the hero's downfall in the future, she replied in a low voice. The power the hero represents for the Holy Kingdom has always been beyond our comprehension. And suddenly, the hero has to face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they would do everything to prevent this information from leaking out. The worrying part is the description of a lion with a golden mane. Mika pondered deeply. Finally, his eyes widened in realization. He remembered a character with a golden mane, Siegfried, who was standing tall right in front of him right now. "Welcome, Lord Mika." Hearing him greet him so casually, thousands of curses surged up Mika's throat like venom. However, Mika had to restrain himself, clenching his fists tightly to force himself to calm down. "O great representative of the Holy Kingdom, the eyes of the wise Haika, I am deeply grateful to meet you. But may I ask, who is this?" Mika turned to Lord Gregorius and asked. "This is the prodigy from the Golden Lion Knights, Sir Siegfried. He is also a candidate for the title of hero. Both of you are candidates. It's highly likely that soon, one of you will have the honor of bearing the title of hero," he replied. At this moment, Siegfried approached Mika, extending his hand in a friendly gesture. The two shook hands, much to Mika's absolute annoyance. Mika had already noticed Siegfried, trying to slowly channel divine power during the handshake to gauge how strong Mika was. "Fine, I'll play your little game," Mika thought through gritted teeth. He then used the free circulation spell, making it impossible for his opponent to pull his hand back after channeling power. Siegfried could only grit his teeth, his whole body tensing up. "Mika, at this rate, he's going to die," Seth whispered in his ear, trying to persuade him. Only then did he let go. Siegfried was drenched in sweat, looking completely dazed by Mika's terrifying power just now. "It seems you possess pure divine power. If we're just talking about purity, your divine power is even greater than mine. Have you received enlightenment?" Siegfried asked Mika. He just nodded, lying as smoothly as if his lips were greased. Impossible. After the prophecy war, the supreme god Haika abandoned granting enlightenment to humanity. Even His Highness hasn't received enlightenment, he shouted in frustration. A hero is a special existence from birth. As a hero, orders from the Pope mean nothing. Because Haika walks beside and supports the hero, that's why I say he is very wise. What you, a mere knight, just said isn't just an insult to the dignity of a hero. It's a severe blasphemy. How dare you bring the supreme saint down from heaven just to compare him with mortals? Mika unleashed a barrage of lectures that completely shut Siegfried down, making him bow his head and apologize to Mika. Mika was planning to use this excuse to talk about the enlightenment he had received. Unexpectedly, in the corner of the room, a strange girl caught Mika's eye. He clearly remembered no one was sitting there earlier. She glanced over, and realizing Mika could see her, she bared her teeth in a grin, looking highly amused. She snapped her fingers, freezing time. Then, she spoke up, challenging Mika to guess who she was. Very few people have the ability to perform miracles like freezing time. Among them, I can only guess one person. Mika thought with a jolt, then blurted out the name Haika with absolute certainty. But that expression and your playful attitude don't seem godlike at all. You act more like Seth. Seth, you don't look anything like your old self. I have the right to say that because I am the origin of all magic and the other half of Asama. Haika spoke haughtily to Seth. What do you mean the other half? More like a fragment that fell off him. You're always trying to find a way to defeat him. Yet who was it crying their eyes out yesterday? Before Seth could finish, Haika grabbed her by the head and slammed her into the ground with a loud thud, nearly sending her to the afterlife. Embarrassed, Haika shifted her attention to Mika. You've received a part of Asama, and perhaps you'll receive more in the future. That means you are his successor. However, the way you look at me is a bit disrespectful. So it seems you have no intention of serving me. The world tree is gradually withering, and the demon lord is still expanding his army. And you haven't done anything but stand and watch. If I still worshipped you like this, wouldn't that be weird? Mika retorted bluntly. Haika found Mika quite interesting and explained that there was a reason she didn't answer his summons. That is, my answer couldn't reach you. I am called a god, an existence on par with him. But that doesn't automatically make me perfect. Anyway, due to some issues, my children can't hear my voice. That's why they denied my previous prophecy. To be precise, right now, you are the only human I can communicate with. So, I want you to figure out the reason for me. If this is resolved smoothly, it benefits both of us. After saying that, Haika snapped her fingers, returning the flow of time to normal. At this moment, Mika was about to tell Siegfried about the prophecy. Thinking about what Haika just said, Mika told himself he had to handle this as soon as possible. First, I need to cast the net. Oh, you who yearn for salvation. I have been informed that the current state of the Holy Kingdom is extremely corrupt. The moment he said this, Siegfried and Gregorius turned pale, sweating with anger. Mika quickly seized the upper hand with the prophecy by telling Gregorius. Furthermore, from a long time ago, I learned that you had 2 children. One is under control, the other is not. And because of that, things haven't gone the way you planned. Threatened by Mika, Gregorius turned pale, unable to catch his breath. Although it sounds vague, I guarantee you'll understand it in your own way. Moreover, even if it's not true, it doesn't matter. I just need to do exactly what I said, which means the prophecy has come true. Mika thought gleefully. Gregorius was so stressed that he suggested ending the conversation here. It'll be fine. Everything will happen exactly as predicted. Mika acted mysterious, leaving him with a cryptic remark before leaving the room, leaving him in utter bewilderment. Soon enough, Mika would make everything run according to the order he had set. Leaving the palace, Mika still had the signature X mark of this place on his hand. Seth felt that at this rate, it wouldn't be long before his body was covered in stamps. Now, let's head to Cassandra, Mika said. Meanwhile, on Leon's side, a strange cavalryman appeared out of nowhere. He blocked their path. Where's the one who delivered the prophecy? I want to see her, he demanded aggressively and rudely, making Leon's group boil with anger. Not seeing the person he wanted, he lost his patience again, drawing his sword and pressing forward. Unexpectedly, looking through the mask, he realized the person blocking him looked somewhat familiar. His eyes immediately flashed with cruelty as he deliberately moved closer to her. Leon rushed from behind, stepping between them and demanding he back off. Blocked, Haben, the vice-captain of the Holy Knights, resorted to force to threaten them, making Leon break a sweat. But Leon stubbornly refused to leave her behind and stood his ground. Haben felt he had no choice but to get physical with this stubborn Leon. Perfect. I was just wondering how strong I've become. Leon eagerly charged at Haben. The two clashed in midair. The sound of clashing steel rang out sharply. Unable to bear it any longer, Cassandra finally showed herself. Haben and she locked eyes, somewhat speechless. Even as a vice-captain, I never expected you to show up here so abruptly, she said angrily. Lady Cassandra, the archbishop deeply regrets what happened. Things are different this time. Please come with me, Haben said. Hearing this, she immediately knew this guy was on Archbishop Killen's side. That old man was very strict about maintaining the hierarchy. If she went back now, there would be no hope of ever escaping the Holy Kingdom. Cassandra refused, but Haben insisted she go with him. Right at that moment, Mika suddenly appeared in a flash of fire like a god, slightly startling Haben. I promise to protect Lady Cassandra well, so you don't need to worry. Just mind your own business, Mika said coldly. Seeing him arrogantly retort that Mika had no authority to stop the Holy Knights, even as a future hero, Mika smirked and threatened him back with the laws of the Holy Kingdom. This guy probably thinks I haven't paid attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. That's because the laws regarding heroes in this empire aren't widely known, Mika thought to himself. Lady Cassandra did indeed leave the Holy Kingdom without prior notice. However, she is staying with me, a reserve hero. So it doesn't count as leaving without a reason. What I mean is, you have no legitimate reason to be here. Do you need me to discuss this directly with Archbishop Killen? If not, then please leave and don't try anything stupid. Mika's face darkened as he pointed straight at Haben, telling him to get lost. After he left, Mika asked to speak with the group for a moment. Inside the room, Mika asked Helen to take off her helmet so he could confirm a few things. The more time passed, the more I felt something was wrong. This person feels somewhat familiar. Could it be? Despite Cassandra advising Mika to give Helen some time, it was too late. Helen didn't want to keep hiding either. Everything would end here. My name is Ida Nipperun, a reserve hero of the Holy Kingdom and Siegfried's younger sister. Helen smiled wryly, revealing her flowing blonde hair and sparkling golden eyes. Everything was exactly as Mika had thought. So now, can you tell us? What is the reason Cassandra left the Holy Kingdom, and why did you follow her? Mika asked. My brother and I were abandoned children. When we were little, our lives revolved around the dark streets and alleys. I'm sure everyone knows, what else can children in those alleys do besides becoming tools for others? This world is too cruel. Children can hardly manage, unless we are exploited, or in the worst cases, abused. Those were things that happened to us often. However, a certain man found us. That person was Archbishop Killen. Thinking back, it's a bit strange we weren't discovered sooner. After that, our lives changed. The sanctuary became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food in the trash again. But at the same time, many things started getting weird. When my brother was told he would become a reserve warrior, he started showing an unusually arrogant side, and that was when he stopped listening to others. And the first thing my brother did when he became a reserve warrior was to cut off the prophet's limbs. To be clear, it was the archbishop who manipulated my brother, since the prophecies were verified one way or another. He used them for his own purposes. It seemed he made it look like everything that happened to them was ruined by the prophecies. Helen bitterly recounted everything. Although I thought Cassandra's disappearance was related to Archbishop Killen, I didn't expect him to be directly involved in everything. If this is true, it means I hold Siegfried's weakness. An archbishop denying prophecies from Hika herself and a reserve warrior. I wonder if what Hika mentioned has anything to do with this. I'll probably find out soon, Mika thought. Mika also knew Cassandra's nickname was the skeptical prophet. Even though she was a prophet, people didn't trust her at all. If she spread the truth, even the archbishop would move quickly. It would only benefit Siegfried. But it won't be a problem. The reason Siegfried can become the center of attention is because of his appearance. Masks like that, we just need to shatter them, Mika said with a sly smile. Meanwhile, Siegfried was also remembering how his sister had started looking at him with eyes full of anger. The warmth gradually disappeared, and finally, all he felt was coldness. Why? I didn't do anything wrong. But why can't my own flesh and blood understand me? He was feeling depressed, waiting for the archbishop to appear. Do you remember the young master of the Walburgese family who joined as a warrior? He is with the prophet and your sister, Lady Ida. Hearing this, Siegfried's heart skipped a beat. Siegfried turned pale. He didn't expect the Holy Father to know about that. You will find out soon enough. It must be done at all costs. God's will for us is already clear. First, God will not bless those who sit idle. We must also use our true abilities. Anyway, I won't believe that girl's prophecy. The important one is that young Walburgese. The Duke's role is very important, the Archbishop said coldly. Siegfried remained silent. He wanted to show his skills even more to surpass Mika, and the Archbishop would be the one to help him do that. Glancing over, he noticed someone lurking on the opposite side, watching him. A week later, Mika was still busy thinking about who would be chosen. In recent years, a heated debate had taken place in the church between the priests and the archbishops. Which faction was the most suitable to become the symbol of the church? And in this situation, Archbishop Killen, along with several other archbishops, had declared their support. Siegfried becoming a member of the Holy Knights, a talent with a good image for the Holy Kingdom. Naturally, that decision also needed careful consideration, Mika thought. Leon also had a headache on Mika's behalf, because the other faction already had more than half the votes. This number sounded absurd but was very convincing, because these were entirely the statistics for selecting the warrior, which, aside from the archbishops, no one else could touch. There are archbishops in the church who have maintained a neutral stance, such as Archbishop Ali. Until there is a definitive result, that number means nothing. Mika told himself. Siegfried would think that barring anything unusual, he would be chosen as the warrior. But that wasn't actually the case. First, the reason Mika participated in the warrior selection at this time was quite complex. One of them was the assassination of the archbishop. It hadn't been linked to demons for a very long time. Then, only after getting entangled in many complicated situations did I start actively preparing for the warrior selection. I should have been able to grasp the whole situation clearly to prevent the archbishop's assassination and destroy the demon culprits. For that reason, I locked myself in the temple for a whole week. Mika pondered. As for Cassandra, she said Siegfried had rejected her request. She originally thought he would agree, but for some reason, he flat out refused. No, there's no way he would reject her. Because he was one of the few people who believed in Cassandra until the very end. Mika was puzzled. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The Pope, completely bundled up, walked in. He looked deeply at Cassandra. The two hugged each other, crying tears of joy and sorrow. Afterward, he didn't forget to thank Mika. Mika also had many things he wanted to discuss with him. Seeing Heiko's mark on Mika's hand, the Pope was slightly startled. She already said it, that the church must be reformed. That really needs the Pope's help, Mika said with a smile. The next day, the Archbishop was furiously slamming tables and chairs. It was all because of what happened a few hours ago. Mika had officially won, to the immense surprise of all the officials. Archbishop Narain is the Pope's closest aide. His declaration of support carries the same weight as the Pope's. He gritted his teeth in thought. The priests sat around a circular table, whispering and gossiping about Mika. There's no way that little Walburgese will build a reputation. No matter how many great demons are destroyed, it's still not a story that appeals to everyone. In fact, it's something that should be regulated and restricted from the public as soon as possible. If it's for justice, shouldn't we be prepared to get our hands dirty with dark things too? The Archbishop said with a sinister, arrogant smile. A week had passed since Mika defeated Siegfried. Just as expected, Archbishop Narain had made his move first. Cassandra and the Mark of God. As the Pope, he has no choice but to support me. Now there's only one problem left to solve. That is the death of the Archbishop. More accurately, the assassination of Archbishop Narain, Mika thought. This event made the Pope, who was already not very well supported, lose even more ground. From that, if you look at who benefits the most, Archbishop Killen's faction would be the prime suspect. However, it was still too early for Mika to draw conclusions. Suddenly, the butler appeared out of nowhere behind Mika, startling him. He had been on leave for a week and had just returned. I have something to say. The recent vacation wasn't relaxing at all. I didn't expect the Holy Kingdom to harbor such trash. Surprisingly, they are the Holy Knights. Also, there's one more thing I heard from someone else. The archbishop named Killen emitted the aura of a dark energy. It felt like something terrifying was following him, the butler reported. Mika nodded and said he would investigate later. But with the butler's dedication, Mika wanted to reward him with something. Mika offered to teach him a proper method to improve his health, making him incredibly grateful. Once he finished dealing with the current matters, Mika would definitely talk to him about this again. That very day, Mika told Leon about his plan to join the Holy Knights. Mika wanted to bring Leon along because Leon hadn't gotten to fight the vice captain earlier. As soon as Mika finished speaking, he tossed Leon a small sword. He then quietly ordered Leon to channel his aura into it to see the effect. Leon obeyed. A massive surge of magic poured out, blinding him. Call it a magic sword or a magic tool, whatever you want. It's not just a sharp sword. Try spreading your aura throughout the magic tool, Mika said. Leon did as told. The magical power spreading through the sword and radiating into his body left Leon utterly amazed. This is a sword technique used to summon an opponent. Even though you can't communicate with it, it will make your training easier, Mika explained. Leon felt that the power radiating from the sword was very similar to what he had seen in his dreams. Receiving so many things from Mika made Leon feel guilty because he hadn't done anything for Mika yet. I'm sure you'll be of great help to me in the future. If you want to thank me, then get stronger. Mika smiled slightly and patted Leon's shoulder. Leon, deeply moved, gripped the sword tightly and promised to become stronger. Mika then went with Leon to meet Vice Captain Haben, but as soon as they reached the door, they were blocked by the guards. They don't want to let me in. There must be a special reason why I can't go in right now. Thinking this, Mika ignored their protests and walked straight inside. After taking just a few steps, Haben appeared before Mika with a face as cold as ice. What is your reason for coming here? Haben asked Mika. A reason? I have one. This gentleman wants to finish the fight you two had earlier, Mika replied with an arrogant smile. Haben paused, trying to search his memory to see if he had ever clashed with Leon before. First, I apologize for not being able to welcome you properly after the previous events. However, I want to make it clear that we don't have to fight every time we meet. Haben said coldly. Leon smirked and asked, Are you scared? This made his blood boil a bit. Mika added fuel to the fire. So you didn't set up that scene for a duel? Should I consider that an attack? Even as a reserve hero, I believe I have a duty to fight corruption and crime in this holy kingdom. All of this made Haben seethe with anger. Do we have to do this right now? I understand. Please come inside. Mika and Leon followed him inside. There were many soldiers intensely training in the area. To not disgrace the Lord, we train relentlessly, Haben said. There was a time when I admired the Holy Knights. But seeing them like this feels a bit strange. Leon spoke up. Seth could sense Haika's powerful aura in this place, but she also felt something that made her inexplicably uneasy. The flags bearing Haika's symbol looked a bit off, but it seemed no one noticed. The place with the most loyal and powerful followers was the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, demonic power couldn't possibly exist in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. It's still possible, because a demon was born with a certain kind of power. He uses dirty tricks to slowly kill his target, bit by bit. He cunningly mimics the target's appearance and actions. However, he has a weakness. That is, if he mimics someone, he forgets the fact that he is mimicking. He completely becomes the host, thinking and acting exactly like them. I wonder who it is, Mika thought hard. Despite his question, Haben stated that there were absolutely no issues within the Holy Knights. It seems he's telling the truth. I can't read anything from those eyes. I'll have to investigate myself. Mika thought, then touched his forehead, casting a detection spell all around. From his memories, he didn't recognize anything worth paying attention to. Wait, Mika seemed to have discovered something. This feeling seemed to come from the basement. There was something beneath him. No matter how many times he asked Haben, he still insisted 100% that nothing was wrong. Mika just smiled and said to Haben, If we go down there, you wouldn't have a problem with it, right? Hearing this, Haben felt like he had been struck by lightning, freezing for a few seconds. Mika immediately noticed his strange reaction. He knew it was impossible for the vice-captain not to know what was happening within the Holy Knights, but he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet, seeing that he wanted to go down to the basement to check. Haben asked to tag along, but Mika refused. He preferred to go with Leon. I'm sure he'll go out the moment he realizes something is wrong. Come on, Mika calculated internally as he looked at Haben's pale face. Sure enough, a moment later, Siegfried appeared, and Mika pointed straight at him. He said he wanted him to come along, leaving Siegfried stunned for a few seconds because he had no idea what was going on. Seeing Mika walking straight down to the basement, Siegfried couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Mika felt something was hidden in this basement and walked straight down without answering him. You once said I was arrogant. Can you tell me the reason? We don't even know much about each other, Siegfried asked. Mika paused for a moment, then sighed and said, Do you really think the Holy Kingdom can do no wrong? It seems all the archbishops are given holy mandates, and they look like they don't cause any problems. They always know how to rationalize everything. Have you ever thought about the impact your actions have on the people around you? Just one sentence from Mika made him turn pale. He stammered that he always thought carefully before acting. And is that why you abandoned the prophet? Shut up, you bastard. The moment you abandoned her, you lost your sense of justice. You're just using justice as an excuse. Did the archbishop tell you that her prophecies were a disaster for the lives of commoners? Have you ever gone out to see the world for yourself to reflect on whether his words were true? Instead of the path the archbishop told you, have you ever thought about doing something to satisfy your own free mind? This conversation is meaningless. When you asked that question, you didn't expect me to say anything positive, did you? Every word from Mika made Siegfried sweat bullets. Nothing would change if he had no intention of changing. Such an event would never happen. With the light of his aura, Mika illuminated the entire basement. Siegfried smirked, thinking there was nothing here, but he was dead wrong. Seth and Mika combined their powers. After a blinding flash of magic, a blood-soaked brain appeared menacingly. What did you just say? There's nothing here. It's similar to the thing that was bothering Grassel, but much weaker, Mika said as he drew his sword and slashed the brains to pieces. These are the remnants of the demon god, but it seems this isn't the only fragment. Mika was certain there must be dozens, hundreds, all over the Holy Kingdom. This isn't enough. If Haika asked me personally, the problem couldn't be this simple. I can't be careless, Mika warned himself. Seeing such a scene, Siegfried turned purple with fear. He didn't understand what the hell this was. What you should do, what is right. Think it through carefully, Mika pointed straight at Siegfried's face and said. At the same time, Haben was sitting in deep thought about Mika. He didn't expect him to stay completely silent in the first temple for a whole week, only to suddenly appear now. Is there really something there? I've never seen anything suspicious there. But that face, he knows something I didn't realize. Lost in his headache-inducing thoughts, he completely forgot he was supposed to duel Leon. As I said earlier, our previous clash wasn't an official duel. The title of vice-captain of the Holy Knights isn't easily obtained. It's not that I haven't heard of your reputation, Leon. However, facing me, your skills are nothing. Haben suddenly stood up, his eyes full of hostility, and drew his sword. Leon smirked. He also wanted a taste of what Haben was made of. Doing it for the first time was a bit confusing for both sides. I'm sure you think I'm not much of a challenge for you. He might not be a master yet, but his skills are on par with that level. However, compared to him, he's still lacking. Let's test it out, Leon said with a sly smirk. Fast as lightning, he charged at his opponent with the brute strength of a bull. Haben also swung his sword to counter with swift speed. Each of his strikes was faster than Leon's, making things increasingly dangerous. The two clashed violently. Noticing that the other knights were also watching him from the opposite side, Haben felt a slight tension. If I can't show them an overwhelming difference in skill in this battle, I won't have the face to look at the Holy Knights anymore, he thought. While the battle was fiercely underway, an earth-shattering explosion echoed. Mika emerged imposingly from the smoke and dust. He took a few steps forward to announce something. The Holy Knights will suspend operations starting today. Hearing this news, the knights felt like they had been struck by lightning, jumping up as if boiling water had been poured on their crotches. The reason Mika gave was that a few demons were hiding beneath their headquarters. Siegfried had also agreed to this, so until Mika's group found that demon, no one was allowed to leave the headquarters. As soon as he finished speaking, Mika waved his scepter. With the power of the world, tree, and Haika's authority, combined with Seth's storm, it created a surge of divine power that enveloped the entire castle. Come out. Who is it? Who just coughed? Mika asked sternly. A knight named Miles' son suddenly coughed violently, but stubbornly denied being a demon. Stop it. I think you're an outstanding actor, Mika said. Miles' son shuddered, stubbornly denying it. He killed someone, wore their skin, and blended in with humanity. How disgusting. But what can I do? I can't manage that much. As soon as he finished speaking, Mika lunged forward and smacked Miles' son on the head. Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, Miles' son revealed his true face. The dark magic hidden around his body also poured out like a flood. Miles' son had wasted years, and now having it ruined by Mika in an instant made him furious. This method and this situation. Now I remember. The assassination of Archbishop Narain. You're the one capable of doing that. It was you, Dillos, Mika said, shooting a death glare at the demon, which had already revealed its grotesque true form. The demon behind the curtain. This Dillos is the commander of the 6th Legion and Mario's right-hand man. He's just a small fraction of that woman's power. Regardless, you're just her loyal lackey. Provoked by Mika, the demon flew into a blind rage, wildly waving its hands to create a blinding storm of magical smoke and dust. The devastating wind and mist left everyone confused and terrified. Now that his identity was exposed, his plan to assassinate the Archbishop had also collapsed. He has no choice but to take the life of the most annoying person. That means the target will be one of the reserve heroes, Mika guessed. Dillos tried to sneak up and attack Mika from behind, but the moment he touched Mika's shoulder, Seth's storm power slammed into him, knocking the demon down. Mika grabbed it tightly by the neck with one hand, hoisted it into the air, and said softly, "You're in luck. I'm sure you've been watching me too. I don't know what your intentions are with this place, but I will definitely crush all your schemes, one by one." Just a gentle little warning. Mika quickly used the holy lance to pierce right through Dillos' stomach, under the admiring and astonished gazes of everyone around. Seeing Mika looking so badass as he purified the monster and sent it back to the earth, Siegfried felt slightly annoyed. Even as a reserve hero, he had never realized that a colleague right beside him was actually a demon. Why let me become a reserve hero? Isn't fate too cruel? If I have shortcomings, I just need to try my best to make up for them. The gods will never abandon those with determination. Trying to stay positive, Mika's words from the past flooded back, making Siegfried's vision go dark. He clenched his fists tightly, trembling with pent-up frustration. Everyone, do you understand now? Demons will do anything to hide among us. If you don't stay vigilant, you'll become their prey before you know it. Honestly, I'm very disappointed. I didn't expect that none of you could figure out the demon disguising itself as your colleague. Maybe this is hard for ordinary people, but I expected more from you. I thought you were noble and mighty holy knights. I've heard rumors that some of you have started associating with archbishops just for a little personal gain. While Mika was rambling, Haben suddenly shouted, stating that they were the holy knights serving Lord Haika, so they always maintain neutrality. Is that why you attacked the first temple? I could understand if you were driving out demons on official duty. However, stop explaining. You don't even have the right to explain. Sir Siegfried must agree, right? Both Haben and Siegfried, having been lectured by him, were sweating profusely. Suddenly, Siegfried shouted loudly, looking like he wasn't afraid of anyone. You're right. But before that, I want to confirm your strength myself. I want to challenge you. If you want to challenge me, then bet a corresponding price. You can only truly be serious when this battle involves risks, Mika said. Mika wanted to bet the holy pendant that Siegfried always wore. Once he agreed, the battle between the two men officially broke out. Mika recalled using the absolute defense of the storm once before. It could have been used as a trump card in this battle, but he felt it was fine, because he knew Siegfried's abilities like the back of his hand. Currently, Siegfried was gradually being consumed by desperate, self-loathing thoughts. All because he had lost faith in his ability to become a hero. That was even better for Mika. Mika bluntly stated that he had absolutely no sympathy for Siegfried. Mika's opponent was currently just as fired up and eager to fight as Mika was. The two charged at each other, trading heavy blows. Siegfried went all out from the start, afraid of losing to Mika. His attack speed was insanely fast. Mika used a 5-layer multicasting technique to block Siegfried's strikes. Next was a blinding reflection attack, leaving Siegfried dizzy and dazed. But Mika didn't stop there. He unleashed 100 swords, an improved skill from the Turing spell, Magic Sword. Because this was a spell used to help in the past, it wasn't lethal but only caused pain. Siegfried desperately gripped his sword, trying to fight back. After a massive explosion mixed with sky-high smoke, he vanished into the smoke as if he had never been there. Mika, being smart, had already seen through his opponent's every move. Mika also knew Siegfried would likely charge straight at him from the front, so he had prepared another spell in a very short time. Siegfried couldn't destroy all the magic swords anyway. Now hit by Mika's multicast spell, he collapsed exhaustedly on the ground. Mika didn't want to end it yet, because there were still 10 swords left inactive. It was still far from over. Mika acted mysteriously and cool, putting his index finger to his lips and whispering to Siegfried. After the final surprise attack, Siegfried was beaten to a pulp, lying unconscious and foaming at the mouth. The crowd around whispered and gossiped. They felt Mika had gone a bit too far. Siegfried had lost fair and square, and he accepted his defeat. Mika happily accepted the holy pendant from his opponent. "I'll make good use of it," Mika replied. This holy pendant had an artifact that amplified divine power and enhanced recovery abilities. In addition, it had a hidden function that most people didn't know about, but Mika felt it wasn't time to use that hidden ability yet. Using it to amplify his own abilities was more than enough for Mika. After losing, Siegfried looked as sad as a deflated balloon. He admitted to himself that he was still too weak for this fair fight. A fair fight? Let me ask you something. If this wasn't a one-on-one duel, would you have used other tricks? Like attacking me from behind, or using hidden weapons? Mika asked Siegfried, startling him and making him feel guilty. "I would never. That's unfair for a hero," Siegfried replied firmly. "Even if that leads to hundreds or thousands of people dying. What's the point of becoming a hero if you can't protect the people?" Mika added coldly. Put in a difficult position by Mika, Siegfried stammered for a long time, unable to speak. He could only bow his head, trembling, as he watched Mika leave. Mika didn't want to hear Siegfried speak anymore, because he already imagined what he was going to say. "Don't you think you went a bit too far? With that Siegfried guy, another reserve hero. He doesn't look like a bad person, even if he seems a bit dense." Leon ran after Mika, asking, "If he were someone else, I wouldn't have acted like that. But becoming a reserve hero carries a much heavier responsibility than you think," Mika said. Suddenly, Mika slammed on the brakes, staring intently ahead. In front of him was Archbishop Killen, coming out of the first temple. He must be here because of Cassandra, Mika thought to himself. Leon was equally surprised, wondering what Mika planned to do next. "I'm going to confront him," Mika said, and did exactly that. He immediately approached Killen. Their eyes met, full of affection. Both smiled happily, not looking fake at all. They greeted each other enthusiastically, like father and son. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems this old man's luck hasn't run out yet," Killen said, gripping Mika's hand tightly. "Ha, you call it luck? Well, you're right. Because the prophet has been brought back safely. She didn't fall into the hands of demons. We are all truly lucky." The word demons caught Killen off guard, making him feel a bit guilty. Mika kept throwing shade. "I'm sure they were demons or something like that. There's no way someone in the Holy Kingdom would do such a thing. And if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if they were struck by lightning. A person of faith going against a prophecy, can you believe it? With someone like you, I'm sure you'd never become such a foolish person, right?" Mocked by Mika, Killen was extremely annoyed but still tried to keep a smiling face as if nothing was wrong. He said he had things to do now. Before leaving, he intended to tell Mika about the candidates for the hero position, but unexpectedly, Mika cut him off. "I don't care. The one who chooses the hero isn't you, but our holy god, the wise Lord Haika." Killen burst out laughing, then turned and walked away coldly. A foul smell coming from him, or someone next to him, made Seth quite uncomfortable. She suddenly thought of something, and Mika simultaneously had the same thought. The demon Mika had defeated, Dillos, was the murderer. And before Mika's regression, he had made a name for himself with his exploits. However, there was an interesting fact. He had a twin brother named Ludos. Returning home, old Killen scrambled to send someone to ask about the Holy Knights. Learning that they had announced the suspension of all future operations after reporting some internal issues, he repeatedly smashed his tables and chairs, even knocking the poor messenger flat on his face. His anger soared as high as a mountain. The only thing stuck in his head was the name Wahlbergis, filled with hatred. Right at that moment, High Priest Heron appeared. Hearing that the Holy Knights would suspend all operations indefinitely, Heron was so shocked his eyes widened. He thought he had misheard. Wahlbergis. It's all his fault. A demonic mage daring to disrupt the order of the Holy Kingdom. That's why I called you here, Heron. What does your intuition tell you this time? Killen asked Heron in a low voice. You mean the prophecy? Unfortunately, our supreme god still hasn't sent me any prophecies for this situation. I know the prophecies you receive are always much more accurate, especially compared to that woman, he replied. Having said what needed to be said, Killen lowered his head and asked Heron to leave. As soon as he turned his head, Heron's expression flipped 180 degrees, faster than an X changing their mind. He remembered that he had just signed a contract with them not long ago, and now there was already a problem. At that time, at the first temple, Mika told the butler that there was still one more demon. The butler sighed tiredly. Because Mika kept tossing him around in some random places, an old man like him was left behind like this. That old Archbishop Killen, I've confirmed that he's involved with demons. Making deals with demons is considered heresy among heresies. It's a felony that even an archbishop can't escape. Mika said. Cassandra worried that Mika wouldn't be able to easily prove his guilt. You don't need to overthink that and give yourself a headache. Because we already have the Pope's support, he affirmed confidently. Now the Holy Knights were completely locked down. Heaven was on Mika's side, giving him evidence that the Archbishop had dabbled in heresy. And above all, Mika had Haikau's mark in his hand. With this, the Pope's position will definitely be different from before, Mika smirked. He planned that in 4 days, at the Warrior Capability Assessment Test where all the archbishops would gather, Mika would create a perfect stage to expose Killen and wipe out the demons. At the same time, Mika also needed Cassandra's help. Cassandra's prophecies need to be respected and protected. I can't let Cassandra continue to fall apart like last time, Mika thought. Cassandra wasn't very confident in her own abilities. Previously, the Archbishop hadn't told her anything either. Most people can't even sense the future. Does that mean you have a talent that can touch the divine? Reassured by Mika, Cassandra gradually regained her confidence. She couldn't fail. I've spoken with God up high. It was an unbelievable, divine-level conversation, Mika said with a wicked smile. On a clear morning, the weather was so beautiful that an archbishop remembered the old days. He remembered when he met the little prophet girl who had no hobbies. He taught her about tea, telling her about the famous tea leaves from different regions. He taught her many things. Yet in the end, he couldn't protect her. Not only could he not protect her, but he could only watch helplessly as she was exiled from the city. While he was sighing in despair, a voice suddenly rang out behind him, startling him. What do you think? We have to try every way to find a turn for the better. I have a few things I want to talk to you about, Mika said cheerfully. Thanks to you, I was able to live comfortably in the first temple. In the next 2 days, whether I have the capability to become a hero will be tested here. That's right. The main goal is to test your abilities and confirm the stance of each archbishop, he replied. Hearing Mika mention that many archbishops were supporting Siegfried, he lowered his head in silence, too embarrassed to know what to say. Mika Wahlbergis. The stories about him ruining the honor of a family heir, and the rumors about him trying to hold on to his ex-fiancée. Even though there are many rumors saying he's a bad person, I don't see it that way. He quietly evaluated Mika in his mind. Then, a second later, he cast aside his pride. He stepped forward and begged Mika to take care of Cassandra, even if Mika wasn't chosen as the hero. How meaningless. What I just said also means you can't become the hero. However, for the future of that child, he thought, trembling. He cowered, not daring to stand straight, and look Mika in the eye out of embarrassment. When Mika asked for the reason behind his request, he revealed that if Siegfried was chosen as the hero, Cassandra would lose her way. A prophecy that no one believed in. If that happened, Cassandra would slowly die in agony. If she can leave the Holy Kingdom, I'm sure that child will be happier. She is a child who has suffered too much. I don't want her to suffer anymore, he replied in a low voice. I can hardly fulfill that request, because I will be the chosen one. Mika's overwhelming confidence shocked and terrified him. Archbishop Killen's influence is massive. There are countless priests in this holy kingdom who support him. And on our side, we have the Pope. Not only that, we also have your support, don't we? Of course you have power. And above all, God is also on my side. So I believe in myself. Mika patted the archbishop's shoulder, his words carrying an aura mixed with a bit of arrogance. He stared at Mika in astonishment. For a brief moment, his eyes widened as he noticed Mika seemed to be enveloped by a pair of sparkling, fluffy wings. My lord, please tell me what I need to do. Archbishop Narain, bowed his head in submission to Mika. This must be obvious. Making a deal with Archbishop Narain is quite simple. It seems Narain has sensed Haika's aura on Mika. Even though Narain is a supporter of Mika, the reason Mika initiated the conversation with Narain is simply because in his previous life, he died. Mika wants to eliminate all possibilities of that happening. And that's when all my suspicions were confirmed. Stepping outside with Seth, Mika held the blood clot of the destructive demon in his hand. Mika had managed to break the seal on Archbishop Narain's body. This thing I'm holding is proof that his assassination was planned in advance. After Mika crushed those things with his bare hands, Seth whispered that the reason Mika couldn't communicate with Haika was due to the right eye of the demon god, which was also a part of that bastard's body. It seems it's somewhere beneath us. Seth acted mysterious as she whispered in Mika's ear. That must be why the remnants can multiply endlessly. You did well. I guess we'll need to go find it. I know where it is. Mika praised Seth. With an indifferent, nonchalant attitude, Mika suddenly stood up straight, turned his back, and walked away. Mika's calm demeanor upon hearing such earth-shattering news startled Seth. Could Mika have known about this before she did? And the truth was exactly that. It made Seth feel embarrassed for being slow and yet acting so smug. 2 days before the appointment, Mika led Seth to the place where the demon lord's eye was kept. It was the temple of the first hero, located inside the Holy Kingdom. This place was incredibly massive, leaving both Mika and Seth in awe. Mika felt that if he were a hero, he would be the eighth. Everything in this world seems to be getting really difficult for me. If the first hero saw this, he'd go crazy at the Holy Kingdom, Mika said. Stepping inside, the spotless, dust-free environment showed that this place was quite well maintained. I can't ignore the symbolic nature of the first hero, even if this place is the source of the infection. I don't feel good about this at all. I hope it won't be the worst-case scenario. Mika told himself as he climbed the stairs ahead, standing before the ice-cold coffin containing the body of the first hero. Mika broke the barrier and solemnly approached. Seth's eyes widened when she heard Mika say the demons had hidden the demon lord's eye right inside the hero's coffin. But that's impossible. There's no way the demon lord's eye and the hero's body could coexist. Seth asserted strongly. What if it was completely absorbed before he died? Let's see if this theory is correct. Mika took firm, determined steps toward the coffin in front of him, his eyes full of resolve. If my theory is wrong, the hero's body inside the coffin should still be intact. Please tell me I'm wrong. Muttering a prayer, Mika pushed the coffin lid open. What met their eyes was an eerily empty coffin. Terrified, they didn't know what to do next. Mika, on the contrary, gave a faint smile. This isn't too bad. Instead, it's good that we discovered this. Now let's deal with this, shall we? As soon as he finished speaking, Mika immediately jumped down to the stairs below. In a dark room dimly lit by candlelight, Heron sat brooding in a corner. His pupils shifted from grayish-brown to glowing red as he thought of Mika. Manipulating that old archbishop used to be so simple, but that young Walburgis. After he appeared, the chaos was gradually contained. How annoying. What can I do to get rid of him? Heron vented his frustration, swinging his fist and smashing the illusion in front of him into pieces. His words were filled with hatred for Mika. Then, As if sensing the feeling seeping out from the tomb, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter like a madman. This might be a simpler solution than what I was thinking of. Heron revealed his true face and whispered. Mika and Seth on this side finally met the hero, who was currently sitting majestically on the throne, having waited since the afternoon. I have always been waiting for you. I am the one hailed as the hero. I'm sorry, my descendant. What is about to happen is not my intention, but because the demon lord has invaded me to the bone. Please kill me. He reached out with trembling hands to cast magic, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Mika. As demonic power rushed fiercely toward him, Mika calmly parted his lips and called him Senior, twice with affection. The two met but didn't linger. They had fate but no destiny, and just like that, they clashed violently. Mika used a shield to block the powerful firepower rushing toward him. With such a weakened body, the magic released should be weakened too. Most of the power in that body has dissipated, and there's no muscle left. The fact that it can move is already a miracle. It seems the demon lord's eye is controlling the hero's body's movements, Mika thought. Because the hero, in response to his question about why he didn't use aura, tremblingly drew a demonic circle filled with fiery magic. Mika, backed into a corner, drew a fireball to block the dark arts. The two types of magic collided, erupting into a mind-blowing explosion. So this hero was a genuine mage before being possessed by the demon. What about the sword? Mika wondered. The saints called it a holy sword just because of its meticulous design. It only has the appearance. If I really had to choose an item to symbolize me, then it could only be the saint's cloak. It is a holy relic containing all blessings within. Since I'm already dead, I don't care who keeps it. However, before that, since you are a hero, there is still one thing you must do, right? The hero said. It seemed he felt he couldn't hold on any longer. He had reached his limit. Young man, my descendant, I will entrust this world to you. He thought to himself, then gradually collapsed. Seth also quietly prayed for him to rest in eternal peace. Mika didn't know how long the first hero had to endure this, but at the very least, he wanted to create a perfect ending for a legend to rest without any regrets. Mika had just cast an expansion spell when the demon inside the hero's body took the upper hand to dominate. Its brain, covered in slimy veins, lunged fiercely at Mika. After reaching the sixth circle, many things have changed. The ancient magic circle is the standard for a six-circle mage. But for me, it's more special. Even though this only applies when I use the expansion spell, I can use an eighth circle magic spell. Frozen Throne, Mika thought. A drop of water filled with magical power from his finger gently bloomed into giant, razor-sharp blocks of ice. But the demon was no pushover. Its sixth-tier magic circle clashed violently with Mika's spell, creating an unprecedented, overwhelming chaos. Mika compressed his mana and hurled it back at his opponent. Faced with this volcanic eruption of power, he simultaneously released and teleported, instantly closing the distance to the demon. It opened its bloodshot eyes, staring fixedly at Mika. It had anticipated Mika's approach and had hidden a magic circle behind its back. It wanted to intentionally stall for time to accumulate more magical power. It blended into the smoke, assessing the situation. But there's always a bigger fish. Mika had also prepared an escape route for himself in advance. With a command ray filled with chains, Mika finally caught the demon in his grasp. Ordinary magic alone cannot completely destroy the demon lord's core. Knowing this, I prepared a few special incantations. A spell I created myself, allowing me to transform into the strongest old martial artist in the world, Mika smirked. By borrowing the Divine Fist skill, Mika created an earthquake that punched right through the Demon King's stomach. A blinding light flashed, turning the room into a blank white void. The first hero approached Mika from behind, in his human form before his death. He looked far different from what Mika had imagined. Different even from the illustrative portraits on the walls. The two happily embraced each other with affection. After everything, the hero finally felt at peace. The past period had been a long, agonizing endurance for him. Hope had grown fragile and then vanished. Even though he was very confident in his perseverance, gradually, deep down, he had started to shatter. But just before he broke completely, Mika arrived. Now he could close his eyes in peace, knowing he had a reliable descendant like Mika. Kid, I'm leaving this world to you. Senior, leave it to me. After the promise was made, Haika finally appeared and praised Mika. She said she wanted to reward him. Mika suggested she bless Cassandra so she could see the prophecies. Because of Haika, Cassandra had already suffered so much misfortune. All right, of course. That's what I should do. But you can't call that a reward, because that's my compensation specifically for her. Do you have any other wishes? Haika asked Mika. What else is there? I already have the holy mark. Thanks to the free circulation spell, I don't have any mana issues anymore. So there's only one important thing left. Mika suddenly had a bold idea. Opening his eyes, Mika found he had returned to the real world. The coffin had returned to its original state, so this wasn't an illusion. So this means, waiting for Seth to appear, she was visibly shocked to see Mika still intact after meeting Haika. It was all because Haika stopped Seth from following, which made Seth furious. She did that because she's still holding a grudge over what I said last time. Everyone knows she's petty. So what did she say to you? Seth asked, holding back her anger. Suddenly, a giant stone block fell from the sky, bringing a cloak with it. Next to it was a letter that read, "Tell that little brat to drop dead." With this, Mika picked up the holy cloak. He thought to himself that this was truly surreal. Putting on the powerful cloak, Mika's entire body surged with strength. A holy mark also appeared on Mika's body, a gift bestowed by Haika. She was very happy to engrave this mark on Mika, because the demigod part in Mika was in a transitional phase for just a brief moment. Mika was able to reach the 10th circle. Awakening this holy mark would enhance the demigod traits within Mika. Initially, the effect might not be strong, but it would increase over time. The moment her drop of blood fell into his palm, Mika felt as if he was being burned and torn apart by intense power. Only those who overcame and broke their predestined fate could get what they wanted. The engraved name said it all. It recorded a special magic that could be used immediately. In itself, it was a 7th circle magic spell, but because it was the symbol of the first warrior, Mika didn't think it memorized magic normally. Seth worried that the holy mark would make Mika completely lose his humanity, but Mika didn't give a damn. What Mika needed to do now was leave this place first. Before leaving, Mika needed to take a precious item from here. Outside at this moment, Heron was in a state of massive blood loss, his body falling apart. I can no longer feel the power of the demon god's eye. The remnants of the demon god scattered throughout the capital are disappearing. Please forgive me, Lord Morrow, if the plan fails. Heron held his bloodied face, begging desperately. Since things had turned out this way, Heron wanted to claim something even greater. The General Assembly of the Archbishops would take place in 2 days from now. Perfect timing. But just one archbishop isn't enough. When I'm there, I'll kill the Pope too. Heron thought gleefully, his eyes wide with bloodlust. Mika sat perched on a tree, watching his opponent walk away, feeling a surge of excitement as things were gradually taking an interesting turn. Archbishop Killen was going crazy, cursing Mika and slamming tables and chairs loudly. Mika Wahlbergis. That despicable bastard. Why is this happening to me? I am certain I am the one chosen by God. That's why he sent Heron to me. Heron, that child, revealed the God of words to me. And if I act according to what he says, this situation will be resolved. So I cannot acknowledge that girl Cassandra's prophecy. That's why I drove her away. He thought everything was settled. Who would have expected it to become such a mess in Mika's hands? While he was looking down and criticizing him, Heron suddenly appeared with a radiant smile. That's right. If I have a revelation, something that even the Pope or other archbishops cannot deny, then I can turn the tables. He secretly rejoiced, coming up with a plan. Heron said that God had spoken. The current Pope Gregorius was doing wrong things, and he also mentioned that mages with bloodlines like the Wahlbergis family were defiling the Holy Kingdom. When Killen heard these words, he felt very pleased. Heron smiled brightly, reaching out a hand to touch Killen's face, saying, "You need to do what you can for him. You need to prepare yourself to get your hands dirty. Now tell me." In just a few minutes, the demon soul Heron had subdued Killen. He was now just a soulless shell, in a daze, strictly obeying whatever Heron ordered. On the day of the capability assessment test, Mika was quite satisfied because the archbishops who were still neutral or supporting Siegfried were about to sway to his side. But besides that, Siegfried couldn't take any concrete action. Perhaps Mika had hit him a bit too hard, so he still hadn't recovered from the shock. But regardless, he is still someone worthy of the title hero, Mika thought. There were only 3 hours left until the moment the hero position would be decided. Mika wanted to wait for Siegfried a bit longer. The archbishop here strongly believed Mika would be chosen as the hero, because he felt there was no better decision than that. Waiting and waiting, finally, Siegfried arrived. To think about what Mika said, he had stayed up all night to the point of being unable to sleep. I am not unique. You said that everything is unfair. However, after thinking it through, he admitted that he was wrong. He wanted to apologize to you and the prophet, but he couldn't leave. The other knights too, they were the ones who opposed and showed resentment. Even though not much time has passed, who is right and who is wrong is already clear. Bringing a demon out in front of everyone like that, I'm sure it wasn't just to get a hold on the knights. Archbishop Killen, who dragged me into this, once said that the path of the hero I believe in is the right path. That is God's will, so I didn't doubt it at all. And the people around me also affirmed that. The only person who said it was the wrong path was you, Mika. So please tell me, what should I do? Unexpectedly, he bowed his head in submission before Mika, his eyes trembling with confusion as he begged Mika for advice. Siegfried recalled his childhood, when he sat hugging a book. He knew that up until now, his ideology had always been bound. He remembered when he was little, he found a book in the trash. That book had a picture of a hero with the sun, moon, and stars on the cover. Little Siegfried read it with immense fascination. It was a book about heroes. That day officially marked the milestone when little Siegfried was trapped in a magical vortex representing the obligation to become a hero. He hugged the little boy who was fascinatedly reading the book that year, along with the blue circle attached to his life. With a sorrowful face, he thought he didn't want to disappoint the archbishop who saved him. He had always endured hardships, but now, he needed to admit it. 2 perspectives, 2 paths. The image of the male lead and Siegfried appeared in contrast. The blonde swordsman understood one thing. Mika, the person he felt didn't resemble a hero at all, was actually the one who acted most like a hero. The image of the mage protected by light completely defeated the swordsman drowning in dark shadows. Siegfried struggled to open his mouth and utter the word please. He looked straight at Mika, speaking in a pleading tone. Please tell me what I need to do. The male lead's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Mika was speechless, looking up at the sky and letting out a long sigh. He coldly asked the blond young man with a lost expression in front of him. What do you want me to say? If it's advice, I've clearly already told you. He then replied to the male lead. Because of my distant faith, I have wasted so many things. Recalling the scene of kneeling and begging a girl who left without looking back, Siegfried muttered, I have also lost my last remaining family member. He held his head in panic and asked, what can I do to get those things back? I don't know what to do at all. A tragedy had just knocked on his door. Hearing this, Mika could no longer hold back. He coldly said, this guy is really still digging his own grave. The blonde was like having water splashed in his face, looking up and asking, what the hell? What? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists, but for a pig head, you have to give him a punch. Mika channeled the hatred of 2 lifetimes and punched him in the stomach with a heaven-shaking blow. Hearing the loud thud, one could understand it weighed a ton. The swordsman gasped, his eyes rolling back. It must have hurt like hell. He flew back 10 meters, clutching his stomach and lying in a heap on the floor. Siegfried hadn't anticipated this development. He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. He opened his mouth and asked, what the actual F***ck? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Why? The perpetrator who just struck was rubbing his hands together, saying, you came to see me because you wanted to change, right? Have you changed yet? You're really pissing me off. So damn annoying. The male lead stubbornly asked, why do all the guys who get beaten up never think about apologizing to the person who beat them? Siegfried felt his worldview turned upside down. This theory was too new. Mika continued, hey you, if you want to change. Mika, aka Joker, appeared looking badass, his face both smiling and furious, staring hauntingly at the victim. He rubbed his hands together and threatened the swordsman. Then go find someone else to whine to. Damn it, in my previous life, my body was ruined all because of a pig teammate like you. Seeing the demonic figure in front of him, Siegfried stammered, wait. Holy crap, you're scary as hell. His face drained of blood as he stammered, spare me. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the sanctuary, as if he was being violated. Yawa. Oh. The sun outside still shone gently down on the sacred building of the Holy Kingdom. Despite a young man getting beaten to a pulp inside, the priests walking around greeting each other in the sanctuary maintained a festive, joyful atmosphere. A priest said contentedly, I didn't expect to attend the hero selection ceremony in this lifetime. The person opposite replied, I don't know if this is a good thing or not. They continued gossiping. Come to think of it, there's a mage who became a hero candidate. His name is Mika. The other person raised his voice sarcastically. A mage wants to be a hero? How absurd. Talk about delusions of grandeur. An authoritative voice rang out, asking, Can a mage become a hero? The two gossiping priests suddenly fell silent. Seeing the person smiling in front of them, they said in unison, Isn't it Archbishop Ali? I didn't expect to meet you here. What a surprise. The Archbishop smiled and replied, This is the hero selection ceremony. Of course, I had to come. He's subtly promoted. I heard that candidate Mika defeated a great demon that appeared in the capital. A priest replied, Yes, that's true. He's incredibly tough. The other person couldn't believe it and asked, You mean the capital didn't suffer much damage after killing that great demon? Archbishop Ali affirmed, Yes. That's why I came here to support candidate Mika. Truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. Behind him, a voice rang out. Good heavens, is that Archbishop Ali? He turned around to greet Archbishop Killen. The ugly old man playing Killen smiled friendly. The two shook hands politely. Ali said, Yes, it's an honor to meet you. Smiling on the outside but not on the inside, the Archbishop thought, The old man is destroying the Holy Kingdom. Youthful indiscretions leading to old age vices. His eyes were full of seriousness, questioning, What is he plotting now? Old Killen spoke up, But, Archbishop Ali. He smiled brightly and asked, Do you really think God will be pleased with what is happening? Hearing this, the Archbishop wondered, What do you mean, old man? What a vague question. He replied, That is not something we should judge. Killen's hand, which was shaking his, suddenly gripped tightly. He said, Is that so? Killen started muttering. If God's will were easy to discern, it could be changed at any time. Then he suddenly disappeared right in front of him. Ali asked in surprise, The Archbishop looked around in bewilderment, thinking, What the hell? He disappeared? What the hell? What's going on? Did I see a ghost? Realizing something was wrong, he muttered, Don't tell me. Damn it, we're screwed. Ali's inner voice screamed Mika's name. Meanwhile, the person he just called was dragging the swordsman Siegfried like a punching bag. He had been given a facial reconstruction, his face swollen, whining, Did you have to beat me until my parents wouldn't recognize me? Damn it, you beat me into a pig's head. Mika remembered the scene just now when he was kicking this guy with full satisfaction, but was hugged and stopped by the prophet girl. He coldly replied, Yes, of course. Damn it, my youth. If Cassandra hadn't come, I would have beaten you half to death. What a trash hero. The blonde swordsman sadly called out, Sir Mika. He asked, To become a hero, am I still lacking a lot? Mika replied, Yes, lacking a lot. Damn it, I must have been blind in my previous life to choose a fake hero like this. Siegfried smiled bitterly. Haha, you really don't let things go easily, do you? Then the two sank into their own thoughts. Mika glanced at the blonde punching bag. The more he looked, the more he despised him. He thought, How shameful. Suddenly, someone ran headlong toward the male lead. That person called out, Sir Mika. He looked back and realized who had come. Seeing the person panting like a dog in front of him, the male lead asked, Archbishop Ali? What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Ali panted and said, As something happened. Mika's face showed extreme surprise. A mysterious figure appeared at the entrance of the sanctuary. Archbishop Killen's face became clear. He muttered, I have begun to hear the enlightenment. The enlightenment I have always wanted to attain throughout my life. only realizing it when I'm about to go to the grave. With a dazed face as if being controlled, Killen thought, "You're wrong, Gregorius. I am the chosen one." The veins on his hands bulged as if they were about to burst. He bitterly thought, "The one who must receive punishment is you." A clear voice rang out, interrupting the corrupted archbishop's thoughts, saying, "Please stop, Archbishop Killen." He laughed mockingly. "Ha. Good heavens, isn't it the prophet?" In front of him, Cassandra stood there with a determined look. She warned him, "Please don't try to cross the line anymore. Trying too hard will get you killed." His face darkened. He slowly stepped forward and questioned, "What do you mean?" A sword pointed straight at Killen. Its owner warned him to stop. The archbishop looked at the blonde girl standing in front of Cassandra, gritting his teeth and asking, "Ida, why are you stopping me?" The blonde girl coldly replied, "Do you really not know the reason?" Seeing Killen close his eyes and not answer, Ida gritted her teeth and said, "Or are you pretending not to know? Playing dumb and trying to run away?" Ida recalled her recent conversation with Mika. She thought admiringly, he was right. Mika smiled confidently and affirmed to her, "Archbishop Killen will definitely cause some trouble." At that time, her expression was extremely subtle. Ida thought, how could he predict the future so easily? Looking at the once majestic archbishop whose body was now faded beyond recognition, she warned him, "Choose. Will you surrender or resist and be forcefully arrested?" He replied with a laugh, "Ha. Looking at the two girls in front of him like foolish believers, Killen said, "I don't understand why so many people dare to utter such blasphemy." He raised his hand to end the verbal combat, growling, "Insolent brats." The whites of his eyes suddenly turned into spirals. Killen muttered as if he was on drugs, "God is walking with me." Ida suddenly panicked, thinking, "Damn it, the old man took an overdose and his brain is fried." Dark magic struck towards her. Cassandra beside her couldn't react in time either. The prophet girl anxiously shouted, "Ida!" The blonde girl was attacked by dark magic, sliding on the floor. Ida was shocked to realize, this isn't divine power. The old man has completely gone to the dark side. Looking at the old man surrounded by dark magic at his feet, she shouted, "What the hell did you do, Archbishop Killen?" He raised his hands and coldly replied, "Didn't I already tell you?" Holy crap, a terrifying scene appeared. The hair on his body was slowly growing longer. Two horns were also planted on Killen's head. All he needed was a patch of green grass to complete the look. A giant black goat with red eyes appeared. It said, "God is walking with me." It must be talking about the god of cuckolds. Ida panicked and exclaimed, "A black goat? Holy crap, I have no interest in goat hot pot at all." Purple magic appeared around the ugly creature. The bullhorn-shaped magic immediately locked onto its target and rushed to attack Ida. She was caught off guard and couldn't react, only having time to let out a gasp. And Ida's golden pupils reflected the image of the bullhorn magic closing in. She thought, "Impossible. Am I about to get my lunchbox? I haven't earned enough money yet." Suddenly, the shape of a scepter appeared, along with a reflection spell. A shield inlaid with a stylized cross appeared in front of Ida, protecting her safely from Killen's attack. She was stunned and turned around to see who had just intervened. Ida's face suddenly broke into a bright smile. "Ha," she said excitedly, "you're late, Mage." Mika, carrying Siegfried with one hand, said expressionlessly, "Not at all." He glanced at the traitor to God and said, "Well then." The male lead slammed the scepter hard onto the floor. The magic around Killen suddenly vanished. He revealed his true form and fell to his knees on the ground. He widened his eyes and asked the male lead, "Why are you here?" Mika didn't answer Killen's question. He asked, "How does it feel to be devoured by a demon?" The archbishop asked back in confusion, "What the hell? What?" His eyes were crisscrossed with red blood vessels like an author running on a deadline for too long. Looking at his disciple being held by the neck by Mika, Killen ordered, "Come here." He smiled sweetly like a bad boy, reaching out to him and saying, "Who took you in and guided you? Come here, hold my hand tightly, hold it for a long time." Killen continued to ramble. "Where you were standing." Siegfried suddenly raised his head. Killen concluded, "Is not where you belong." The blonde swordsman being held up by Mika muttered in confusion, "What should I do? Follow my heart or listen to reason?" Mika refused to help him make a choice. He said, "That's something you have to decide for yourself." The male lead added, "And take responsibility for your decision." Siegfried's face showed no clear expression at this moment. Killen continued to coax, "Come here. Come back here. Let's rekindle our old bond." Suddenly, he widened his eyes and let out a grunt. A firm foot stepped on the floor. Seeing Siegfried with a fierce face pointing his sword at him, he froze and asked, "What are you doing?" Holy crap, how embarrassing. The seduction failed miserably. The blonde swordsman strongly emphasized every word. "I am a holy knight. I cannot stand on the same side as someone possessed by a demon." The veins on Killen's bald head bulged. He completely turned to the dark side, raising his hands and saying, "You? Even you say that? You, who should have been the one to trust me the most. How dare you? Damn it, truly biting the hand that feeds you." He yelled loudly, "Ha! God is walking with me." Siegfried anxiously called out, "Archbishop." Mika suddenly appeared, blocking his way and saying, "If you don't want to get dragged into this, don't act on your own." Killen raised his hands to the sky and said, "I have always desired this enlightenment throughout my life. And finally, I have attained it before going to the grave." Mika mocked, "That's not enlightenment. It's more like the call of a death sentence, you crazy old fool." The archbishop stubbornly said, "You are the ones who are wrong. I am." His head suddenly tilted to one side. He was rambling, but suddenly fell silent. Mika looked at the old man standing unnaturally still. He spoke up, warning someone, "You've played enough." Behind Killen, a dark shadow gradually spread. Mika continued, "Isn't it time to show yourself?" With a terrifying expression, the male lead said, "I'm talking to you. Don't be so quiet." He emphasized every word, calling out, "Morrow." Killen, aka the goat, appeared. 2 pairs of horns were planted on his head. His eyes were blood red, and his ears had turned into beast ears. When he first appeared, the necessary thing to make an impression was to flash a confident smile. Archbishop Killen, aka the demon, spoke up and asked Mika, "Since when did you know?" The male lead replied, "Right from the start." "Surprise, old man." "Hee hee, I've lived 2 lives." The demon asked curiously, "So you're a mage specializing in punishing the wicked?" "Ah, so you know. You're the next one to be reincarnated." Like hearing a joke, Morrow said, "Haha, how interesting." He preempted, "I know you have immense power, but I have existed for a very long time." Mika closed his eyes and remained silent, not reacting. He thought to himself, "Damn it, only good at beating around the bush. Just say it straight. You mean I'm still green and can't defeat you, right?" The male lead used a punchable face to utter 2 words, "Arrogant bastard." Morrow thought, the cruel king, Nu Zeb, has fallen helplessly. Even though he was a redundant thing that could be eliminated at any time, when the news of his defeat spreads, it will cause panic among the believers. The handful of sharp claws that hadn't had a manicure in a long time twitched slightly. He thought despicably, "Hee hee, I also have my own plans." Using his sharp claws to gently stroke his beard, he kindly informed, "This old man isn't the only one I control." Mika replied curtly, "Yeah, I've known that for a long time." He said something that shocked him to the core. Because Ludos isn't here, he must be there. Morrow was completely caught off guard, stammering, How did you?" With a warning look, Mika questioned, "How? It's so obvious. I know everything. The only thing you don't know is your place." He raised his scepter. The gem at the top of the scepter emitted a green light. The male lead coldly replied, "Just like those demons, it's natural for you to be careless." At that moment, inside the church, Leon was walking slowly and sighing, "Huh." He looked around anxiously, guessing, he must be somewhere around here. He remembered the image of Mika firmly asserting, "Find the person possessed by that demon." Leon pondered, possessed by a demon? But he's never been wrong. He fearfully widened his eyes to search, feeling the pressure that if he made a mistake. Looking at the priests walking around in the church, Leon knew that if he was wrong, everyone here would join their ancestors. His hands clenched so tightly they trembled. He gritted his teeth and concluded, "What a heavy responsibility." Leon held his head and shouted, "Why did you give me this job?" The people around looked at him like a patient who just escaped from the hospital. His face drained of blood, the swordsman continued to ramble, "Magic and divine power. I can't detect both of those things on one person's body. I'm not Hao Tianquan. Remembering the image of Mika snapping his fingers, winking at him, and saying, direction is very important, Leon just wanted to punch the male lead. He muttered, humph, but he keeps saying things I don't understand at all. The swordsman muttered, at least tell me how to solve it. Suddenly, a figure walked past him. A flash of light caught his attention. Leon let out a surprised huh. He noticed the brilliant lightning radiating from the sword and exclaimed, my sword is emitting this light. Suddenly, a thought popped into Leon's head. It seems every time someone walks by. Leon caught on. He affirmed, is this it? The swordsman chased after the priest who had just walked past him, politely saying to him, please wait a moment. The man turned around and replied, Holy crap. If he hadn't looked, it would have been fine, but looking made him freeze. He muttered, that. Leon saw a ghostly black shadow on the man's shoulder. Black magical threads radiated from it, spreading down the priest's body. Looking at the dull red eyes, the two hideous curved horns, and the shaggy fur, he concluded, is that a black goat? On Leon's sword, the lightning seemed to sense the magic, shining even brighter. Seeing him draw his sword, the priest stammered, what are you doing? I don't want to get my lunchbox. Every sword strike aimed at the priest was accurate. The priest squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to meet his ancestors. When he opened his eyes, he was scared out of his wits seeing the strange object that had just appeared, exclaiming, what is this? A black goat bound by spiritual power lay stiff, dying. He said, this thing was stuck to my body. Leon looked at the priest sitting on the ground in front of him and cursed. Damn it, I have a bad feeling about this. As if sensing something, he said, this evil energy is. He turned to look at a blurry figure in the distance. A priest with silver hair slowly appeared, flashing a signature Joker smile and saying, you're late, human. It was Heron. He had completely demonized, or perhaps this was his original form. With glowing red eyes and sharp teeth, he arrogantly declared, all of you are our prey. No one can escape us. A familiar pair of horns slowly emerged on his shoulders. It fully manifested as a black goat, a relative of the one Leon had just sent to sell salt. The magic from its body spread out, attacking all the priests standing in the room. They screamed in agony. Help! Help me! I can't breathe. Leon swung his sword, confused. Damn it, what do I do now? Seeing Heron laughing maniacally. Haha. He worried that the dark power was starting to swallow everyone. A hand reached up, crying for help in vain. Gradually, it was tainted black by the magic, the symbol of evil. Leon was extremely terrified. He knew they were gradually being corrupted. He reassured himself. Calm down, Leon. A spot of light gradually became clear, emitting a sparkling aura in the dark space. Leon told himself, I can't be swayed by demons. Not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. Around where Leon was standing, spheres of holy light appeared, brilliantly pure, purifying the entire space. The dark night immediately vanished without a trace. Everything fell silent, giving way to the pure ritual of the gods. Leon widened his eyes at the space filled with brilliant golden light. He asked, light? The corrupted priests were also purified by the holy light, returning to their original forms. They were no longer in a state of agonizing pain. A priest exclaimed, ah. He suddenly knelt down amidst the sparkling starlight. They all knelt down, bathing in the light, chanting in unison, Lord. The black goat's eyes softened. They fell silent before the authority of God. In a blinding sphere of light in the center, a divine voice spoke. Listen, my children. A pair of hands reached out. The voice continued to soothe their eyes and ears. You have been in the dark for a long time, but I have bestowed upon you something to pierce through the night and bring you to the light. God said, stand up. Leon felt a force supporting his body up. He felt it moving on its own. Leon was scared out of his wits, thinking, what the hell? I don't know what's going on anymore. Suddenly remembering Mika's wink and advice, direction is very important, he realized. Right. He knew this would happen, so he sent me. Leon wondered, did he meet God privately? If it's him, it's possible. All right. He decided to trust that everything would be resolved. Leon respectfully asked, what should I do? The voice from the sphere of light replied, Free them. The swordsman smiled and said, Huh, I understand. He held the sword emitting blue spiritual power, his eyes full of confidence, saying, I can do that. It's a piece of cake. A vast universe outside the earth appeared. A golden sphere of light and a black sphere of darkness were separated by a stream of light. This stream spread from the source of gentle light across the surface of the earth like twinkling decorative lights during Christmas. From the beginning, darkness and light have existed. Darkness simply existed, but light spread and developed into a small world. That expansion created rules, and rules created heaven and earth. And from the earth, the first seeds sprouted into heavy rice fields carrying the crystallization of heaven and earth. Images of hands reaching out to receive the shining holy light appeared. The rules stated that light is always present. In the future, humans would call light the blessing of God, and call it divine power. The hilt of Leon's sword radiated golden light, while the blade was enveloped in blue divine power. His back figure raising the sword high in a solemn atmosphere looked like he was performing a purification sacrament. Leon's eyes showed fierce determination. He said, Let's do this. The black goats, after a moment of silence, suddenly began to awaken. They dashed away at a frantic speed. Wherever the beasts ran, thick smoke billowed. Its giant shadow loomed over the swordsman Leon. He stood still, unleashing spiritual power that enveloped his entire body. A massive pillar of bright blue light shone straight up into the sky. Leon jumped up and plunged his sword straight into the frantic black goat. Through the brilliant light, his eyes revealed murderous intent. The black goat gradually vanished under the blinding light. A giant blue sphere appeared, its sparkling light radiating in all directions. Killen, aka Morrow, seeing the scene before him, was instantly stunned. He wondered how the forces of the divine realm could arrive so quickly. Mika dropped down from nowhere and kindly explained, Because I worked very hard to make it happen. He asked the old man, Did you think you had a chance, you bullhead? He reached out his hand and mocked, Oh my, thank you. Thanks to you, the Holy Kingdom is becoming more and more dedicated to fighting the demon race. Surprise, old man. Veins popped on Killen's head. He cursed, This bastard, and then unleashed magic to attack the male lead. A green light gradually expanded like a tornado. It formed a protective barrier shielding Mika from Killen's attack. Seth raised her hand, controlling the green spiritual power, and said, What does a low-level demon mean? How dare you jump around in front of me, Grandma? Mika raised his scepter and asked, So you mean it poses no threat to us? He added, That's what a villain would say to demons. That hurts a lot. Mika's red eyes flashed as he thought, A villain, huh? He imagined himself turning into a giant demon in front of Killen, wickedly thinking, If I'm a villain in the eyes of those demons, then I have to be a villain as many times as possible. Seth asked, What are you thinking about with that scary face? The male lead honestly confessed, thinking about beating the demons to a pulp. Seth was surprised by his answer. Suddenly, she smiled. Seth proudly flew close beside him and replied, Good. Killen, the demon, gritted his teeth and spouted gibberish. He flew into the air while summoning magic, cursing like a fierce old hag. You damn bastards. Mika countered with a divine power shield, easily blocking the old man's attack. He asked, Isn't running away a better choice? Throwing an egg against a rock, huh? The demon tilted his head and asked, Run? Then he trembled, raised his hand, and said, Shut up, you lowly bastard. I'll teach you a lesson. A gentleman would rather sell lunchboxes than suffer humiliation. Killen went mad, unleashing all his magic, roaring, I'll send all of you to your ancestors. On the old man's hands, his sharp fingers glowed. Mika thought seriously, He's increasing his power without caring about the host's body. He knew that at times like this, only the power of holy light could turn the tide. Then he reached out his hand. While the male lead was confused, wondering, But where are we? From behind him, a beautiful figure touched his arm and gave Mika the answer. It's the Holy Kingdom, a sanctuary where God's authority is strongest. And this hall is filled with sincere faith. The goddess of wisdom smiled and said, Oh my, I'm really too much. Mika's face showed relief. He smiled. The male lead slammed his scepter hard onto the floor. He asked, really? The great mage smiled triumphantly and said, he should have run when he had the chance, right? Powerful spiritual power slowly radiated around him. Blue spiritual power shot straight up into the sky. It expanded into a giant pillar of light in space. The male lead quietly listened to Morrow scream in terror. Ah! Morrow's figure gradually vanished. He angrily threatened, I'll remember your face. You bastard, I'll give you a lunchbox. Mika suddenly found it funny. He laughed, haha. The male lead kindly reminded, do your best. I'll be waiting. A massive pillar of light appeared in the Holy Kingdom. It pierced straight from the sanctuary into the sky, where a white cloud wrapped around the pillar of light. A sacred scene, filled with reverence. The authoritative pope widened his eyes at the divine sight before him. The priests and clerics in the Holy Kingdom all knelt down and clasped their hands in prayer. Everyone could feel it. The holy God, who had always been absent from the Holy Kingdom, had returned. His sign was the sacred pillar of light standing tall, connecting the Holy Kingdom and the sky, radiating brilliant light through the sparkling clouds. In a purple palace lit by white orbs, the arrangement here was relatively luxurious, showing the owner's wealth. A small crash broke the silence. Where the noise came from, syrup splattered everywhere. A girl, the Lord of Horns, with a smoking hot body, rubbed her chin and said angrily, again? The soul I just acquired. She angrily stammered, that guy. Gradually becoming clear. Red eyes, horned head. Indeed, the Lord of Horns. Gritting her teeth, Mika Wahlbergis. Seriously, what is he? She was the 6th commander, Morrow, the one who just caused chaos in the Holy Kingdom. Thinking back to the pawns she had put so much effort into planting, neutralized before she could even have enough fun. She thought bitterly. He suddenly appeared and ruined all my plans. He even slashed off a part of that guy's body. Morrow imagined a familiar silhouette bathed in blinding holy light standing behind Mika, controlling everything. She guessed, even if he is a talented mage, destroying a part of a demon's body is almost impossible. Haikaw must be involved in this. Bravo, you guessed right. 10 points. She pondered. I will look into the details of this. A black goat suddenly rushed in. It threw up a red imp with a lizard-like tail. He let out a yelp, then lay flat on the floor. Morrow called out, Ludos. The call of the demon commander startled the imp, making him raise his head. He stammered, El Lord Morrow. She immediately cut him off. Shut up. Morrow my ass. Her voice rang out. Rightfully, you should have died in the holy war. He said, thanks to you, I was spared. Morrow asked coldly, I spared your life? In your dreams. Ludos trembled as he heard her say, your memories are very useful, so destroying you would be a waste. A massive horn pierced straight through his body. Syrup splattered everywhere. The demon's eyes glazed over, staring blankly, not understanding why he logged out as soon as he came online. Morrow kindly explained, your lowly life doesn't matter. Ludos begged his demon commander, please be merciful. Please. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into black smoke, leaving behind a red spirit stone. Morrow said, that means nothing. She took the spirit stone and brought it to her mouth. Morrow slowly digested it. Then, she wiped her mouth and declared, Mika Wahlbergis. Next time, I will definitely give you a lunchbox. A week after the incident, the authoritative pope stood in the place of honor. Below him was a large crowd of priests. He spoke, thank you all for coming to the hero gathering ceremony. Lord Iran was also present. He wore a punchable expression, standing with Butler Modine, listening to the declaration that many things had happened. And finally, the cursed ones have begun to scheme and attack again. Leon's group also listened attentively as he stated, from now on, the world will no longer be the same. Many problems will arise, and chaos may ensue. But God has not turned his back on the tragedies that have befallen us. A white cloak fluttered in the wind. Mika stood there, holding his scepter, his cloak billowing. The Pope continued, and has bestowed his power upon us. Mika Wahlbergis. Seth marveled. They prepared really fast. The event organizing team is so professional. The male lead replied, that's because, a few days ago, Siegfried told me, I'm planning to withdraw from the position of hero candidate. Looking at the swordsman's devastated face, Mika asked, What's wrong? Why do you look like that? He gave a dry laugh, haha, and replied, I have no other choice. The male lead was surprised to hear him pour his heart out. I almost don't know what I have to do. Siegfried thought about how whatever he created was erased. He said sadly, but to become a hero, I denied the past, the very thing that brought me to this position. Mika asked, what about your siblings? Siegfried rambled, I don't see them. No, I can't. The male lead sat on the bed, resting his hands on his thighs and intertwining his fingers. He seriously questioned, then what are you here for? Did you come to whine about these useless things? Got too much free time. The other party's face darkened as he asked, whine? He stated what everyone knew was true. You don't like me. I understand. This fool spoke ill of your faith, so of course you don't like me. Mika looked up, listening seriously. He thought about the tangled mess in this guy's mind, clicked his tongue, tch, compared to his pride. That's too much to process in a short time. Remembering the image before his regression, when he humbly knelt before this incompetent guy, Mika thought, I might be swayed by memories from before my regression. Everyone in this world, except me, is very different from the past. Siegfried with a depressed face, Cassandra with a confident smile. I know everyone is changing. Mika muttered, not fun at all. Siegfried continued, Archbishop Killen will spend the rest of his life in prison for colluding with demons. I should have received that sentence. But you stopped it. Mika asked emotionlessly, and what? He suddenly stood up, put his hand on his chest, and said, you hate me. What? The male lead then smiled. He uttered a light sentence. Saving people is the essence of being a hero. Returning to the ceremony, under the blue sky and white clouds, the Pope asked Mika, as a hero, can you swear that you will fulfill your responsibilities? The male lead solemnly replied, I swear. A sparkling crown was placed on his head. The crown gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. He remembered that before his regression, Siegfried was the one standing here. He knelt down and was crowned by the Pope in front of the masses. At that time, he also stood in the crowd, enthusiastically clapping to share the joy with the hero of the Holy Kingdom. Mika closed his eyes, ending the flashback. Suddenly, a blinding light shone down, enveloping him. The Pope said, that is God's blessing. Oh God. Seth, sitting nearby eating vinegar, rambled, Haika. She really did her best, huh? Mika smiled gratefully, saying, this moment is worth it. His whole body seemed bathed in sparkling white light. The male lead held his scepter, his whole body glowing. He smiled, knowing this was just the beginning. Finally, I've taken a step closer to my goal. Leon stood leaning against the door with his arms crossed, saying, well done. He reached out his hand, speaking proudly like an orator. You've become a hero, and we killed the demon hiding inside the Holy Kingdom. We're so freaking awesome. Mika rested his chin on his hand and replied indifferently, yeah. Leon felt that this guy's reaction seemed a bit off. He scratched his head in confusion. He questioned, hey, you're a hero now. A hero. Shouldn't you feel happy? The male lead continued to reply in an indifferent tone, well, I am happy. In his mind, Mika thought, I'm happy because we successfully completed the first phase. He remembered the image of himself wearing the crown representing the title of hero, swearing an oath at the ceremony. He reminded himself, but I can't say I truly deserve the title of hero yet. Mika knew for sure that the great demons still existed somewhere out there, and the world was still in danger. He imagined himself standing in an empty field. The male lead imagined a starting line appearing in front of him. He pondered deeply. Just like they said, this is only the beginning, and I'm just standing at the starting line. Mika pondered and muttered, the truth is, my nomination as a hero also means that disaster will soon break out. So now I need to prepare a lot of things. He explained, only when everything is resolved can I truly be comfortable and happy. Hearing this, Leon asked, so what's your plan? Any ideas? The male lead replied, yes. Since there's no reason to hold back anymore, I plan to set off tomorrow. His companion asked with concern, I see. Do you need to prepare anything? He answered decisively, no need. I can take care of myself. Self-sufficiency is happiness. Hearing that, Leon said goodbye and said, that's good then. I'm going to sleep. Then he went out and politely closed the door. A loud thud echoed. Ida felt, How can someone make decisions so damn fast? Mika said, that's just how he is. He turned to look at her and asked, what about you? The male lead was curious. What do you plan to do from now on? Ida closed her eyes and smiled, replying, if you're asking whether I want to follow you or stay in the Holy Kingdom, I'll choose the latter. She said frankly, I have to keep an eye on my damn brother too. Mika nodded in agreement. He even kindly advised, contact me if he acts suspicious. I'll beat him to a pulp for you. Ida happily agreed. If he does, I'll call you immediately. Suddenly, a hesitant voice rang out. What should I do? Mika looked up. He called Cassandra's name. She was standing by the stairs, her hands resting on each other in a standard lady's posture. The male lead smiled and said, you should stay here too. You already know that. Cassandra asked sadly, is it because I'm a prophet? She said softly and sorrowfully, my prophecies are all very negative, so they won't be of any help to anyone. The male lead felt something was wrong and denied it. That's not the reason. Cassandra's eyes widened when she heard him declare, I don't want a prophet to be despised by everyone. A critical hit to the heart. The essence converges, women love it. The image of Cassandra praying, bound by red chains, along with Haika bathed in holy light, flying down from above, trying to touch the prophet, appeared. For a long time, prophets, besides being hailed as people who could converse with the gods, had always been looked down upon. Mika said honestly, this shouldn't continue. I want to change that. Cassandra nervously gripped her dress and said, but prophecies reflect destiny. In her mind was the scene of being shunned. Honestly, that was the reason why people always unconsciously avoided prophecies. She gripped her dress so tightly that if it could speak, it would scream, lady, if you keep gripping me like that, I'm going to die for sure. She stammered, prophecies are, decrees are. Mika looked at the small, flustered girl with gentle eyes. He comforted her. It's not entirely like that. The male lead asked, what if a prophecy is simply a clue? Cassandra immediately looked up, her eyes welling with tears. She couldn't believe her ears and asked, what do you mean? He said, I mean, you don't have to tell others clear, definitive statements. Ida smiled as Mika explained, just give them the clues. Interpreting and preparing for that prophecy is the listener's job. A gentle pair of hands touched her hair. He said, your responsibility is only that. Cassandra's eyes sparkled with tears again. She raised her hand to rub her eyes and said, okay. A confident smile bloomed on her face. The prophet affirmed, I will try. That evening at sunset, Mika and Seth stood on the city wall. She felt, what a kind reason. He asked back, kind what? She replied, I know that from the very first meeting, you had the chance to make her dependent on you. But you didn't. The male lead affirmed, because for her, that was unnecessary. Seth smiled happily and said, thank you for trusting her. She admired him, saying, you didn't even do anything excessive, but let her make her own decisions. Now she can choose her own path. Seth smiled silently. She spoke from the bottom of her heart. I'm so glad I met you. Seeming to realize something was wrong, she suddenly blushed. Seth pinched Mika's cheek and yelled, I didn't mean anything by that. Oh my, how embarrassing. Then, with a poof, she turned into a mark on the male lead's neck. Mika sighed in boredom, tch. He muttered, talked all that just to go back? He smiled and looked up at the sky. The male lead saw a perfectly round moon high above. They had a deep bond. Mika suddenly reminisced about the sunsets in the distant forest. It was because it was the symbol of the lessons between him and his teacher at twilight. He remembered that before his regression, every time it was twilight like this, he would start learning magic from his teacher. Suddenly, a voice rang out. What are you doing? Seeing Modine appear with a standard butler smile, he said, ah, it's you. Did you rest well? He replied, yes, it was quite interesting. Modine clenched his fists and said, I saw many things and did many things. This time was just enough for me to make a decision. Mika smiled and asked, is that so? He closed his eyes and said, haha, yes, of course. The silhouette of Modine like fire in the sunset-colored sky above. He called out, young master, and then told an old story. In the past, there was a magic cult that took the moon as its symbol. Within a human silhouette, a faint light appeared. They believed that humans were the vessels and the source of mana. However, over the centuries, extraordinary humans appeared like Superman, Spider-Man, etc., and their names were etched in history. Pages flew out from a book to record the names of those mutants. The butler continued to reminisce. Geniuses endowed with the innate ability to channel mana, as if they were born to use magic. Mika stood opposite, listening attentively as he said, that cult wanted to become geniuses through artificial methods. Hearing Modine recount how they destroyed their own bodies with the desire for revenge, and how it repeated over and over, the male lead couldn't help but exclaim, "How melodramatic." "That's crazy." Modine's face suddenly darkened. He said painfully, "Indeed. That's why their bloodline gradually declined." It was as if he was the main character of the story he just told. The butler's face showed murderous intent. Modine questioned the male lead. What if the last madman of that cult saw a genius standing right in front of him? Mika thought, "Damn it. Looking at your haunting face right now, you look a lot like the madman you're talking about." Time went back to the day the Wahlberg's family was exterminated. Mika knelt trembling in a room. He knew that day was the day his entire family collapsed. Many people died. The male lead's trembling arm held a sharp knife close to his neck. He cried bitterly in agonizing pain, unable to make a sound. He could only kneel there weakly, watching his servants fall without being able to do anything. A man approached, deepening Mika's pain by asking, "Are you satisfied?" He could only cry pitifully as the person asked, "How does it feel to personally drag your family into the abyss?" The person affirmed, "Mika, it's all your fault. You were never fit to sit in the position of the head of the family." The voice continued, "Do you think taking your own life here is considered brave?" "Brave my ass." The male lead immediately turned his head, looking confused. The space was enveloped in darkness. The hand holding the knife trembled. The person said, "If so, then." Modine's face appeared, looking exhausted after the battle. He concluded, "Your value only goes that far, young master." The male lead's face froze as if he had just attained enlightenment. Returning to the present time-space, that foolish and dumb face had become a calm young man admiring the color of the sky. Butler Modine stood opposite him and asked, "What do you think if something you had to struggle and ruin yourself to get?" He continued, "Is easily obtained by someone else through luck and innate abilities? It's so *king unfair." Note, he means people born with talent. Mika replied expressionlessly, "Then let me ask you this." The male lead's voice rang out steadily like rocks smashing into the old man's face. "Suppose I say I already have the proper method in my head to achieve that thing. What would you do?" The butler smiled bitterly. "So you knew everything from the very beginning." He reached out his hand and replied, "I don't know the exact details, but as you said, this is my innate talent." "Surprise, old man. You could train for lifetimes and still not achieve it." The male lead's red eyes flashed with cunning. In his dark, gritty mind, he thought, "Lying makes me look so cool." He pointed a finger into the air. His white hand stood out against the deep purple sunset sky, declaring, "Not only was I blessed with a beautiful physique." Pointing to his shiny blonde hair, Mika proudly continued, "I also have this genius brain." Summed up in a few words, the essence converges, women love it. He explained why his body was ready to receive mana while Modine still stood silently. His voice rang out steadily like an exemplary teacher giving a lecture. "Just like the reason I can operate a massive amount of mana, a task that can be said to be extremely difficult for the vast majority of other mages." The butler spoke up to interrupt Mika. "Hold on for about 2 seconds." He hadn't answered yet. "Don't tell me you've already analyzed it." "So awesome." He replied, "Not only that, but I've also translated it." Modine's face showed no clear expression. He opened his mouth and said, "Young master, you just turned 20 this year." He pointed out, "Counting from when you started learning magic until now, it hasn't even been 3 years." "Stop bragging." Mika's mind immediately raced. He crossed his arms and quickly retorted, "It's just that I have an innate talent for magic." The old man mocked, "So *king unfair. How nice. Some people are born with innate talent, easily reaching a level that others have to painstakingly train and struggle to achieve." Modine's face, originally wrinkled, was now completely crumpled as he sighed sarcastically. "Really? Why does something so illogical exist in this world? Mika looked at the sky in silence, trying to choose his words carefully to please him. He closed his eyes and explained, "It's true that this world is illogical, but it's not meaningless." The butler asked in confusion, "What the hell? What do you mean?" The male lead looked at the silver-haired man in the suit and sighed. "You look very pale and haggard right now, butler. You look like someone who overdosed on drugs." Mika raised an eyebrow and said, "My eyes are very sharp. Just like you sensed something in me, I also sensed something in you." Modine's blue eyes reflected the silhouette of the male lead standing tall in front of him. Every word struck his heart. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be on the same level as those who died in the final battle of that cult." The butler froze on the spot. His eyes became lifeless, drifting to a distant realm. Mika concluded, "It seems you've achieved some results. As for what results, only God knows." With his hands clasped behind his back, Modine smiled bitterly. "Results? Haha, right. Results my ass." In the magical purple night sky, the moon was covered by a strip of clouds, but still couldn't hide its beauty. Modine's voice rang out steadily. "We were considered twilight mages. After discovering my potential, I was able to suppress those who used to look down on me. Technically, I'm qualified to be considered an 8th circle mage. But as you know, that title is not sustainable. It's too much of a burden." In his mind appeared a ball of red yarn with tangled threads worse than a mess. Mika asked curiously, "Are there any side effects?" "Like going bald." Modine answered honestly, "Yes. And it's hard to avoid. Now my internal organs are all destroyed. Even if I wanted to donate them, they'd be rejected." The image of a person wearing a blue cloak covering their face, using their hands to control a red ball of yarn floating in a strip of white light in front of them, appeared. The butler sighed painfully. "To maximize our innate talent, we pushed our bodies to the limit." While the old man sighed. "In short, I was unlucky," Mika coldly commented. "But technically, you're still alive and kicking right now." Modine lowered his head and said, "Because I gave up halfway." He put a hand on his chest and confided, "I gave up my ambition to become an 8th circle mage and limited the time I use my magic to a minimum. I only use it when absolutely necessary." The butler closed his eyes, looking helpless. "As you can see, I waited for my body to become stiff, not sturdy." Looking at the great mage radiating youthfulness against the purple sky, he concluded, "I'm impotent. I can't do anything anymore." Mika suddenly dropped a sentence that confused the old man. "Then we just cure it." Modine raised his hand and explained, "Young master, what I've been trying to say is that my body is completely rotten from the inside." Mika immediately retorted, "So what? Who do you think I am? Do you think I just randomly sat in the position of a hero chosen by God?" The butler answered in confusion with a head full of question marks. "But my body, I know it best. I feel hopeless, it can't be cured." The male lead immediately affirmed, "Don't worry, God is here." Modine's eyes widened. "Holy crap. The whispers of the stone." He raised his hand, his face full of confidence shining under the sunset, affirming, "Nothing is impossible." That hand was about to touch the butler's hair. The male lead continued to whisper, "Close your eyes and rest for a bit." Modine widened his eyes, not understanding what he was doing, and asked suspiciously, "What are you planning to?" Mika's face was full of cunning, answering, "Planning what? Go to sleep." When the male lead's magic-filled hand touched the old man's head, Modine seemed to understand what was about to happen. The old man's eyes rolled back. Before passing out, he managed to curse, "Young master, you little bastard." As soon as the curse flew out, he passed out, not knowing what was going on. Mika caught the butler and smiled slightly, saying, "Your temper is the same as always." The male lead's red eyes suddenly became attentive, looking at the test subject, the sleeping butler. He smiled wickedly and said, "Now let's begin, shall we?" In a room that looked like a mage's bedroom, Modine was lying neatly on the bed while Mika stood ready to conduct the experiment. He used his left hand to grab his right wrist, raised it high, and nostalgically sighed. "It's been a long time since I felt this cold, heavy feeling." Perhaps the sleeping butler felt even colder. The male lead said very excitedly, "Now let's reform this body to be as young and healthy as a 20-year-old. Seth, floating nearby, couldn't stand seeing the male lead being so narcissistic. She sighed in exasperation. Here we go with the nonsense again. Every button of Modine's shirt was unbuttoned, revealing an 8-pack abdomen full of scars. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Mika's eyes suddenly became nostalgic, drifting to a distant realm. The male lead remembered a solitary figure standing amidst a vast, gloomy sky. When he felt that from the very beginning, being born with the ability to absorb mana was a privilege. That person immediately denied it. No, I wasn't born with it. Returning to reality, with sad eyes, the male lead sighed. In the end, you still couldn't overcome your own limits and fell. The reason is simply because there was no other way. The flow of life pushed me to get a lunchbox. Looking at the scars on Butler Modine's chest and abdomen, Mika thought, no matter how good you are at analyzing, how profound your vision is, the crux is still not having enough time. But things are different now. The male lead placed his magic-filled hand to heal the butler. This time-space was also a cure for his regrets about their relationship before the regression. Silently feeling lucky to have turned back time and possessed the male lead's aura. As Mika placed his hand on his chest, he thought, so this time, I definitely won't let you be buried by that fate. He closed his eyes, concentrating to prepare to chant the spell. A pale blue light surrounded him. The male lead looked at the close butler and said, this is your final twilight song. The entire room was enveloped in sparkling blue-white light radiating from the magic of the great Mage Mika. A new day had begun. Gentle rays of sunlight shone through the window. Modine opened his eyes wide. He felt as if he had slept for a very long time. Relieved that his pure body was still intact, the butler sat up, gently rubbing his old back and groaning. Ouch, my back. Suddenly, he felt something different about his body. Modine held his hands out in front of him and said, it doesn't hurt anymore. Surprise? So awesome, so awesome. Then he raised his arm to check if his biceps were still there. The butler even did a headstand on the bed. Holding that bizarre pose, he muttered, what the hell? How strange. Why does my body suddenly feel so light? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he thought. Wait, hold on for about 2 seconds. Does that mean? The butler sat back in a normal position, looking down at his 8-pack abs, thinking, phew, still intact. He had sensed something unusual. Looking at his hands, he wondered, my mana flow right now. Just as he was about to touch his chest to check, an authoritative voice rang out, stopping him. Seeing the blond young man sitting with his back to him, Modine called out, young master. He asked in surprise, don't tell me you did all this? Mika confidently replied, who else? The male lead knew the butler's childish nature well, so he carefully warned, but you still have to be careful. Don't be overconfident because your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Modine, while buttoning his shirt neatly, asked, excuse me. A glass bottle containing green pills radiating a gentle light appeared. He tossed it into his hand and instructed, here, 1 pill a day. Remember to apply the training method correctly. One wrong move and you're gone. He warned, that's the most important thing. The old man, like a child who hadn't tasted life, asked curiously, what is this? What the hell? Mika turned around with a sly smile. One look and you knew something bad was about to happen. He gently replied, fruit extract from the world tree. Scared yet, old man? The butler's face drained of blood. He was scared out of his wits, throwing the bottle high in the air and shouting, wait, what? The world tree? Mika replied calmly, yeah, it's the fruit of the world tree. The butler hurriedly scrambled to catch the falling bottle, rambling like a housewife. Why are you so generous? Why give this to me? Wouldn't you make a huge profit selling it? The male lead spoke in the tone of a tycoon. Play hard, don't fear the ring. If this fruit is used to help an 8th circle mage recover his power. Looking at Modine's frozen face, he added a critical hit. It's still worth much more than exchanging it for money. The butler's eyes were full of sadness as he rambled, but I lack talent. He imagined a trembling hand trying to reach the top of a tower, thinking, like a tower climbing game. When he reached the top, the young man was exhausted, resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. Modine continued, because I inherently have no innate talent, I couldn't break through. That young man was him when he was young, with a face full of confusion. Around him, Others were still struggling to climb the tower, probably preparing to compete in Ninja Warrior. Another young man easily climbed to the top of the mountain. It was a huge blow to Modine. He suddenly realized that no matter how cool the method he used was, looking at the towering spire covered in mist in front of him, Modine sat amidst the dust, realizing that he would still never reach the 8th circle. The butler continued his tragic opera, "Someone like me." Mika couldn't take it anymore and interrupted, rambling nonsense again. He affirmed as firmly as a nail in a board, "I told you that when I finished developing that flawed technique you use, I would return it to you." The male lead asked with a hint of hurt pride, "Can't you trust me just once?" Modine, who was rambling, suddenly fell silent. He lowered his head in shame and stammered, I. In his mind appeared fragments of the miracles Mika had created for Lindall, Leon, Dia, etc. His negative beliefs began to waver. Nothing is forever. A lover today becoming an ex tomorrow is normal. Modine thought silently, as if 10,000 years had passed. He broke the silence with a question, "Is it really possible?" The male lead smiled and replied, "Of course." When Modine had recovered, he and Mika entered a quiet forest full of cool, ancient trees. Perhaps illegal loggers hadn't reached this area yet. He decided, there's no reason to delay any longer. I plan to immediately pass on the self-circulation technique to him. The old Modine became an attentive disciple listening to the male lead teach magic. He calculated, of course, it can't be exactly the same as the one I use, but it will have to be slightly modified to better suit his abilities. Looking at his hand full of mana, Modine couldn't believe his eyes and let out a surprised "oh." Around him, the mana flow was constantly circulating. The butler's whole body radiated a pale blue light. He asked in confusion, "What the hell? What is this, young master?" Mika acted like a know-it-all and said, "I told you I would develop it." He wondered, "But how?" He replied, "Well, I have the male lead's aura, what else?" No, the male lead seriously explained, "Because I hold the near-final results of the research of someone very close to me. That person took the trouble to refine it through many generations." Modine's face was full of surprise. He acted mysterious and shared, "Although the method is still crude and quite heavy, it's not too bad." The butler looked up, not knowing what he was thinking. Or maybe he was pretending to look dangerous. His old mouth let out a hum. He closed his eyes in relaxation, taking a breath of fresh air full of oxygen. He whispered, "Then it's fine. The rest doesn't matter." In front of the magnificent, massive gate of the sanctuary, a person wearing church robes was seeing off two young men riding horses. The four-pointed star on the young man's armor shone brightly. The cross on his arm guards was equally impressive. A delighted laugh rang out, "Huh?" Mika looked at his mentally challenged companion next to him and asked in dissatisfaction, "Geez, are you that excited?" Leon replied enthusiastically, "Of course. For people like me, armor is my whole life. Looking like this, the ladies will swoon." The male lead suddenly became serious and sighed. Come to think of it, that's good. You're going to have to use it soon anyway." Leon didn't understand what Mika was saying. Suddenly remembering something, he wondered, "Speaking of which, I still haven't been informed where we're heading." The male lead asked back, About the destination?" Facing Leon's dumbfounded face, he answered, "It's the town of Dracolian." Leon couldn't believe his ears. He asked warily, "Don't tell me it's the territory of those who never sleep, like those reviewers?" He replied curtly, "That's exactly it." Hearing that, he let out a sigh. Wearing the face of someone suffering the greatest injustice in the world, Leon looked up at the sky and howled, "Oh God! Oh God!" In the gloomy, dense forest, he turned into a blind statue, complaining, "The hero you chose is digging his own grave. Please save him." Mika sarcastically praised him. "Wow, so full of life." Even the brown horse Leon was riding looked at him with helpless eyes. The male lead thought to himself, but his reaction is understandable. A majestic castle in the mist appeared in his memory. Mika thought consecutively. The town of Dracolian was once a very bustling land. The image of people suffering from having their souls extracted, screaming in a dark space, replaced that prosperous scene. He remembered clearly the ruler of that place, Count Dracolian, had the ambition to achieve the Fountain of Youth. The consequence was that he eventually devoured more than half the population in his territory. Because of that indelible, inhumane reputation, this land was sealed by the Holy Kingdom. Mika steered his horse slowly through the forest, thinking firmly. Our next destination is where the monsters in the sealed territory live. Leon complained loudly. Are we out of places to hang out? Why do we have to go to such a terrifying place? Mika replied humorously. That's a sensitive question. The male lead looked at his foolish companion and patiently explained. The first reason is because this place has things like the tomb where you lived. Danger often comes with opportunity. Leon racked his brain and then said, Oh, so this is a dungeon raid, right? Okay, got it. Simple as a joke. He suddenly had a stroke of genius and asked, What about the other reason? Mika replied, Because soon. The image of a coffin sealed with an engraved cross on the lid appeared. The iron shell outside the coffin was covered in sharp spikes. Besides that bloody scene, the outside of the coffin was surrounded by wild roses blooming as red as syrup. That is the seal binding Count Dracolian, and it will be removed. After taking a satisfying nap on Mika's shoulder, Seth stretched and said, that was a good sleep. She wondered and asked him, How much longer do we have to travel? The male lead replied, You slept through the whole trip. We're almost there. Seth replied, Huh? What the hell? Behind them, Butler Modine looked like he had lost his soul. A white mist even flew out of his mouth like he was possessed. A bizarre scene appeared before Seth's eyes. While the master walked leisurely, the butler had his head bowed with an unclear expression on his face, using mana to lift a large horse. What kind of weird technique was this? Modine's face showed an extremely strained expression. To make matters worse, Leon, who was snoring loudly, was tied tightly to the horse's back, increasing the difficulty of the game. Seth's face was dumbfounded. She didn't understand what the hell had happened while she was asleep. Why did they all suddenly become so weird? Unable to bear it, she asked, What the hell is going on? Time went back to 2 days ago. A group of 3 riding horses slowly entered a lush forest. Butler Modine, after hearing Mika state the purpose of the trip, was scared out of his wits and shouted, Are we going to unseal a vampire? He couldn't believe his ears. Suddenly remembering something, Modine asked him again. However, the coffin sealing that monster cannot be opened from the inside, right? The male lead asked back calmly, Did God tell you that? Modine awkwardly let out an ah. Leon, riding next to him, chimed in. But do you know how to send him to his ancestors? The swordsman also added a bonus. His title of immortal monster isn't for nothing. Mika, hearing his clueless friend ask a clueless question just like him, replied in annoyance. I know, for crying out loud. No need to remind me. I've considered this very carefully, okay? Leon closed his eyes, putting on an of course attitude, and said, Of course it must be so. Know yourself. Know your enemy. 100 battles, 100 victories. He looked at Mika and rambled. You're inherently the kind of person who wouldn't do things disadvantageous to yourself. If you felt you couldn't defeat him, you wouldn't have set foot here. The 2 teammates gave the male lead a punchable look. Modine chimed in, and the young master's calculations are truly very precise. Mika looked at them whispering to each other and suddenly realized something was wrong. They misunderstood something. Leon coaxed. Hey, tell us your plan. A smile suddenly appeared on the male lead's face. He gave them a standard salesman smile. Flowers suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scattering around the male lead. Looking at that smile, Leon suddenly felt the temperature around him drop significantly. A cold feeling spread down his spine. He trembled and said, Damn it, scared the hell out of me. What's with that cheap, nauseating smile? Mika kept smiling, scattering flowers everywhere, and replied, I have a plan, but to execute it, I need a legitimate reason. The shivering guy immediately asked, A legitimate reason? Leon stopped his horse and said, Wait, hold on for about 2 seconds. I don't know what the plan is, but maybe we don't need to prepare right now. Unconsciously, Mika's face became as evil as the bizarre clown Joker. He replied, What are you talking about? We have to prepare as soon as possible. Looking at Mika, aka Joker, in front of him, Leon felt like he had already stepped 1 foot into hell. He stammered, What the F***? What are you planning to do? The male lead immediately used a sleep spell. His companion let out a grunt and completely lost consciousness, falling backward. Mika quietly watched Leon, who was sleeping like a log, lying still on the horse's back, a bubble inflating on his nose. Beside him, Modine's voice rang out, asking, "What the hell are you doing?" The male lead replied, "If we tie him up and let him sink into an illusion, he will become stronger." The butler seemed to have probed something. He gently analyzed. "So this is an illusion magic? But it doesn't seem that simple. You also implanted a quite complex virtual perception into his illusion." Leon beside them still ignored the world. He even added some snoring sounds for accompaniment. Mika got off his horse, smiling like, "You know too much." He said, "For a mere butler like you, it should have been hard to notice that." In his mind, he had already cursed Mika's 18 generations of ancestors. Outwardly, he had to throw his conscience to the dogs and say, "Ha, you underestimate me. No matter how complex the magic is, I can still find a way to analyze it. Even 8th circle magic." The male lead thought, only good at bullshitting. He didn't even look at him, expanding the challenge. "So you want to try?" Mika provoked, "If there's no risk, it's boring. Let's make a bet." Modine widened his eyes and asked, "Bet on what?" He only had a pair of shorts on him. He replied, "It doesn't need to be anything grand." Looking at the fine horse standing obediently in front of him, he decided, "Until we reach our destination, instead of riding the horse, let the horse ride you." The male lead smiled slyly and continued, "Of course, if I lose, I'll let the horse ride me too. The time limit is 2 days." Before the butler's surprised eyes, Modine asked, "What do you think?" He replied, "I think that's more than enough time." From then on, he officially dug his own grave. Explaining the time of returning to the present, the butler had to use both hands to manipulate mana to lift the horse. He looked like he was about to die. Modine, unwilling to accept defeat, asked, "Is your magic so complex that I can't analyze it?" Mika closed his eyes, speechless, thinking, "Stubborn old man. Of course he can't analyze it." He thought of the series of purple magic circles forming chains surrounding the sleeping Leon tied tightly to the horse. He thought smugly, "Because I'm mixed in the theories of 9th circle magic. How could he understand without the skill level?" The male lead said calmly, "But more importantly." Seth pointed to the side and said, "Is that not important?" He replied, "It's about the next tomb." She turned to look at him and said, "Let me tell you first, I stand in a neutral position in this trial, so I can't give you too much information." Mika bargained, "Then can you give us a small clue?" Seth repeated, "A small clue." Acting like a little old lady deep in thought, she recalled, "First, the shape of the remaining tombs looks very different compared to the tombs or dungeons you've encountered. In a basement, the place where the trial was sealed, the dark room was lit by torches." Seth said, "There are many unusual things inside Asama's tomb. Don't be fooled by looking at it like other damp, ancient rooms." She remembered the first tomb Mika entered at Leon's house, sighing, "Speaking of which, you're quite lucky. Truly, the saints favor the foolish. Because the first tomb you encountered was the simplest one. Otherwise, you'd be selling salt by now." Seth continued, "There are tombs that punish those who fail in an extremely cruel way." He looked at her, showing that he had known this for a long time. "After all, I am a regressor." She continued to explain, "The difficulty of the tomb depends on the arrangement of the guardian in charge of that place." Mika recalled the punishment. Oh. In his mind appeared the place where Dracolian's coffin was placed, covered in blood-red roses. The sealing cross on the coffin lid glowed brightly. The male lead remembered that before his regression, the reason Dracolian became corrupted was because of the fear of growing old and slowly dying. "That's what I know." He gripped the reins tightly, thinking anxiously, "But what if those things aren't true? What if it's a joke?" His eyes showed deep thought. Mika thought, "I need to confirm it." Modine's voice called out, "Young master," interrupting his train of thought. The old man was walking bow-legged, his legs trembling. The butler felt that this body was no longer his. He tried to force a smile and said, The horse I'm carrying. Wouldn't it be better to let it fulfill its duty as a horse? I'm not acting in a play about a centaur." The male lead replied calmly, "Yes. Put it down. Because we're almost there." The poor old butler, as if granted amnesty, immediately threw the horse aside and collapsed on the ground. Ignoring the cold, dashing image he had built, Modine lay on the grass, enjoying the blazing sunlight. He let out a phew and exclaimed, "Feels F*** king amazing." Mika was speechless. He sighed and reminded him, "Hey butler, are you planning to go to sleep right here?" The old man, pretending to be dead, suddenly perked up his ears to listen to him say, "If it were me, I wouldn't think about putting the horse down. I'd think of a way to hold it as long as possible." Modine realized something was wrong. He sat up like a zombie and called out, "Young master." The male lead replied, "What the hell do you want?" Mika was taken aback when the butler asked, "Why do I feel like you're even older than me?" He asked back, "Is that a compliment? A sarcastic compliment, right?" Modine scratched his head, pretending to be confused, and said, "Of course not. I mean, you're like an old bastard." He thought Mika would fly into a rage and beat him up, but his reaction truly surprised him. His young master just looked at him and smiled. The feeling of a chill down his spine returned. In the green forest, the butler's stammering voice rang out, "Why, young master? Don't smile like a pervert. Don't make me carry the horse again. That's a very humiliating action, young master. It makes me extremely uncomfortable." Mika's voice rang out, "I didn't intend to say that." He immediately retorted, "You clearly intended to say that. In this world, if you claim to be the second most shameless person, no one would dare claim to be the first." The male lead snapped his fingers, showing that he was a mature adult, advising Modine, "Lying is very bad, butler." He ordered, "Now try circulating your mana in the 6th circle." Modine looked up and asked, "What? What the hell?" Mika, aka Joker, immediately appeared. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You said you were about to reach the 8th circle, didn't you?" Another noisy argument echoed through the forest. The butler shouted, "Wait. Why do you always have to win an argument before you stop?" The shameless male lead replied, "Did I say anything wrong?" Modine said in frustration, "Humans sometimes have to accept defeat." "Damn it," Mika repeated, "try doing it right now." Seth was speechless, witnessing two adults arguing like children. She was too bored to say anything. Truly hopeless. Hearing the male lead order, "Right now," the little spirit let out a long sigh. She couldn't hold back and cursed inwardly, "Titich. Is this a hero? More like a brat. Damn it." Mika's group arrived in front of a majestic castle enveloped in a gloomy atmosphere. It was separated from the outside world by a massive wall. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, why is it so freaking huge?" Focusing his observation, he knew this was the wall separating the infected area from the outside. The male lead muttered, "It proves the Holy Kingdom and the Empire determined Dracolian was very serious, so they built a quarantine wall better than for COVID." Leon looked around cluelessly and said, "But the funny thing is, there's no one here guarding it." Modine guessed, "Many places have incidents, so it's hard for them to stand here and monitor continuously." Mika went to interact with the wall by touching it. He discovered that it wasn't dead yet. Looking at the dark color of death present on every tree branch and the wall, the male lead felt incredibly annoyed, thinking, "How long can a person survive here?" Not being able to confirm the situation is even more frustrating. After examining the wall, Mika knew they believed the wall could hold up for 100 years. The male lead thought of a blurry human figure surrounded by blinding holy light. Above was an 8-pointed star barrier, and behind were brilliant golden halos. He guessed, if the strongest knight of the Holy Kingdom created this seal, they would spare nothing to protect it. Mika glanced around, giving himself an unconvincing answer. They believe this seal will never be broken. For now, at least. Suddenly, Seth beside him complained in annoyance, "Smells king awful." She covered her mouth, looking around, and said in disgust, "That's not all. Not just the infected area, but everywhere has something weird." Seth concluded, "It's like the smell of a barn. Extremely unpleasant." Mika smiled faintly and replied, "Is that so?" Leon behind him spoke up and asked, "Are you planning to go in right away?" The male lead raised his hand, acting mysterious, and replied, "Nope, not the right time. First." Leon looked blankly in the direction his finger pointed, curiously asking, "What the hell are you pointing at?" The direction the male lead pointed was a village at the edge of the forest, not far away. He continued, "Let's clean up that place first." The sound of horse hooves clopping on the road echoed steadily, especially amplified since the road they were on was deserted. They had entered the village and saw the silhouette of a woman brewing alcohol. There were also villagers walking on the street, but it was completely different from the desolate look of the castle earlier. Leon exclaimed, "Holy crap, there are actually people living here." Mika acted mysterious and said, "Because not all of them went to see their ancestors." He recalled the time before his regression. This place was a cemetery full of graves. A horrific tragedy had occurred when half the population was murdered, meaning the male lead remembered a girl's hand placing a white rose on a grave. That hand belonged to a girl with short hair and teary eyes. The crowd standing behind her had their eyes closed in extreme sorrow. Mika guessed the other half survived. He acted knowledgeable and explained, "Without a territory, they have to fend for themselves. They must have gone through a lot of hardships." The swordsman asked suspiciously, "Are they living here?" The male lead thought of the red eyes flickering behind the trees and uttered, "Living here isn't too bad." Remembering the castle full of demonic aura earlier, even the sky above was dyed a gloomy syrup color. Mika wondered, "It's strange that monsters don't even bother coming here." And Dracolian sensed a bad omen because the smell of disaster, like dried fish, lingered around. Walking on the street, he explained to his teammates, "There are no taxes here, and the Empire doesn't send any commanders. Other regions don't want to get involved with this area either. So this is an opportunity for them. Long live the autonomous and tax-free world." He said that, but the male lead's face suddenly darkened. In his head appeared the word "however." Thinking back to the coffin sealed with a cross in that syrup-red room, Mika affirmed one thing. Dracolian is not easy to deal with. Hard as hell. The coffin lying still didn't mean the person inside had ascended to heaven. The male lead affirmed. He originally calculated what to do after being sealed. Modine behind him covered his mouth, acting mysterious, and turned on his gossip mode, whispering to Mika, "But was your plan to break Dracolian's seal instructed by God?" He replied curtly, "We have a helper." He immediately asked, "So then?" The group rode their horses under a gloomy sky, just like their uncertain future. Mika said matter-of-factly, "It's probably a demon. I don't know how high its rank is either." A voice suddenly rang out, "Welcome, guests." He immediately looked toward the source of the voice. An old man with a bushy beard, who couldn't be called handsome, appeared. He laughed, haha, and said, "What a surprise. It's been a long time since we had visitors. Nice to meet you." Mika asked him, "You are?" The polite man replied, "I am Daphlos, the chief of this village." Piaconlum. Daphlos bared his missing teeth, proudly boasting, "There is no place around here as developed as Piaconlum." Mika's group immediately thought, "Of course, man, because it's surrounded by dense forest." The male lead jumped off his horse and praised, "You made a wise decision." His gem-like red eyes stared intently at the other party, showing an oppressive aura. The male lead smiled silently. Then, a flowery atmosphere appeared. The two clueless people greeted each other friendly. He shook the bearded old man's hand, laughing, haha, and said, "Yes, thank goodness. I was also looking for a place to stay for a while." Daphlos also smiled, his eyes crinkling, and replied, "That's great then." They looked like old acquaintances meeting after 10 years. The village chief excitedly confided, "It's been a long time since we had distinguished guests. I can't let you be inconvenienced. I will show you the way." Modine, who was used to being tortured, was dead silent seeing this. Leon felt a chill down his spine, wondering, "What's with that creepy smile, Mika?" The toothless old man happily said to them, "Please follow me." He spoke up to probe, "By the way, you surely didn't come here for a vacation, did you?" Mika's eyes flashed with wariness when Daphlos asked, "Why did you come to this godforsaken place?" He closed his eyes and replied, "There's only one reason." The male lead spat out a name, Dracolian. The village chief suddenly stopped. He turned around and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you came from the Holy Kingdom?" Mika kept a straight face, denying it completely, saying, "Huh, of course not. What the hell is the Holy Kingdom? It's just my own curiosity. I'm very interested in history." Daphlos let out a showing suspicion. History my ass. If I believed you, I'd have sold my house a long time ago. Despite that, he still replied, yes, I hope you enjoy your time here. They were led to a spacious house to stay for the night. In the room, Mika stood facing his two teammates. He narrowed his eyes and asked, how is it? Modine closed his eyes to sense and replied, curses are things demons usually create. He suddenly dropped a sentence that broke his image, leaving Leon dumbfounded, saying, it's interesting that animals bound by ropes are also nice. Leon felt something was off and retorted, hey old man, even so, calling them animals. Mika closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and interrupted him. To be blunt, there's nothing wrong with that, Leon. The swordsman asked cluelessly, what do you mean? He replied, even if I don't think about it, those with schemes surely think so. Leon was scared out of his wits, wondering, is there a demon causing trouble for this village? Mika held up 6 fingers and explained, not just this village. He seriously explained, there are 6 villages around here, and the number 6 is considered a symbol of sacrifice. Leon felt something was wrong. He countered the number 6. But isn't this place the 7th village? Holy crap, that's terrifying. The male lead thought of the pink spirit stone on the stone steps in the middle of the village. The whole sky was dyed fiery red. He patiently imparted knowledge. The widest place will become the center, surrounded by the other 6 villages. You could say this is imagining the scene of 7 spirit stones lighting up simultaneously, a syrup-colored scene covering everything despite the rising sun. Mika continued, a massive magic circle. Leon angrily slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. His whole body also emitted a blue-purple aura enveloping the air due to anger. He gritted his teeth in fury. Who caused this? Contrary to Leon's boiling anger, Mika remained calm, speaking gently. Calm down. Getting angry won't change anything. Leon found his words reasonable. Unable to do anything, he could only curse. Damn it. The butler spoke up and asked, what do you plan to do now? Leon looked up. His face still showed a grumpy, annoyed expression. Mika spoke up. I've already set the bait. First, he said while considering carefully, I need to go meet someone. Their conversation ended as the 3 of them set off side by side. Arriving at the destination, their footsteps stopped. Mika stared straight ahead, his eyes showing confidence, not fear at all. They stood before a towering but somewhat gloomy, dreary castle with bare tree branches. In front of the castle was a knight sitting guard. The knight wore sturdy armor, sitting with one knee propped up, his hand resting on his knee, letting his weapon lean against him. His whole body exuded an unusually leisurely, calm demeanor. Through the iron mask, the knight's eyes emitted a red light, watching the group in front of him. Butler Modine was somewhat anxious, hesitatingly saying, young master, it seems he is a demon. Mika immediately noticed a slight difference. The knight stood up, making a clanking sound. You've arrived. Leon immediately saw clearly the weapon in the opponent's hand. He thought to himself, is that a spear? The knight gripped his weapon tightly in his hand. Then suddenly, his whole body leaped up, his hand gripping the spear pointing straight at the group. The spear radiated a powerful force, rushing forward with that momentum. Butler Modine didn't delay for a second. He snapped his fingers. Immediately from that snap, a magic circle appeared, completely blocking the attacking power. He looked at the knight in front of him. Good heavens, attacking me right on our first meeting? Then he lowered his hand. The knight jumped down and sat on the ground. His eyes flashed with light, glaring as he said, if that attack didn't work then... The knight began to cast dark magic. His whole body was surrounded by a black aura that exerted pressure on others. It seemed he was truly very belligerent. Right then, Mika spoke up, stop. The knight was surprised, somewhat confused, but also stopped developing the magic. Mika continued to remind, Butler, you stopped too. He stood in front of the knight. He asked, who exactly are you people? He calmly replied, we came here to talk. Then, he reached into his coat, introducing himself. I am Mika Wahlbergis. The knight quietly listened to him speak. I am the one who has received recognition from God. He took out his certification badge. As the hero of this generation. Mika asked, can you tell me what exactly is happening around here? Hearing this, the knight suddenly let out a laugh. He used a disdainful tone and asked back, "A hero? Things have already gotten to this point, and only now does God send a hero?" He said in disbelief, "There are some things I can't explain clearly, but I definitely have no intention of abandoning this place," he gently explained again. Mika asked him, "Can you tell me the reason you've always protected this wall?" The knight sat with his hand resting on his knee, his head bowed, smiling sadly as he repeated, "The reason? The reason." Finally, he concluded, "Because I am a half-breed." Mika asked back, "Why?" The knight removed the armor over his chest. "This is the reason." He grabbed the spear. Without hesitation, he stabbed it straight into his own body. From that stab wound, blood splattered everywhere. Leon couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" The spear pierced through the knight's body, blood pouring out even more. Leon shouted, "Stop! If you do that," he frowned, "you will." The knight pulled the spear out. Where the wound was, there was a large, blood-stained hole. But even more surprisingly, that wound suddenly began to knit back together, gradually returning to the original skin and flesh, as if it had never been pierced by a sharp spear. Leon seemed to understand. "You are an immortal." The knight didn't hide it either. "That's right. As you can see." Hearing this, Leon immediately swung his hand, creating a blue magic circle around himself. Mika, who had been quietly watching all along, saw this and reminded him, "Lower your sword, Leon." He disobeyed and retorted, "He's an immortal. That means he's no different from a vampire." Mika didn't think so. He bluntly dismissed Leon's thought. He stood in front of the knight, thinking to himself, "I know this knight. More accurately, I know about this knight's future." The knight spoke up, "Stab me if you want. I can't die anyway." Mika refused, "I can't do that. As a hero, since I see someone who wants to become a part of humanity, I can't treat that person like a monster." His words made the knight pause slightly. Mika reached for the knight's iron mask and said, "I know who you are." He removed the knight's mask. His face gradually revealed itself. Teeps Dracolian. He stated the name of this knight. He recalled, "How could I not know him? The blood spear, Teeps. And in the future that I know, he is also called the Immortal King." Mika let his thoughts flow. During the time of the vampire disaster, he was the one who tried to stop his father's cruel actions in vain. While the butler and Leon still didn't understand anything, he said, "You are just someone who shares the bloodline of the vampire count." Teeps lowered his head slightly. "So how do you plan to deal with me?" Mika replied, "I have no ulterior motives. However, even though it might sound a bit cruel to you, I want to cooperate with you." Hearing this, Teeps looked up at him in surprise. He asked in disbelief, "Cooperate?" Mika affirmed, "Cooperate. To help your father, Dracolian, rest in peace." Teeps was stunned. "Rest in peace." Then he burst out laughing. "I really don't have a choice, do I?" he asked reluctantly. Teeps grabbed his spear. "Fine. Then in exchange, I will also ask for one thing." He stood up, looking at the group. "There is a place we need to go together." In the dark night, just the two of them. A voice suddenly echoed, asking, "I didn't know the wall had such a loophole. It used to be used by smugglers as a secret passage." The two men conversing echoed in the night. Suddenly, the male lead asked, "Father Leon, so this is the corrupted area?" Father Leon looked at the male lead suspiciously. The male lead kept walking and exclaimed to Father Leon, "Since I am the son of the lord of this area, you don't suspect me at all?" The male lead asked Father Leon. Both were silent. Suspicion enveloped this scenario. "The guilty one is your father, not you." A firm answer. Father Leon replied, "So obviously, you two coming here is just to deal with the corrupted area anyway." Whatever they said, they were a team. Before the two could gather their wits, the wind howled, along with a piercing cold feeling that jolted the two out of that suspicion. Even though they knew and had heard about this area, witnessing it with their own eyes was still terrifying. Father Leon continued to exclaim to the male lead, "This sight is hard to believe. My father used to be a kind lord, so the people were always devoted to him." The male lead suddenly asked Father Leon in a panicked voice, "That lord?" Father Leon's face changed color as he replied, "Yes, in the past. He wasn't a bad father." Father Leon recalled his childhood memories. Being an only child, he was raised with love and utmost pampering by his father. Especially after Father Leon's mother died, he was loved and pampered by his father even more. The eyes reminiscing about the past seemed to make Father Leon grit his teeth. But that's just something that used to be. He turned away and signaled the group to move forward. This way, follow me. In the middle of the night, covered by trees and dim light, Father Leon recounted that his father changed when a dungeon was discovered, and his father tried to conquer that dungeon. And he failed. The male lead's question made Father Leon stop. It seemed something was making him feel indescribable pain. Was it maternal love that made him feel heartbroken? Father Leon continued. Not just failed, but something else happened. Is this what created a bloodthirsty lord? Something else? The male lead suddenly asked Father Leon. The story seemed to be told more fully by Father Leon. After his father entered to conquer the dungeon, he seemed to have lost his mind, becoming mentally unstable. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that dungeon was the origin of the story. My father never opened the dungeon door for anyone, Father Leon said. Especially me, his son. The sound of footsteps seemed to alert the whole area. Just one sound seemed to awaken the whole forest. We're here, Father Leon informed everyone. What is this place? What the hell is this? Everyone was terrified because this place. Is this the dungeon? Everyone exclaimed. The male lead told himself that he understood the problem. Meanwhile, the group was still surprised and thought, has no one ever been here? Is that the reason the Lord went mad? Is it really that terrifying? The goddess's call reminded the male lead that he should be careful. I told you, I can't go into details. Is this place really that terrifying? As for this dungeon, how can it be decorated so harmoniously? No matter what kind of person the owner is, it proves he has great aesthetic taste. Suddenly, the goddess panicked. There seems to be a mistake. We've lost our way, it seems. Did some factor affect you? There's a strange noise. It seems an event is about to happen. What are you going to do? The male lead suddenly shouted loudly. Of course it is. The sound replied with quick action. Of course it is. The sounds of action. Limbs clashing in space echoed. They were fighting, not understanding what was happening. Light. Then sounds like crashing into each other. A loud explosion. Then a voice echoed. Mika, thank you. Heron lay flat on the ground. Since when did I fall asleep again? Heron was surprised by the place he was seeing. This place is. Heron stared wide-eyed. This place is. The dark sky suddenly cleared up, like being in a fairyland. Far different from his thoughts. All the filth on the ground also disappeared. Everything disappeared. The group looked at each other, doubtful. Did we do it? Father Leon looked around. Did we succeed? He saw a beautiful scene with the faces of the citizens appearing. Finally, everything is over. The goddess said to the male lead. He sat in deep thought, with a bit of doubt. The goddess continued. If it wasn't for Mika, I couldn't have saved my sister or defeated any enemy. Thank you, Mika. He slowly said his thanks. That's right. The sky scenery was so beautiful. Mika stood up and said in a stern voice, That's enough sweetness. The goddess looked at Mika in surprise. The girl asked coldly, as if trying to hold him back, Where are you going? The young man turned away without looking back. I think I'll be going back soon. The scene returned to the male lead's face. The goddess's face, everyone smiled contentedly. So that's a very cheerful sentence. A slap in the face for you, Mika. The space was silent. Suddenly, the male lead shouted loudly, shattering the peaceful scene. That's enough. If you're satisfied enough, you should stop. The girl replied to the male lead. You can relax a bit more, in a bewitching voice. I can hardly relax, the male lead replied coldly. The male lead's mysterious, suspicious face. It really is you. The bewitching voice echoed. I am the guardian goddess guarding the sacred treasure inside this tomb. The goddess appeared and introduced herself. I am the guardian goddess Nephi. What will happen next? Truth or bewitching illusion? The girl with her eyes closed slowly said, I am Nephi, the guardian of this tomb. Mika Wahlbergis was slightly surprised, let out a tch, and then fell silent. The girl continued calmly. I don't want that child to see your dream. What a pity. You could have rested as long as you liked. She stepped onto the ground and approached him. Mika Wahlbergis regained his composure in an instant and asked, You must know why I'm here, right? The girl replied softly. It's because of the artifact, isn't it? He agreed. But first I need to verify something. Do you know Dracolian? Hearing this person mentioned, She frowned slightly and replied, "He was the last challenger to come to this place." Mika Wahlbergis asked further, "He must have seen a dream similar to mine. The person who once sacrificed everything for the people in his territory has now completely become a monster. You know that too, don't you?" The girl sighed heavily. "I know. Unfortunately." Mika Wahlbergis fell silent for a moment, then said, "I thought a lot before coming here. You are very kind. It's true that this illusion only shows others the visions they desire. That kindness of yours isn't bad. But only if you don't overstep your bounds. Let me be blunt. This tomb has already been conquered, hasn't it, Nephi?" he said while observing her expression. "And it's not just that. You yourself are doing things unfitting for a guardian," meaning the artifact guarded by Nephi has already found its owner, so it's clear that Dracolian failed. He no longer has the right to conquer this tomb. On the contrary, if he kept attacking the tomb, then everything is clear. Nephi remained silent for a while, then replied, "You are a smart child. I didn't expect you to be so quick-witted." Mika Wahlbergis continued to talk nonstop. "You should have known the price for your actions. Even if nothing happened here, do you know what your compassion caused out there? He devoured tens of thousands of innocent citizens, and there can only be one reason for this crime." Nephi lowered her head and muttered, "I am very sorry." Mika Wahlbergis thought to himself, Dracolian must have challenged this dungeon countless times. At first, this was just a normal trial, but later on, it gradually became a temptation. A temptation by the vision that everything he lost was restored. If you think about it this way, the meaning of his immortality also changes slightly. Immortality wasn't his ultimate goal, and his true goal must have been to actualize what appeared in the vision. Hearing him say that, Nephi asked, "Are you going to punish me?" Mika Wahlbergis immediately replied, "I don't mean that, but I have also successfully conquered the dreamscape." He held out his hand toward Nephi and suggested, "So I must have something to take back, right?" She said in a low voice, "The thing you want to take away must be..." Without waiting for Nephi to finish her sentence, he quickly cut in, "Right, you guessed it. I want this tomb." The space suddenly changed. Mika Wahlbergis felt someone shaking his arm vigorously. He slowly opened his eyes. The young man in armor kneeling beside him asked anxiously, "Hey, are you okay?" Mika Wahlbergis replied indifferently, "I'm fine, stop shaking me." Teeps Recolian said, "I thought it would be a harsh trial, but..." Mika Wahlbergis sat up and murmured, "Harsh is right." Teeps came closer and asked, "Did you get anything else?" "It seems there was no artifact." He replied, "There was no artifact there, but I took something else instead." In short, seeing him hesitate, Butler Modine asked curiously, "Young master, what is it?" He answered, "From now on, this dungeon is mine." Modine looked up at the sparkling space ahead and replied excitedly, "This will surely be very useful. In other words, you've taken over Dracolian's territory." Mika Wahlbergis stood up and nodded in agreement. "That's right." Teeps Recolian, standing behind him, asked in a low voice, "What was that thing in the dungeon, really? Can you tell me?" Mika Wahlbergis answered bluntly, "It was your father's past, Dracolian. He must have locked himself in his own past all this time." Hearing this, Teeps murmured softly, "The past. Ah, so that's what it was." Mika Wahlbergis continued, "Of course, no matter the reason, a crime is still a crime." Teeps replied in a strained voice, "I know. As his son, I will punish my own father. It's the best I can do for him." Suddenly, Mika Wahlbergis turned back with an excited expression. "In that case, I have a favor to ask you." He was stunned. "What is it?" Mika replied concisely, "Someday, you must become a true vampire." What the hell was that? In a dimly lit room, the brick-red light from a fire cast eerie, flickering shadows. A wise sage, dressed in a long white robe with a peculiar blindfold painted with an eye, sat on a high chair. Below him, a person knelt on the ground. The sage asked, "A stranger?" The kneeling person looked up and replied, "Yes, that's right. The traveler who visited the village looks extremely suspicious. It seems he's from the Holy Temple." The sage asked again. "He was asking about Dracolian, wasn't he?" "Yes, that's correct." The sage tapped his fingers, lost in thought. The person below hesitated. If he's really from the Holy Temple, then something must have happened outside. The sage stood up, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. Haha, don't worry. It's nothing serious. If the villagers are worried, try to explain and reassure them. Tell them we are not bad people. The person replied, I understand. He then vanished through the door in an instant. The sage muttered, what a fool. Has the holy temple sniffed something out? It seems nothing has happened to those twins yet. But if they really have caught on, I'll have no choice but to kill them. He chuckled darkly, his hands suddenly transforming into sharp, iron-like claws. Suddenly, the door burst open again. The mayor rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting, Hey, old man. The sage turned and chided, I told you to knock before entering. The mayor, paying him no mind, cried out in a panic. This is serious. Draculian has appeared. The sage was startled. Draculian, you say? Recently, a Draculian has been rampaging through the residential area. The villagers fled in terror. It's Draculian. That demon has truly been resurrected. Guards. Where are the guards? Where is everyone? But even the guards were powerless against him. With a single lift of his hand, he stopped an entire squad of soldiers. Before leaving, he threatened them, stay put. I will return soon. The terrified guards cowered, clutching their heads and crying out, Oh my God! They didn't dare to resist. Draculian ran like an arrow into the forest, where Mika Walpurgis was waiting. He smiled softly and said, Thank you for your hard work. Teeps Draculian plopped onto the ground and asked, Was that enough fuel? He took off his helmet and said, The people were certainly terrified, but it seems it won't last long. Mika Walpurgis reassured him, Don't worry. Where do you think human courage comes from? Teeps replied, Willpower? It comes from fabricated propaganda. So the most important thing is to convince the people, even if it means using force, he stated firmly. Teeps looked confused. Propaganda about Draculian's resurrection? He analyzed. At the very least, we need to make them realize that this area is no longer as safe as they thought. And what's more, if this continues, the mastermind pulling the strings will naturally have to show himself. The next day, the villagers began to leave in droves. The mayor ran to stop them. Wait, what are you all saying? You're leaving? A villager said fearfully. I heard that demon Draculian has reappeared. Some people even said they saw him in the next village. Mika's group hid behind a wall, watching the commotion. It's chaos. Of course. To them, Draculian is a nightmare. This is good. He thought to himself, Asterisk, the mayor can't calm everyone down anymore. Now is the time for me to act. Asterisk. Suddenly, the sage approached the panicked crowd. He spoke in a gentle voice. Everyone, do not worry. Someone exclaimed, The sage. You're here. Mika Walpurgis frowned slightly. The sage. He offered a friendly smile to reassure them. Everyone, don't worry. The one who attacked the village yesterday was not the real Draculian. The villagers were puzzled. But that demon looked exactly like Draculian. The sage questioned, Was there any corruption? The villagers were taken aback. He knelt and drew on the ground. If that monster, Draculian, had truly appeared, this entire area would be steeped in an aura of death. The monster from yesterday wasn't like that, was it? The villagers realized it was true. That's right. The sage continued. For a long time, our village has been peaceful. But things can't always go smoothly. Yesterday's incident was most likely caused by outside demons stirring up trouble. They may have started to set their sights on this land. Mika Walpurgis laughed. Haha, he actually managed to come up with that? The sage raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, Now is not the time for us to panic. We must unite to punish this evil. The eye on the sage's blindfold twitched slightly. The villagers were suddenly captivated, their eyes becoming vacant. Modine suddenly cried out, Young master, that's... Mika Walpurgis replied, An otherworldly entity. He's using mind control. Mika mused that if he had to choose the most troublesome demonic ability, he'd think of a ghostly hand manipulating a wooden puppet with thin strings. It could only be mind manipulation. It robs victims of their will, turning them into literal puppets. He rated it 1 star in disgust, as it was a power more detestable than any other. Modine asked, Do you want to act now? He replied, Of course. No point in delaying. Mika clapped his hands, a sound of urgency. The old man was still speaking when he was cut off. The hero offered mock praise. What an interesting story. He added sarcastically, I've learned so much from you. O sage. Mika jabbed. For someone so old and decrepit, you can still spin a tale that even a dog would nod along to. This just proves how important education is. The old man, unfazed, asked, I heard a stranger came to visit recently. Was that you? He replied, Yes. It was me. The sage said bluntly, An outsider like you has no right to interfere in this matter. Mika, putting a hand in his pocket, retorted, I have every right. The village chief was surprised to hear him declare, I came here because of Draculian. The villager's jaws dropped in astonishment. He tapped a scepter on the ground. Sparkling blue ribbons of spiritual energy appeared around Mika. He raised the scepter, its crystal glowing brilliantly, and clearly declared himself a hero. Behind him, a blue symbol of 4 concentric circles with interwoven moon patterns appeared. He concluded that mind manipulation was not an easy problem to solve. A moment's hesitation could cost countless lives. It wasn't easy to deal with, even for him before his regression. But luckily, he'd lived twice. Mika clenched his fist, knowing there was no more time. Asterisk, I have to solve this quickly. The only solution I can think of is... Asterisk without another word. He lunged forward and delivered a heaven-sent punch, crackling with golden spiritual energy, straight to the sage's face. The old man immediately coughed up blood. The hero's expression was that of a genuine thug. Asterisk bam. 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 BM. Asterisk in front of all the villagers, he gave the old man a few dozen more thunderous blows for good measure. The villagers couldn't take it anymore and screamed, You're supposed to be a hero. What the hell are you doing? He's definitely a fake hero. He's more like a champion arsonist. A wicked smile spread across Mika's face. I anticipated this situation. He continued to punch the old man, adding some demonic sounds. Why won't you crawl out of this body? You're as stubborn as a weed. If you don't come out, I'll take this sage down with you. A noble sacrifice. Mika deduced, to use mind manipulation, you can't do it without a host. His eyes stared intently at one spot. The hero imagined a black orb with a smiling face hidden inside the old man. So something has possessed this sage's body. The sage, having been thoroughly beaten, lay gasping on the ground. Mika raised his fist, a threatening smile on his face. Get out of this body, you demon. At that moment, he looked more demonic than the demon's own parents. The villagers murmured amongst themselves. Huh? A demon? What's going on? The old man whispered, I'm not. Mika immediately punched him in the face and said, Shut up. Even if you're not, you are now. A villager, seeing the old man about to be beaten to death, intervened. Hero, even if he is a demon, he'll die if you keep hitting him like that. The hero, while continuing to stomp on the man's face, turned to the villager with a bright smile. Haha, it's fine. I'm being gentle. He won't die. The villager asked, Oh, really? The old man, unable to bear it, screamed, Hey, you people! Are you blind, you ignorant peasants? A shoe immediately met his face with a warning to shut your mouth. Mika instantly got into character, speaking seriously. I came here to bring you all some bad news. Unfortunately, Draculian's resurrection is near. The villagers were terrified when he told them that the demon possessing the sage was the mastermind. They asked worriedly, What about you, sir? The hero lied coolly. Perhaps if he dies, Draculian will be fully resurrected. We need to leave this land first. The sage lay silently on the ground after Mika's brutal assault. He raised a finger and said, Therefore, thinking of the sacrificial altar that encompassed 6 villages, he advised the villagers, First, everyone should move to the neighboring village. After a rather long time, the sage finally woke up with a groan. He was tied to a pillar in a strange room and asked in confusion, Where is this? A familiar foot, one that had given him dozens of kicks, appeared. Mika asked cheerfully, Oh, you're awake? The sage wondered, I never heard that a hero had been chosen. He replied, The demon lord can barely take care of himself. He doesn't have the energy to inform you. The old man asked, Why did you spare me? The hero smiled. He looked at the despicable face before him and said, Before, it was you who tempted Draculian. An image of the sage whispering temptations to the red count appeared. Mika continued, You must have appeared when he was drowning in sorrow, right after losing his wife, to show him a way to salvation. The sage's face filled with panic as he said, A demon cannot conquer the tomb, so Morrow must have used Draculian to do it. He gritted his teeth and asked, "How do you know that?" Then the old man laughed. "Huh, so what if you know? Nothing you do to me will work. Draculian has already absorbed too many sacrifices." Mika just closed his eyes in silence. The old man said smugly, "You can't change anything." He reached out his hand and replied, "Right. I can't do anything." A terrifying smile spread across his face. The hero said with amusement, "But you can, can't you?" The old man couldn't believe it and asked, "What the hell?" "What?" He explained. "The method to perfect Draculian came from the source. The one who tied the knot can also untie it." The old man laughed to himself. Asterisk, so naive. "It's not as simple as you think." Asterisk. A hand slowly reached toward him. Due to the blindfold, his expression was unclear. The sage, aka the demon, thought. Asterisk, the theory of mind manipulation is 10,000 times more complex than you think. It's nearly impossible for you to use it. Asterisk. A cold hand clamped down on his face. A stream of white spiritual energy poured into his head, making him scream in agony. The old man, being electrocuted, screamed, "Monster! Son of a bitch! You're a monster!" Mika gave a wicked grin, showing off his pearly whites. Sparkling blue spiritual energy radiated from him. The hero, with eyes as red as a demon's, his cloak fluttering from the force of his mind-reading power, spoke in a terrifying voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell. "Shall we begin?" The house where Mika's group was staying echoed with strange screams, as if someone were being violated. The old man could no longer endure the torture of the spiritual energy, screaming, "Arg! Stay away from me." Mika's face was tense as he recalled the time before his regression. A pained look appeared in his eyes. He remembered when demons descended upon the world, their power far surpassing that of humans. The image of tiny humans surrounded by a horde of monsters, unable to fight back. That was the result of arrogance accumulated over hundreds of years. The memory of his old comrades was etched into his mind. The Ago Expeditionary Force had paid a heavy price to close the gap. He thought of his past self, diligently studying books. Asterisk, to narrow the difference, I pushed past my limits. And if necessary, I even sacrificed sleep. Asterisk. The hero's eyes were dark-rimmed like a reviewer's. He knew he had created many solutions. His thoughts returned to the present, where Mika was casting a spell on the sage. Among the solutions he had created was a way to stir a demon's mind to make it reveal its spells. The threads of spiritual energy from his hand slowly entered his own head, as if connecting his mind with the sage's. The spell ended. The hero muttered, "The spell used on Draculian. So this is it. It's called the reversal charm." He praised, "Hey, Morrow, you created quite a troublesome charm." Teeps asked curiously, "Is it that bad?" Mika replied, "It's no more complex than creating a divine instrument. But if I didn't know the original charm, dealing with it would be very difficult." Teeps hummed in understanding, his expression thoughtful. Mika remembered a girl with long hair, her eyes closed as she cast a spell. A brilliant light appeared before her. He thought, actually, in the previous regression, even we in Ago had to face sacrifices. His eyes held a flicker of sadness. Asterisk, the price for breaking the charm was too high. Arian had to pay with half of her remaining life. Asterisk, Teeps asked, "But now that you know the charm, it doesn't matter anymore, right?" Mika's hand was still on the sage's face. The old man looked like a lamp whose oil had run out. He answered, "Yeah, that's right." The hero released his hand and said, "Obviously, I can't use it anymore. So this old man has outlived his usefulness." The old man made a few muffled sounds, as if protesting. "You used me, and now you're just tossing me aside?" A fan-shaped vortex of spiritual energy appeared in his palm. He declared coldly, "Farewell, trash." A halo of light appeared, sending the old man on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Leon's group was standing guard outside. Hearing a sound, they turned around. Leon spoke up, "From the look on your face, it seems you've taken care of it." Mika said calmly, "There's still one more crucial problem. Now it's just a matter of time." He continued, "I can be sure of one thing." Hearing the hero assert that in his current state, Draculian could break the seal himself, a sense of unease rose in Teeps. He asked, "What do you mean?" Teeps didn't believe it and retorted loudly, My father can break the seal himself? That's impossible. The Grandmaster of the Holy Knights sealed him personally. Mika calmly explained, I know he was sealed. He continued, but what if that was his plan from the beginning? Teeps stammered, a plan? The hero affirmed, that's right. He wasn't sealed. He was just waiting for the right moment and accumulating power. The red-haired young man was struck silent. Seeing his dazed and confused face, Mika turned away. He waved a hand reassuringly. It's fine. With the four of us here, we can easily defeat him. He suddenly stopped and uttered 4 words. But before that, the hero's eyes seemed to be pondering something. Mika turned back to Teeps and advised him honestly. If this is too difficult for you, you don't have to join us. Seeing the red-haired man bow his head, his expression hidden, the hero said, I understand your situation. If you tell us now, we can go on our own. Mika listened as Teeps spoke. It's fine. In fact, I should be the one to put an end to this. His expression was resolute. The red-haired man affirmed, this is a family matter. The hero closed his eyes and asked, is that so? Respecting Teeps's decision, he concluded, all right, let's go together. They walked along the stone-paved village road in the dark night, the silence broken only by the sound of their footsteps. Draculian's majestic mansion was shrouded in darkness, like a great tomb. Teeps looked at his home and said, it's been a long time. Since the day my parents died and I left. He said bitterly, this is the place that turned me into an immortal monster. The red-haired man recalled his childhood, when his father made him drink some strange potion. He remembered writhing in pain as his father spoke to him. Reflected in Teeps's red pupils was a demonic image, smiling as it asked, are you satisfied? Returning to the present, Teeps recounted, the funny thing is, at that time, my father held no ill will toward me. Hearing this, Mika concluded, a parent's twisted love. My child is so well-behaved at home, he wouldn't know anything type. Seeing Teeps's mood sinking, the hero asked with concern, can you do this? Can you really point your sword at your father? The red-haired man's hands tightened on his sword. His resolute back was turned as he said, if I don't do this, I'll regret it even more in the future. Teeps pushed open the castle gate, judging himself. I think it's better to be a shameful son. He stared at the gate, thinking, than to condone my parents' corruption. The heavy doors moved, untouched for decades. Mika's group gossiped, it's more intact inside than I thought. Another replied, because the master of this place wanted it that way. They entered a long room, filled with roses. At the far end, a coffin lay in silence. The flowers here were untended, yet they were as crimson as blood. The coffin was bound with iron chains, locked tight, as if fearing the one inside would rise from the dead. Modine leaned close to Mika and whispered doubtfully, Master, did you say you could overcome all this by yourself? He closed his eyes and replied, yes. Right now. The hero observed his surroundings and concluded, but it seems Draculian has no intention of leaving his coffin. There's no other way. Mika channeled spiritual energy into his scepter, making it sparkle. The hero called out, hey, Teeps. He announced politely, I think we need to smash up this mansion a little. Teeps was stunned. The red-haired young man seemed to have made up his mind. He lowered his head and replied, all right, do it. Mika approached the coffin and said, I understand. He raised his scepter high. Mika pointed it straight at the coffin, the crystal on its tip glowing brightly. He chanted, earthquake. The chains were instantly shattered. The cross emblem on the coffin suddenly glowed. A powerful voice boomed, who the hell dares? The coffin lid flew open. Dust filled the air. A pair of pale hands with sharp nails emerged. Red eyes glowed in the darkness. The person asked, how dare you defile my home? Mika, far from being scared, smiled perversely. An expression of extreme excitement, mixed with utter wickedness, appeared on the hero's face. He said, you finally decided to come out, Draculian. A slender, pale hand appeared. The man slowly rose from the ground, or to put it elegantly, rose from the grave. He had long red hair and sharp nails. The hero called his name, Draculian. His face was ferocious, with tiny red pupils. Draculian looked past the group and saw a familiar figure in the distance. He called out, Teeps. This made the red-haired young man look up, feeling as if he were a child again. He extended a demonic hand and beckoned to him. "Come here, my son. Come back to my side. You shouldn't be with them," Draculian said irritably. "This mansion holds the memories of your mother." His unfilial son immediately replied with words that hit like a stone to the face. "That was a long time ago." Draculian patiently tried to persuade Teeps. "No, son. I can bring her back. I found a way. The method I heard from that man. If only I had." Mika cut in. "That demon is dead and buried." Draculian froze and asked, "What the fuck? What did you say?" The hero slowly approached, stating with absolute certainty, "I destroyed him." Mika, activating his mana, said, "Whatever your plan is, it will never become a reality." The mana formed a scepter in his hand, its crystal glowing to signal that everything was ready. Mika warned him, "Shut your mouth and accept your purification." He roared, "What a joke." His eyes turned white, his long hair stood on end. A superpowered Draculian appeared, surrounded by a torrent of black magic. He screamed madly, "It's not funny at all. I did all this to build an ideal reality. How could this be?" Seeing this, Teeps gritted his teeth. He rushed toward his father, his face just as crazed. Like father, like son. The swordsman raised his sword, intending to strike his raging father. But in the end, the tip of his sword never reached its target, trembling in midair. Looking at the transformed father before him, he thought in anguish, "How could I?" The swordsman recalled his mother's last days. She had cried out his name, Teeps. Her frail hands had grasped his. "I'm begging you, my son." Back in the present, his sword hand would not stop shaking. His anguished face was frozen. Mika gently touched his shoulder and called out, "Hey, Teeps." As if snapping out of a trance, the swordsman stammered, "Mika." The hero reassured him, "It's okay now. You did well." The hero's feet moved lightly across the floor. His divine-like back made Teeps feel protected. He watched him without blinking, as if he had just been liberated. Teeps turned away in shame, muttering, "I hesitated before my own father." Mika heard Teeps continue, "Before a heretical demon who should not be forgiven." The hero said, "That's how it should be." He gave a rare, understanding smile. Mika asked Teeps, "He's your family, isn't he?" The hero explained to the swordsman, "You pointed your spear at your family, knowing full well you would have to bear the burden of being a traitor." Teeps's face was intent. Mika concluded, "So it's okay." The hero looked at him seriously and said, "There's no reason for you to carry that burden for the rest of your life. I will be the one to purify him." Teeps asked, confused, "But why?" The hero replied, "It's only natural." The crystal on his staff shone brilliantly. Mika finished, "Because this is why heroes exist." Green magic circles, corresponding to his rank, appeared around him. The entire space was enveloped in an ethereal darkness. On the other side, Draculian cursed Mika, "You bastard." He manipulated his magic, summoning an illusion of a blood-red skull army to attack the hero, asserting his claim, "That child is my son." Mika dodged a blast of magic, his mouth busy chanting, multitasking. Holy Pillar. A series of blue pillars of light descended from the sky, destroying the army of bones. Suddenly, the hero's face showed surprise. In Draculian's hand, a stream of blood-red light gradually converged, forming a crimson spear. He threw it with all his might, like an Olympic javelin thrower. The target was Mika. Leon appeared like a guardian deity, raising his sword to block Draculian's blood spear. He shouted in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" The force of the spear was so strong that Leon had to use all his strength just to deflect it. He was exhausted. Looking at his trembling hand, he exclaimed, "How much power was in that? If he had fully absorbed it, I can't imagine how strong he'd be." Mika commented, "Probably as strong as a grandmaster." Leon gritted his teeth and said, "You're right about that." Modine wondered, "What are you going to do with this Superman?" The hero replied, "I have to put him down." He added, "But it will take some time." Looking at the rattling bones before them, the butler asked doubtfully, "So you found a way?" He affirmed with certainty, "I'm sure this method will work." Mika raised his hand and chanted, "Firewall." Multitasking. Flames suddenly erupted from the ground, burning fiercely. Leon raised his sword. In short, He and Modine stood in front of Mika, ready for battle. Leon declared, "We just need to buy some time." Teeps, from behind, spoke up. "I'll help too." His red eyes were filled with anguish as he pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you, please." Looking at his demonized father standing in a sea of fire, he screamed in his mind, "Let my father rest in peace." A scene of a cross-shaped tombstone in a field of white daisies appeared. Draculian thought, "My heart is filled with rage." The Countess was young and vibrant then. He looked down, his expression unreadable, and asked himself, "Reality is so cold, isn't it?" I was about to give up on everything until I heard his words. A foot quietly approached him. The sage, whom Mika had since killed, stood before Draculian, tempting him. "You can turn everything back to how it was." As if grasping a lifeline, he looked up at him. Seeing his figure appear hazy, like a saint, Draculian stammered, "Is that true?" The old man bared his disgusting teeth and replied, "Of course." Then the sage held out his hand and said, "We will need sacrifices." Hearing the word sacrifices, Draculian suddenly trembled. The old man reassured him, "But don't worry. If we succeed, those sacrifices will also be revived." The Count suddenly remembered the image of his son, Teeps, hugging him and sobbing. He had asked, "Will I never see mother again?" Finally, he made his decision. Yes, this is my choice. In the ethereal green space of the dungeon, he raised his hand to the sky, knowing, "I am no longer human." A circle with a radiant holy seal appeared there. His deceased wife descended from it. He recalled the red crystal, a gift from the dungeon. He believed that even those who became sacrifices would be resurrected if their plan became a reality. Draculian had deluded himself back then. Yes, that's all it takes. His face returned to the present. He believed, "My son will also be pleased." Reality dealt a fatal blow to his heart. Draculian screamed madly, "Why are you opposing me? Soon, we will live in the reality we've always dreamed of." He looked at his son, whose head was bowed, and asked, "Didn't you say you wanted to bring your mother back?" Draculian continued, "It's entirely possible. We already have half the lives we need. We just need to get the other half." While he was speaking, Teeps gripped his spear tightly. He was furious at his father's madness and shouted, "Why? Why don't you understand yet? You're a desolate wreck, yet you're still so foolish." He roared in pain. "You've been used, father. That man wanted to create a monster that would obey his commands." Draculian felt as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart. He fell silent. Teeps continued, "From the very beginning, he never intended to grant your wish. You were sold, and you helped them count the money, father." Draculian was speechless, trying to deny it. "That can't be." He reached a hand toward Mika's group, thinking, "All the effort and suffering I endured, was it all for nothing?" He remembered the sage, aka the demon, warning him that deceitful illusions will cling to us. Draculian looked at the tense youngsters and laughed loudly. "Haha, you want to deceive me." He launched 2 streams of crimson fire at them, muttering, "That's right. You're not my son. You're just an illusion." The Count returned to his crazed state, screaming, "You are the trial I must overcome." A pair of feet stepped forward, surrounded by azure spiritual energy. Mika, enveloped in blue power, flew before him and said, "That's enough." The two faced each other for a moment. Mika stared intently at Draculian. He, in turn, observed the hero with soulless eyes. The mage was dressed in pure white. He was reminded of an old acquaintance. "He looks so much like him, yet so different," Mika chanted, "Holy light." A sacred white light enveloped the entire space. Draculian felt as if he were cracking apart. He immediately tried to use his magic. Draculian summoned blades of blood, declaring, "This is my domain." A terrifying scene unfolded. The space around him turned blood red. Black magic spread from beneath Draculian's feet. He raised his hands, controlling red arrows. Mika calculated tensely, *3 more minutes. The immortality charm I found after scanning that demon's mind, *. He thought, *in 3 minutes. The reversal charm will activate. The blue spell ribbons will bind Draculian forever, *. The hero called out, "Seth." She immediately appeared on his shoulder and asked, "What's the plan, Mika?" He ordered, "Don't leave a single opening." The arrows controlled by Draculian began to attack. A green tornado appeared behind him. It slowly spread across the room, illuminating the demon count. He stammered, "Could this power be?" Mika calmly said, "You're not the only one who possesses a holy relic, Draculian." He stubbornly broke free from the green spiritual energy's encirclement, reaching out his blood-stained hand and arguing, "But time is on my side." A blood dart appeared. Draculian declared, "I will live forever. Your life is short. How long do you think you can hold out?" The male lead's voice rang out, 1 minute. He asked in surprise, "What?" Raising one finger, Mika, aka the devil, appeared. He repeated, 1 minute left. Draculian flicked his hand, and the red blood sword shot out again, aiming straight for Mika. Modin, Leon, and Tep immediately deflected Draculian's attack. Modin's aged face began to show signs of exhaustion. Tep's eyes widened at his father's power. Leon shouted, "Damn it! Is it still not over?" Mika replied, 30 seconds. On the other side, Draculian had fallen to his knees on the floor. He heard the male lead's steady voice ring out, 20 seconds. A blood arrow appeared again in the Count's sharp-clawed hand. He continued counting, 10 seconds. Tep immediately rushed forward with the speed of a storm. Mika raised his hand. Strands of white spiritual energy flew up and intertwined around him. The magic rings symbolizing his rank appeared. He chanted the spell to reverse life. The blood arrows gradually turned to dust. Mika threw the talisman ropes toward Draculian. The talisman ropes immediately surrounded him and did their job. The Count stammered, "Why is my immortal body?" He was terrified, thinking, "No, this can't be." Looking at the young mage in front of him, Draculian muttered, "Damn it. He erased my immortality." Surrounded by the talisman strips, Draculian screamed, "Why is my immortal body?" Mika looked at the scene before him, slightly panicked. The Count's body was gradually turning to ashes under the effect of the talisman. Draculian couldn't believe what was happening and said, "How is this possible? To destroy my immortal body, the infinite source of energy." Mika watched him collapse to the floor and kindly explained, "That's right. Doing this wasn't easy at all." He thought of the holy relic emitting a 7-colored light and continued, "Similar to how you found the holy relic, I have taken control of the crypt." Draculian disagreed and argued, "I have become the master of the holy relic." He firmly asserted that it was from the hands of the dungeon master. Mika immediately retorted, "The holy relic has no effect on you, because you only got it by pure luck." He reminded him that Asa hadn't told him that. Draculian's face turned pale. His body had almost completely vanished. He lay on the ground like a miserable old man, letting out a bitter laugh. "Ha!" The Count tried to lie flat on the ground to get enough air and laughed a long string of ha. Looking at the blue sky through the broken square hole in the ceiling, he muttered, "It's all meaningless, isn't it?" His aged eyes held nothing but exhaustion. Draculian sighed, "I've been constantly running away." However, a hand reached out and gently supported his head. Tep knelt down, lifting the head of his pitiful old father, while parts of his body were turning to ash. He softly called, "Tep." The Count whispered, "Please don't leave." Tep asked, "What have you done, father?" He said, "I just wanted her to come back." The red-haired young man, pouring out decades of suffering, shouted, "What about the one who got stuck in this situation because of your selfishness? What did they do wrong?" He questioned, "And what about me? The one who has to bear the consequences you left behind." Drops of rain suddenly began to fall. The sky poured rain as if sympathizing with the pain Tep had to endure. The rain soaked his anguished face, crying in his stead. The young man sniffled, "If you really cared about our family." He smiled bitterly. "You should have told me about it at least once." Seth looked at the scene before her and exclaimed, "How truly sad." Mika looked at Tep's back, contrasting with the image of a huddled little boy. He thought Tep had been abandoned for a long time. Imagining the picture of their happy family of 3, the male lead judged that Draculian had once been a good father. He concluded that at least before his wife's death, that picture suddenly shattered into many pieces. Tep reached out his hand to catch the raindrops, painfully confessing, "I hate immortality." He covered his face with his hands and said, "From now on, I curse the blessing you gave me." Draculin's eyes showed exhaustion and resignation. He thought, is regret the only thing I have left? Draculin slowly closed his eyes. He braced himself to pass away unforgiven. Suddenly, Tep continued, however, I will still continue to live. Draculin's closing eyes suddenly widened. For the first time in so many years, he looked straight at his father and said, immortality is a curse to me. But unlike you, I will find a way to fix everything. He was shocked, calling his son's name, Tep. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to an object. The ancient painting hung opposite him. Back then, they were still a happy family. He tried to open his mouth to say his final words. Draculin smiled a contented smile from the bottom of his heart. He said, unlike me. I see. I understand now. The Count called out, hey Mika, Mage. No, I should call you a warrior, right? He pierced his own chest with his hand and pulled something out. Draculin handed a sparkling pink object to Mika. He said, take it. Ash fragments fluttered on his face. Draculin whispered, I don't need it anymore. The male lead asked, are you going to die? The Count looked at his fingers turning to ash and agreed. That's right. I should have done this a long time ago. I want to see my wife again. Soon. Looking at the sky outside, he sadly whispered, but first, I have to go to hell and face my punishment, right? Draculin reached out his incomplete hands, trying to touch his son's face one last time. He hurriedly grabbed his father's hand. The Count smiled contentedly and said, I'm sorry, son. The last two words he gave his son were, farewell. Tep sat in the void, watching the Count completely turn to dust. He softly called out, Father. His hand dropped limply to the ground. Mika walked closer to him. His owl-like eyes observed Tep. He saw the red-haired young man's hands clenching tightly. In the shimmering, five-colored secret realm within the crypt, Mika's voice rang out, it's over. After a final sigh, unfortunately, Mika reproached, if you had done what you were supposed to do from the beginning, maybe things wouldn't have turned out like this. To be honest, I had to hold back a lot. She asked him, the reason you came back here is for this, right? A red crystal appeared. Mika said, this is the holy relic Draculin gave me. The male lead bluntly asked, how do I awaken this thing? Nephi replied, I will do it, because you have proven yourself worthy by passing the trial. As soon as she said, right now, a flower branch faintly emerged from the crystal. The sparkling golden flower branch extended and wrapped around Mika's hand. The branch gradually faded, leaving a mark on the male lead's hand. He raised his hand to admire it. Damn, it's my right hand. Having received the goods, the male lead decisively turned to leave. Nephi asked, are you leaving right away? He replied, it's time for me to go. There's nothing left to do here. Suddenly thinking of something, Mika stopped. He asked Nephi, so what do you think about what happened? She sadly replied, it's all my fault. That child said he would use the relic for good deeds. Mika replied, I'm not so sure. I think you gave it to him without thinking that much. He said, you'll have plenty of time to think about this. I won't close the crypt. The male lead guessed, because there will be others coming. I will also return here. Mika glanced back, warning, I'll wait and see what you do next. A few days later, Mika was performing a purification ritual in front of a large crowd of villagers. He told Danvos, it's done. The male lead declared, with you here, the villagers won't be misguided anymore. The village chief stammered in response, thank you, my lord. He gratefully said, how can I ever repay this favor? Even a hero like you. Mika decisively replied, there's no need, village chief. He immediately kowtowed and shouted, I am not the village chief. Danvos insisted, I'm just a puppet created by demons. I'm a 100% fake. The male lead was speechless. Where did this honest guy come from? He closed his eyes, enduring it, and sighed, huh. Mika played the role of a gentle mother, comforting him. Uniting and managing the villagers is your ability. Danvos looked up in surprise. This was the first time he had been acknowledged. The male lead sat down in front of him, smiling and praising. I don't underestimate that at all. The village chief was moved to tears. My lord. He continued, but we can't just stay like this. I need someone capable of leading everyone forward. Danvos asked in surprise, a capable person? Do you mean a lord? The male lead replied, you could say that. Looking around, he shyly said. But we are all people who were exploited by the Lord. He worried whether the people would accept it. Mika agreed. You're not wrong. He announced a shocking piece of news. But the monsters will return to this land. Danvos's eyes immediately widened. The male lead informed him. Right now, the poison is still preventing the monsters from approaching. Which means when it weakens, they will invade this place. The village chief was so scared he stuttered. Is there any way? Mika looked at him seriously and replied, not exactly a solution. This is just something I plan to take responsibility for. He continued, I can't tell you right now. But trust me. Danvos wondered, why? He struggled to form a complete sentence. Why are you doing all this for us? Looking at the simple villagers waiting for an answer, he let out a soft humph. Mika asked back, do you need a reason? In another place in the forest near the village, Mika was focusing on shooting beams of spiritual energy into the ground. He shouted the purification spell. The patch of ground where the male lead stood suddenly lit up brightly. Mika looked up, took a deep breath, and said with temporary satisfaction, all right, with this, the land will soon be cleansed by holy power. Seth analyzed further. This area will be free of pollution within a year. The male lead replied, exactly. She wondered, but the problem is you can't stay here forever. This isn't something you can handle alone. Mika smiled and added, besides, I'm just the heir of some family, right? The male lead looked at her and asked, what if I'm the legitimate heir of the Valpurgis family? The family only provides me with money and manpower, connections and currency. Seth replied enthusiastically, oh. When she heard him say, the rest will be dealt with when variables occur, she immediately asked, what variables? Suddenly, a call interrupted their conversation. He looked at Leon, who was panting like a dog in front of him, and asked, what's wrong? The swordsman frantically announced, a high-ranking figure has arrived. Someone extremely powerful. Mika looked at him with amusement and said, a big shot appeared? Who could it be? Leon asked cluelessly. Is there something on my face? Why do you keep looking at it and smiling? The male lead teased, haha no. Turn around and see. Leon suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Damn it. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Duke Lionel stood behind Leon like a ghost, wearing a smile. The almost father-in-law exclaimed, Leon, my boy, you've grown up. Make yourself at home. Leon slowly turned his head, his eyes showing panic. Leon stammered, since when did you? The Duke recalled casually following the terrified kid who ran away and friendly informed him. I've been following you from the very beginning. Leon screamed in terror. July is over. Why are you still here? In the study, the Duke was leisurely drinking a cup of tea. The almost father-in-law and son-in-law were still immersed in silence. Mika spoke up to break the atmosphere. What brings you to this remote place? He said, you must have guessed it. It's His Majesty. The king sent me here. It should have been handled by a prime minister. The Duke laughed heartily, but it seemed quite interesting, Mika was speechless, thinking, so you came because you were bored? You're addicted but still acting coy. The Duke sighed. Times have changed. Now you're a hero recognized by the gods, aren't you? The male lead bluntly replied. What does that formal recognition mean anyway? He admitted, true. Setting down his teacup, the Duke's voice suddenly became serious. Enough small talk. We should get to the main point, right? He said frankly. If you have any requests, just ask. Mika asked back. Is this His Majesty's intention? The Duke explained. You solved a crisis for the kingdom, so it's only natural that you receive a worthy reward. Mika confided. I don't want to disappoint His Majesty, but... The Duke immediately warned. Yes, because you are a hero. But if you refuse, the king will be disappointed. He thought to himself, if you don't accept, you're still a useful pawn. Mika thought of the image of a hero wearing a crown, calculating his first achievement as a hero. He asked back, Duke, what do you think? He evaluated. In my opinion, you seem to be a promising talent. As for what His Majesty thinks, it's hard to say. If I could guess, I'd be the damn king. Mika thought, that's right. In my memories, the king is always looking for talent. A crown symbolizing royal authority appeared. He reminisced about the scene of the royal court before his regression. Actually, before Martin appeared, the whole kingdom was still at peace. Mika replied concisely. The Duke said in surprise. Oh, you've made up your mind? That was fast. Mika clenched his fists, thinking, of course. He said, in front of you, I don't need to put on an act. He stated his condition. As a hero, I need a holy domain. The Duke asked in astonishment, a holy domain? So suddenly, Mika affirmed, yes, this land. He asked, don't tell me you. Mika smiled confidently and said, I want to rule it. Mika affirmed, I want autonomy. A hand slammed hard on the table, making a loud bang. The Duke covered his face in helplessness. He looked at him as if looking at a monster and asked Mika, do you realize what you just said? As he spoke, he released his aura to intimidate the other party. The male lead wasn't a pushover either. He immediately resisted. Mika smiled and replied, of course. The Duke thought to himself, he's not swayed by my aura? How tough. He warned him. And you still make such a request knowing the consequences? Mika smiled confidently. If it were a normal land, I wouldn't have made such a request. The male lead questioned, sir, let me ask you again. How many troops do you think are needed to defend this territory? The Duke confidently raised one finger and replied, an army equivalent to a baron's forces is enough. Mika immediately denied, no, sir. If we don't prepare in advance. His eyes showed a threatening glint. We will need a number of troops equivalent to a duke's or even a marquis's army. The Duke was mentally traumatized. He stood up abruptly and shouted, impossible. No matter how dangerous the demons are. Mika immediately corrected him. It's not no matter how. Because they are demons. The male lead's face was full of terrifying threat. Because they are demons. He thought of the image of a bloodthirsty demon, thinking, not just in terms of true chi or mana. Demons are fundamentally different from humans. Mika recalled the image before his regression. He had once failed against the demon lord. The male lead knew their tenacity and sinister nature were far beyond imagination, yet everyone ignored that. He affirmed one thing. We must deal with them differently than humans. Sir Duke, after having his mind blown, nodded and said, all right, I understand. But I still don't know what it has to do with autonomy. Mika pointed at the table and said, I plan to build an army here. To fight the demons. Those who are no longer human. Those who have been harmed by black magic and demons. He said confidently, demon hunters. The male lead continued his presentation. I don't think it's a bad idea. If so, the Empire can fight the demons by allowing autonomy. Sir Duke remained silent, only letting out an He said with half-closed eyes, I don't think it's a bad idea either. But as you know, it all depends on the Emperor. Mika smiled and said, I know. I know everything except my place. He stood up while thinking, but I am confident. If it's the Emperor I know, he will accept my request. The male lead's eyes flashed with determination. He said, just wait and see. At the cemetery, Tep was kneeling before his parents' grave. He clasped his hands, sincerely praying for something only God knew. Suddenly, Tep heard familiar footsteps. He asked Mika, who was standing behind him, you're here. The male lead asked, feeling better? Tep replied, a little, but there's still a lot to do. Mika comforted him, don't worry about his body. It's already turned to ash anyway. The immortality curse is complex, but it's not impossible to solve. Tep whispered, I'll keep an eye on it. The male lead asked bluntly, do you want to be freed from the immortality curse? The red-haired young man sadly confided, I do want to be freed. He looked up at the sky, speaking to the void. If I do that, I'll become a normal human. Mika, reading Leon like a book, said, you want to become a hunter, don't you? Addicted but acting coy. Leon nodded, honestly confessing, if that allows me to take revenge on the demons, then I want to. The male lead thought, hatred. I don't see anything wrong with this hatred. He looked at the young man beside him, thinking that if this hatred didn't consume a person, it could become someone's reason to live. His red eyes shone with determination. Just remember never to cross your own principles. Mika cheerfully said, if so, he dropped a bombshell on Tep. I will help you get your revenge. Tep couldn't believe it and asked, you want to help me? The male lead immediately nodded in agreement. Leave the world to me. Mika explained his plan. In front of Tep's parents' grave, he talked about turning this place into a land for hunters to prepare for the demon invasion. The two confided in each other like old friends. Mika also mentioned that he was in the process of convincing the emperor to agree. The red-haired young man couldn't believe his ears, asking, "You trust me to be the leader of the hunters?" The male lead replied without hesitation, "If possible, I want to entrust it to you." Tep looked down hesitantly, but he looked toward his resting parents. "I'm even a Draculan," Tep added, "the son of the one." His eyes looked toward his father's grave, saying, "Who caused this disaster?" Mika walked closer to the grave. He pulled a white chrysanthemum from the vase, saying, "That's not a problem for me." The male lead respectfully knelt down, revealing, "I make decisions based on what I see." That was the image of Tep holding his father in his arms as he passed away. Mika affirmed that Tep's courage and determination at that moment had proven his worth. After paying his respects, he slowly stood up. Mika declared, "I trust you." Tep's face showed absolute shock. The male lead turned back, smiling, "Straighten your back. You are kinder than anyone else." Tep seemed to have made up his mind. He knelt on one knee before Mika. He promised, "I will accept this responsibility." Mika recalled the image of this young man before his regression, taking on the responsibility of leading the frontline hunters. The male lead raised his scepter, his heart aching slightly knowing that Tep's final moments were said to be truly horrific. He bestowed a blessing from the scepter, spreading it over the swordsman like a benediction. Mika whispered, "You will." Looking at Tep, he blessed that this person would survive to the end and prove the purpose of his existence. Mika promised himself, "Definitely." In the magnificent, luxurious palace, a person was sitting deep in thought on a chair. He let out an This person was King Caesar Rifer Alexandro. He sat on the throne, complaining, "How annoying." Picking up a chess piece, he said, "Originally, I could have separated those two and dealt with them." Holding the chess piece in his hand, the king said in frustration, "But now they've merged into one. Even I couldn't foresee this." He looked at the chess piece in front of him, sighing. "Moreover, predicting the moves of this knight is not easy at all. If I could guess, I'd be a damn prophet. Honestly, I'm not too pleased." With an expressionless face, the king questioned, "What do you think, huh?" He emphasized, "Duke Walpurgis, who is currently kneeling below." The duke closed his eyes and reported, "That is just a minor issue." The king immediately asked, "Another issue is he your son, Duke?" Edon honestly replied, "He's a brat who never listens." He voiced the universal parental struggle. "Kids these days are all like that, aren't they?" Then Edon changed the subject. "Right now, the important thing isn't who will become the hero, Your Majesty." The duke affirmed, "Once the selection of the new hero is complete, this faint peace will soon end." The king repeated, "Faint peace? You've got some damn nerve, Edon. You once said a great demon is gradually growing right in the imperial capital, didn't you?" The noble king frowned and said, "How annoying. Extremely irritating." The duke continued to report, "Predicting the hero's upcoming activities won't help either." The king tapped his fingers and asked, "A hero cannot be controlled by anyone." He smiled and affirmed, "I'm not stupid, Duke." Caesar warned, "I know all too well that no one can control a hero. But if I can't control him, then no one else will either." Edon nodded vigorously below. The king stood up and said, "That's why I've marked him. So no idiot comes and interferes with the hero's business." Edon frowned. He asked, "Is your Majesty talking about the autonomous zone?" The authoritative king stood before him and affirmed, "That's right. You seem to understand, Duke Walpurgis. Although your role as a father is very important, the Duke also owes me a few things. So how about you take a step back now?" The Duke's face wasn't very pleased as he replied, "Just say it, Your Majesty. What do you want me to do?" The authoritative figure stood silently, seemingly deep in thought. Caesar turned his head, the crown on his head sparkling. And God only knows what his next words were. Tep stood in a daze in front of the sunlit mansion. He was observing his birthplace before leaving for a long journey. Mika called out, "I knew you'd be here." The male lead held up a scroll and said, "I think what I'm holding in my hand is exactly what you've been waiting for." Mika continued, "His Majesty has issued a decree. From now on, this territory will belong to me, Mika Walpurgis." The male lead said, "This is an autonomous holy domain." Tep listened as he explained, "So, just like I said, I plan to turn this place into a haven for hunters. Mika placed an object in Tep's hand and confided. Therefore, I want to invite you to take the position of the hunter's leader. The object was a necklace inlaid with a blue stone. The male lead continued, and also to become the lord. Mika proudly introduced, this is a magical weapon I created to hide your true identity. Wearing this, you won't have to fear people discovering you're a vampire anymore. Surprise, old man. Tep looked at the necklace intently. He gripped it tightly and asked softly, you made this yourself? Mika remained silent. Then, the male lead nodded and said, the king has entrusted this land to me. He honestly revealed, but I don't want to claim ownership of this place or interfere with other people's business at all. Mika affirmed, I want this place to become a home, a base for hunters. Tep asked again, you want to do that? Are you sure? The male lead didn't answer, placing his hand on the ground. He continued, so to turn this place into a home, a suitable base for hunters, I plan to stay here for a while to take care of things. Mika made a request. Therefore, I want you to search for the whereabouts of the hunters who have been living in the shadows all this time. Tep's eyes widened as he asked, search? You mean looking for a needle in a haystack? Mika replied with a smile. In Mika's group's bedroom, Leon screamed, what? Staying here for 3 to 4 months. Damn it. He complained, isn't that too long? Mika explained, I need to establish a few bases in this territory. Actually, staying for a few months like this isn't that long. He emphasized, furthermore. Looking at Modin and Leon, the male lead said wickedly, this is a serious training opportunity. For both of you. Mika put on a serious face and threatened, the things we've gained while wandering around this area, you two also need time to digest them. Leon looked at his hands thoughtfully. Mika called out to Leon. He leaned on the table and asked, compared to the first time we met, your strength has increased significantly. You're much stronger now. You could be a neighborhood boss. The male lead made a guess, but you still feel it's not enough, right? Leon, hit right in the bullseye, immediately nodded. Mika continued his presentation. I won't tell you to wait patiently. Actually, you can and you should become even stronger. Leon replied. So you want me to use this opportunity to train myself thoroughly? The male lead confessed. I don't have to worry about people who can take care of themselves, so I don't mind anymore. He philosophized. Just grow strong like the grass out there. Leon smiled faintly, his hand gripping his sword tightly. The swordsman asked, have you prepared anything? Mika replied, there are monsters everywhere around here. Just treat them as training targets. Leon rested his sword on his shoulder and replied, okay, got it. He smiled confidently and affirmed, then I will become stronger. Don't worry about me. Hearing the door close, Mika felt happy. The adopted son he had raised for years had finally grown up. Looking at the other one, he said, next, it's Modin's turn. The butler closed his eyes and respectfully listened. Please speak. I am all ears as someone eager to learn. The male lead was surprised and teased. What's wrong, Modin? Why did you agree so damn fast? He honestly replied, well, in terms of magic rank, I'm higher than you. Modin continued, you've reached the 8th circle too, young master. It seems you don't plan to hide it either. Mika stood up and replied, then it's even easier to talk. The male lead walked toward the door and slapped it. He smiled as brightly as the sun and said, let's start running, Modin. The old butler was speechless and asked, what? Mika replied, people always say that to have a clear mind, you must have a healthy body first. He smiled and advised, just run. Run diligently on your own 2 feet. As the male lead reminded him, he recalled the time he carried the carriage and told Modin, I see potential in you. Last time you used magic. Mika placed a hand on his shoulder and said, you ran very seriously while carrying a horse on your back, didn't you? The old butler's face instantly turned to stone. Modin screamed in despair, no. You told me to run like that, so I did, young master. Mika dragged him along like a train, replying, I know. It's true that I told you to, so you did it. I appreciate that. He thought, so. The male lead smiled slyly and asked, if I tell you to jog again, you'll do it, right? A long string of echoed as dusk fell. Tep's figure appeared even more solitary as he stood in the withered forest. He said, then see you in a few months, hero. After speaking, he put on his hat, and left immediately. Mika smiled brightly and waved goodbye to the red-haired young man. The male lead recalled, "Just in case, I asked if he needed more support, but he refused. I'm not worried either." Looking at the hat on Tep's head and his hands holding the spear firmly, Mika knew one thing clearly. Before his regression, as the commander of the Demon Hunter Squad, Tep had beheaded every demon he encountered and built his reputation. Looking at the back of the majestic knight bathed in the glaring sunlight, the male lead sighed. The hatred and the talent to become a hunter. He has it all. Mika calculated. Now what's left is... He looked down at the barren land beneath his feet. The male lead spat out one word: farming. You have to work to eat. If you don't work, you'll just eat dirt. Seth, lying on his shoulder, couldn't believe it and asked, "Is this really feasible?" Mika, as annoying as ever, smiled disdainfully and replied, "Two meaningless questions." She was used to the male lead's punchable attitude and said, "Oh, so you have a plan." He put on a goofy face and said, "Of course not. If I did, I'd change my damn last name." Seth was speechless. She flew down to face the male lead, asking, "So what are you going to do?" Mika honestly said, "First, I have to ensure living space for the people. You have to settle down before you can thrive." Looking at the deserted village, he explained, "Then, after reducing the number of monsters in the vicinity, evaluating the dilapidated fences put up just for show around the village, the male lead decided, I will set up defensive magic around the protected area." Seth, like a CEO reviewing a project, said, "That's a reasonable plan." Suddenly she wondered, "But didn't you want to abandon this place? Why the sudden change of heart?" She affirmed, "If you plan to do that, I'll return this place to its original state." Mika asked back, "Who said I was going to abandon this place?" He reached out his hand. A green halo appeared on his hand. Seth's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, That's..." The halo faded, leaving a pile of sparkling seeds in Mika's hand. She shouted, "Seeds of the World Tree?" "The Star Tree?" she asked anxiously. "What the F***CK? The World Tree is fine. Why do you have this?" "The World Tree is the only special tree in this world." The male lead reassured her. "These aren't the real deal. They're just copies. It's a degraded mass-produced product. Crappy fakes." As he said, "Not very effective." He scattered the fake seeds onto the ground. Each seed touched the ground, ready to begin its sacred mission. His eyes showed determination. He firmly stated, "But grow fast and spread." To illustrate Mika's words, the seeds immediately grew into large trees. The area around where the male lead stood grew into a forest in the blink of an eye. Seth exclaimed in awe, How did it grow so fast? Even better than growth spray." Mika explained, "I conducted some research on the World Tree." In his mind, he thought, "I'm bullshitting. I actually created this before my regression." He continued, "But that's all there is. The amount I can produce is limited." The male lead looked at the mature tree in front of him, affirming, "Furthermore, it only lives for 1 year. I can't plant more." Mika thought to himself, "But it's enough to fill the territory. Still useful, because it will repel demons for a year." Seth was curious. "How are you going to arrange it?" He replied, "Nephi will help me." She crossed her arms, acting like a little old lady, and said, "If it's Nephi, I'm sure she'll do a good job." Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "Have you named the trees yet?" Mika's face went blank. He thought, names? I don't know." He unconsciously blurted out, "How about the dream tree?" Imagining a decorative curtain with colorful stars appearing behind him, Seth regretted asking the male lead. She said in disgust, "Gross." A few days later, in the bedroom, Mika sat by the table, staring at a crystal ball emitting a blue light. He said, "It's about time." On the other side of the crystal ball was a terrifying silence. After a few minutes of hesitation, Sir Edon said wearily, "You're begging in an arrogant way, hero. Studying is very important." Duke Edon was sitting in his study. In his hand, he still held the familiar spiked club to discipline his son. He looked at the crystal ball and warned, "If you weren't my son, I would have broken your legs." On the other side, Mika smiled brightly and said, "Don't say that. You said you'd support me fully, didn't you, father?" The crystal ball emitted a curt reply, "Of course." Edon's face suddenly turned demonic. He warned, "But if you plan to create an independent territory, you have to discuss it with me first. You little brat, don't think that just because the son surpasses the father, you can make decisions on your own." Mika shamelessly replied, "You should be used to this by now, right, father?" Edon let out a helpless "ha." He closed his eyes and confessed, "Yeah, I can't beat you up because you're too far away. I received a message from the king." He asked, "What did he say?" "From the crystal ball," Edon's voice said, "the Empire will not put pressure on you, because His Majesty has recognized the importance of the hero." The Duke's face suddenly turned serious. He said he wants you to visit the capital, which shocked Mika. He understood this meant he wants to talk to you face to face. The male lead thought seriously, face to face. This is going to be a headache. Damn it. Finally making up his mind, he thought, fine. There's no problem with me going. In another corner, someone was training hard. The steady breathing, ha, was proportional to the sweat pouring down his muscular body. Modin was carrying a large boulder, doing push-ups to strengthen himself. Mika walked over and called out to the butler. Modin asked in surprise, "Young master? What wind blew you here? Are you so bored you came to torture me again?" The butler, out of breath from push-ups, heard the male lead announce, "I plan to drop by the capital for a bit. Not for long. So I want to ask you to do a few things for me." Modin, panting heavily, asked, "Why are you going to the capital?" "Damn it, I'm exhausted." Mika calmly replied, "Nothing. The king wants to chat with me." He closed his eyes and said, "I understand. His Majesty, His Majesty." Suddenly Modin realized something was wrong. He gasped and asked, "What about His Majesty?" A carriage bearing the Duke's crest traveled leisurely on the road. Seth asked curiously, "Are we taking a carriage to the capital? We get to travel comfortably this time." She grumbled, "Come to think of it, you never go anywhere by yourself." Mika replied, "Because there's no need to." She felt he was unhappy and let out a humph. Suddenly remembering some hot news, she clapped her hands and cheered. "Oh, right." Seth asked Mika, "Recently, my holy power has increased, so I've changed a bit too." The male lead asked back, "Changed?" She smiled in agreement. Seth asked eagerly, "Do you want to see?" Internally screaming, "If you dare say no, I'll send you to the afterlife." Seth said excitedly to Mika, "I'll just show you." A gentle blue light enveloped her body. It seemed to be making her figure larger. When she grew to the size of a normal human, Seth smiled at him and asked, "What do you think? Top tier, right?" Meanwhile, the male lead's face remained impassive, like, "I've known this for ages." She happily asked, "I look like a human now, right?" Mika replied emotionlessly, "Huh, it is a bit surprising." Seth raised her hand and said, "When you channeled holy power into my body, I think I recovered somewhat." The male lead asked, "How long can you maintain this appearance?" Seth raised her fingers, calculating 1 + 1 = 2, and replied, Right now, it's about 30 minutes a day. I'm not that weak." Mika was curious. "Besides making your body bigger, does it have any other effects?" She didn't answer, but raised her hand. Seth immediately flicked her hand outward. Mika was scared out of his wits. He felt that the monsters in this area had their strength reduced by half. Looking at the birds flying chaotically over the forest, the male lead asked curiously, "What the hell did you just do?" Seth replied, "I just tried using storm power to attack the monsters around here." Holding her right wrist with her left hand, she said sadly, "But it only worked halfway. The effectiveness has decreased a lot compared to my power in my prime." The glorious days are gone." Mika said, "Speaking of which, I've never heard you talk about your prime." Seth's eyes filled with regret as she muttered, "My prime." She replied angrily, "I just mentioned it. That was when I had no problems. That was when I was in my prime. Like in the legends, the era of the gods, or similar eras." She said with a tone full of regret, "I'm not saying I'm a god, but compared to the humans of this era, I was definitely much stronger in the past." Mika suddenly thought of the concept of someone being like a god. The concept of a god. A master. Level 9. It reminded him of himself and Seth. Before his regression, they were nothing when standing before the gods. The gods here were a bit too high up. Except for him and Seth, the others only fought to collect holy relics. The imaginary space in Mika's mind suddenly shifted from pitch black to pure white. If the power of the holy relics could help them reach the level of the gods. The male lead remembered the image of the final boss before his regression. The demon lord with a skull face, wearing armor, standing under a blood-red sunset sky covered by ashes flying in the wind. He thought. They also believed that power could destroy the demon lord. Mika rested his chin on his hand and blurted out, I don't really get it. How could the entire civilization of a race collapse? He glanced over, a thought flashing in his mind. For example, looking at Seth's lonely figure sitting there, the male lead guessed. It could be because of a traitor. Suddenly, a hole appeared in Seth's head. A long hiss sounded. The air inside her began to escape. Even the calm Mika was startled to see Seth beside him deflating exactly like a balloon. His expression seemed to say, What the hell? What is this? The mini version of Seth reappeared with an incredibly embarrassed look. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. The male lead questioned, Didn't you say 30 minutes? Seth smiled confidently and replied, I got a little too excited and used this power on too many things, so the time limit decreased. He closed his eyes and nodded, thinking, I knew it. This old lady is weak. Mika looked out the window, thinking to himself, I'm often like that too. While the carriage was rolling, the male lead calculated, There's still some time before we reach the imperial capital. So I decided to check everything I've achieved so far. He looked at Hika's mark on his hand and thought, Unfortunately, everything I've received recently is holy power. The male lead looked at the mark emotionlessly and thought, Everyone knows that holy power cannot enter mages at all. The image of Hika's sparkling mark enveloped by mana appeared. The male lead was confident, but in my case, mana and holy power don't conflict with each other. Wait, he suddenly had a grand realization. It's not that the two energies combined, but a third form of energy was created. Mika closed his eyes and frowned. He knew many small changes were gradually happening. The male lead placed a hand on his chest, wondering if he should try doing something to test it. In his mind, a purple universe appeared. The image of a human blending with the blessing of the gods and mana emerged. The boundary between holy power and mana. The holy power of the world tree, the abundant storm power, Hika's holy mark. I think it'll be hard to feel this power if I don't concentrate. This mana is mixing with 3 other types of holy power. He thought about how the world tree and the storm were about to merge into one. After checking, Mika knew clearly that they had blended together. The male lead affirmed, Why wouldn't it be possible? That's its very nature. The image of a meadow with lights sparkling like fireflies, dense vines wrapping around a stone pillar appeared. Mika opened his eyes. He felt as if a refreshing sensation was enveloping his body. Seth beside him asked, What's wrong? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? The scene unfolding before her made her feel like her worldview was turned upside down. Seth cursed, King crazy. She felt the surroundings had turned into a forest with small, sparkling beams of light. Mika beside her was merging into a tree trunk. Seth said, You've become a druid. In that forest, tiny spirits were playing among the blooming flowers. Mika stared blankly and said, Oh, a druid. He imagined a druid standing in the forest with a staff in hand. There's a huge difference between a druid and other mages. They don't use mana, but harness power from nature. To put it bluntly, it's borrowing without paying back. They can receive help from plants and animals. It's an innate skill. In the carriage filled with blooming flowers, vines, and sparkling lights, Mika thought to himself, I definitely have no connection with nature at all. Suddenly, the male lead smiled, realizing, But now I do, don't I? It wasn't there before, so now it continues forever alone. How interesting. Seth asked in disbelief. How the hell did this happen? How could the power of the world tree and the storm blend together? Damn it, that's too overpowered. How could a human do this? He smiled smugly and said, But it's still possible, right? That's what makes it overpowered. Seth didn't deny it. It is possible, but it's completely king illogical. She explained, Holy power isn't an energy that humans can easily control. The male lead disagreed, asking back, But Hika's holy power is widely used by priests, isn't it? Seth replied bitterly, Her holy power is normal. It's an energy that has been modified for human use. In the sparkling forest, Her voice continued steadily. Even the holy maidens, who use holy power skillfully, can't truly control real holy power. But you combine two types together. Truly peak. The male lead said, hard to do, but not impossible. Seth immediately yelled, that's why it doesn't make sense. She said fiercely, that's why it defies common sense. Mika immediately caught the anomaly. He thought, defies common sense. I have a feeling. The male lead remembered his meeting with Hikaw in the tomb of the first hero. She had called him a demigod. He concluded, perhaps these things are related to that. Suddenly, a figure appeared, drawing their attention. A tiny, round, cute spirit. Short little legs, two tiny horns on its head. Its hair was made of tiny leaves, with a pink flower stylishly attached to the top. Its green eyes looked at the two of them innocently. Truly the epitome of cuteness. Women would love it. Mika asked it, who are you? Mika asked, who are you? The creature blinked, pointed at itself. Me? I don't know. Then it pointed its tiny hand at Mika. But you're very friendly. I want to be friends with you. Mika looked up at the creature doing something in front of him. It seemed to be struggling a lot. Seth was also confused. What the heck? What is it doing? Then the spirit flew up to Mika's eye level. His eyes widened. Could it be? The spirit was holding Tep's holy herb in its tiny hand. The magical ingredient all alchemists in the world wanted to find. To concoct the elixir, this miraculous herb was needed. Mika held the sparkling golden holy herb in his hand, admiring it, a bit stunned that the spirit gave it to him. Why did you? The spirit said politely, don't be shy. It's just a meeting gift. That's right. Not a gift. A bribe. Mika said casually to the spirit, what if I refuse? Hearing that, the little spirit felt like it was struck by lightning. A storm was brewing. Seth grabbed Mika's head and grumbled, stop joking around. You know it was created during your awakening. You have to accept this kid's bribe. Mika closed his eyes. Fine. I wasn't planning to refuse anyway. Looking at the spirit, devastated by his joke and sitting dejectedly, looking so pitiful. I need money to help if I want to become a priest. Mika spoke up, I'll accept it. Hearing that, the little spirit bloomed like a flower, smiling very happily. Mika asked it, what's your name? The little spirit replied, I don't know. If I don't have a name yet, will you name me? Yeah, name me. Mika rubbed his chin, thinking for a while. I wonder if there's any nice name. Remembering the moment the spirit struggled to dig out the holy herb to give him, Mika came up with a name. Mon. Seth was dumbfounded. She peeked out and asked, Mon as in what the heck? Mika said calmly, well duh. You have to put some thought into naming. While Seth was complaining to Mika, the spirit looked blank upon hearing its new name. Mon. Mon. Then Mon it is. Its face was incredibly radiant. Mika pointed, look. She likes it. Let's just go with that. Later, the two of them got on the carriage to return to the capital. As soon as the carriage stopped, Seth flew out, stretching comfortably. It's still as peaceful as ever. She turned to ask Mika, are you going to see the king right away? I don't plan to. Mika smiled. I can't go see him empty-handed. Returning to the magnificent palace before him, a priest happily welcomed Mika back. Welcome, warrior. Mika asked, you're in a good mood, huh? The priest scratched his head. Because you solved the trouble for us, of course. The priest asked, but why are you here? I'm here to see his majesty. Oh, the king. The priest suddenly became somber. I can only wish you luck. Mika said, actually, there's something you can help me with, Archbishop. I heard you have very valuable information. The Archbishop was stunned. You mean? Mika smiled. The king's dark past. The Archbishop's eyes bulged when he heard that. He stammered. Why suddenly? Mika replied, I am a warrior, Archbishop. Instead of being schemed against by others, I'd rather stay one step ahead of them. In the palace, someone was kneeling, reporting the news. That brat has entered the city? Damn it. To think that fool became a warrior. Marquis Calibos looked up at the sunset. How ridiculous. He asked his subordinate beside him, what do you think? I think we cannot ignore this matter. I agree. That fool was rejected by Lionel. Yet in 1 year, he has caused such a huge impact. That's impossible. The Holy Kingdom is not trustworthy at all. The subordinate asked, Boss, what should I do? He turned around. What do you mean? Just go to the capital first. There's only one reason he suddenly returned to the capital. Because of the king's order. Exactly. If the king's favor turns toward the Walpurgis family, the balance of power will collapse. No, maybe that's not the excuse. I don't like the Walpurgis family. I hate both the mages and the head of that damn family. Since a very, very long time ago. The silhouette of a girl flashed in his memory. Her face was unclear, but she had rejected him. The Walpurgis. Bastards. I can't let you succeed. People live while having to face many unknowns. Mika looked up, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the breeze. That's right. That's life. If this happens again, it won't be fun at all. It's extremely difficult. The light at the end of the tunnel is always the brightest. Right. Mika opened his eyes. But it doesn't have to happen now, does it? Yet Mika was being lifted straight off the ground by Idan. What just happened? Going back a few minutes, Mika was walking around the palace. He sighed, the first floor is done. Seth flew around and asked, what are you thinking about? Should I take a walk around the capital? While debating his options, a voice called out to Mika. Son. He froze. This voice. Mika looked to the left. It was Idan Walpurgis. His father, with that giant spiked club on his shoulder, eyes shooting fire. And back to the present. Mika pleaded helplessly. Dad, put the club down and we can talk, right? This is how I talk. Why should I put it down? Idan laughed. And no archmage in the world beats his son with a mace. This father is very proud of you taking over the territory. Mika smiled awkwardly. You came looking for me to say that? Come to think of it, I haven't talked to you in a while. Idan slowly put Mika down. You're right. The father and son suddenly fell into an awkward situation. Standing opposite each other in silence, saying nothing. Mika looked at his father and thought, I didn't know before my regression. I was always his exception. And I never tried to understand him. I ran away. Away from my father. The great 8th Circle Archmage. Maybe because I felt I couldn't reach him. And maybe because he was too great, I thought he couldn't understand me. But perhaps, I felt inferior to him. So Mika had been running away from his father for a very, very long time. And now, standing opposite him, he finally understood something. But now I think I know. Dad is just a clumsy person. When it comes to being a father. Mika gathered all his courage, trembling as he held his fist out to Idan and said, I have a lot of things I want to tell you, Dad. Later, the father and son sat opposite each other in the palace. Idan asked, You're about to see the emperor, yet you're still so calm? Mika shrugged. If I'm not calm, it won't change anything. He laughed out loud. Haha. It feels like just yesterday you were clinging to Lady Lionel, but now you've grown up so much. Now is not the time to be naive. Idan asked, Are you talking about the demons? Mika picked up his teacup. Yes, we have a common enemy, but humanity doesn't want to unite. Honestly, I'm not worried about meeting the emperor. His father immediately asked, Then what are you worried about? The 4 great families. The noble families, each considered a kingdom in itself. The 4 great families consist of the Mitchells, the Lionels, the Calibos, and the Walpurgis. Mika continued, Among them, the Lionel family is the most trustworthy. But look at the current situation. So you're saying the other 2 families are the problem here. The most problematic family is the Calibos family. Idan pondered, Calibos, huh? They're tough to deal with. But what are you planning to do? Mika replied, I have a plan. But before that, please help me with this. What is it? I've thought of an effective way to stop Calibos. After talking with his father, Mika wandered around again with Seth. She hovered around his arm, wondering, weird father-son relationship. Do you guys have a weird gene in you? It's normal. Well, it's true that Dad is a bit weird. Just forget it. No, that's not what I meant. Anyway, it's been a while. The capital wasn't like this before I regressed. Seth asked, So where are you planning to go now? Mika looked down. I should go see the emperor. Of course. But are you planning to do anything else? That is. Before Mika could finish, he felt something was wrong. Seth was worried. Mika, I know. We're being tailed. Mika continued strolling through the capital. He noticed the people tailing him. 2 on the right and 1 on the left. Are they from the Dark Guild? I expected some people to follow me, but this is fewer than I thought. It seems they've underestimated me. A chill ran down Mika's spine. There's also someone acting more stealthily than those 3. I see. It seems that person is the key figure. Seth asked, "What are you planning to do?" Mika hesitated. "I don't know either. I chose to shake them off, but I keep feeling uneasy. The incident where I purified the sewer rat. It's an incident I don't remember very well, but it happened later on. But now the sewer rat is gone. So what will happen to the Dark Guild? I guess someone with a rank equivalent to the sewer rat has taken over. And maybe a great demon like Beelzebub will appear again. I need to double check." In a far corner behind, one of the stalkers was watching Mika. If I stay this far away from him, I probably won't be discovered. She wondered to herself, is he really a hero? There's a lot of information about Mika Valpurgis, but nothing about the hero. But with the rare bits of information shared, they sound so ridiculous that they're not trustworthy at all. The stalker muttered to herself again. So he purified a great demon in the imperial capital and even a vampire? Maybe he was born with extraordinary talent. But he's just someone recognized by everyone as having the virtues of a true hero. Should I? Lost in thought, Mika had disappeared from her line of sight. Therefore, she was dumbfounded. It's only been a second. It was just a blink of an eye. How could I lose track of him? She looked around the city for a while, cursing in frustration. How could I make such a mistake? She hurriedly ran into the crowd. I need to find him immediately. While she was in a panic among the sea of people, a hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder. A cold voice rang out. "What are you looking for?" The stalker girl froze. Mika, who was just smiling brightly, immediately changed his expression and asked, "Who are you with?" She trembled and didn't speak. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly transformed and ran away at a very fast speed. She was extremely panicked, running away while her mind was in turmoil. What should I do now? What do I do? All right, I found what I was looking for. He's very talented. He saw through my invisibility spell instantly. This is something even masters find hard to do. I need to report this to the guild immediately. She returned to her guild. Just to be safe, she took a different route to get here. Pant. That should be fine. But before she could even wipe her sweat, Mika was standing right next to her, asking, "So it's here?" The stalker girl was completely shocked. "I'm so King dead." She was so shocked she stuttered. "How did you?" Mika, with a calm and smiling face, said, "Dark invisibility spell. You're a dark fairy. After the sewer rat died, Talia took over as the leader. How do you know we're on the same side as Talia? You're a dark fairy in the Dark Guild. That's just silly. Now show me the way." The girl was stunned. Mika threatened, "The Dark Guild. I've discovered your guild's base now. Do you think you can still hide it from me?" The girl actually agreed, "Mr. Hero." Then unexpectedly, she poked her two fingers together in a cute gesture. "Can we go privately? I'm a manager at the guild's base. It would be very bad if everyone saw you caught me." Mika stayed silent, thinking about something for a long time. Then he sighed. "No, I refuse." Mika raised his hand and cast a spell. Before the girl could react, wait. This bastard had already sent her straight to dreamland. So Mika carried her on his shoulder, grumbling, "Ugh, she looks pretty. You should have been more considerate." Mika didn't care much. "I don't need to be considerate to someone from the Dark Guild. And if I bring her back there, they won't give her the cold shoulder either." Seth wondered, "How do you know?" "She is the adopted daughter of Guild Master Talia." The Dark Guild was bustling and lively with drinking. Mika, carrying the girl he met earlier on his shoulder, opened the door and walked in. He asked, "Talia, right?" A man spoke up, "Who's that brat?" "So I got the right place, huh?" He mercilessly dropped the girl onto the ground and said, "Please sign for your delivery." Everyone saw that it was Talia's adopted daughter and caused an uproar. "It's Mia." Dozens of men were furious. "Impossible." Mika gently raised his hand. "Now you guys recognize me, right?" Dozens of men were about to rush over to teach him a lesson. But Mika stood still. He smirked. "Wait. Calm down." Mika snapped his fingers. "Immobilize." Several magic circles immediately appeared, instantly immobilizing everyone. Mika asked, "Is anyone dragged into this for no reason?" "No one." Seth despised Mika. "They're silenced. How can they speak?" Mika still used that calm tone. "I know," making Seth speechless. Mika sat down on a chair, resting his chin on his hand, waiting. "You should show yourself too, shouldn't you? Making me wait like this is making me a bit annoyed. And if you refuse..." After waiting too long, Mika started causing trouble. He reached out his hand, shaking the tavern, until someone appeared beside him and said, "Stop it." Mika glanced over. "Finally decided to come out, huh?" Mika asked, "Are you the guild master here?" He pulled down his mask. "I am Hito. It seems my daughter has caused you trouble. I apologize." Mika lowered his head. "Trouble me." He glared at Mia lying on the ground. "I know you're awake. Why aren't you getting up yet?" Mia jumped in surprise. Being exposed, she had to scramble up. "So embarrassing. Couldn't you just listen to me first?" "You're so mean," Mika retorted. "Someone who stalks others like you is the mean one." Mia stubbornly refused to give in. "If you're a true hero, you should share your personal information." Hito warned Mia. "Enough." She reluctantly whined. "Ah." Hito said, "It was my order. We needed to gather information about the hero, so I sent her." Hito bowed his head. "I sincerely apologize." Mia hurriedly ran over. "Ah, I'll do whatever you want. Don't touch my father. He easily blames himself." "Hito. He is the guild master of Talia, and also a master assassin. In the original timeline, he should have been killed by those bastards by now. But the future I know has changed. What should I do?" "The turning point of Talia. Considering my goals, these changes can't be too obvious. Everything must be under my watch." Mika spoke up. "To be honest, I didn't come here to interrogate you." Hito wondered, "Really?" "But the sewer rat. He was a heretical monster who sold his soul to the devil. You guys took over his territory, right?" Mia was furious. "Hey, are you saying we're like those heretics too?" Mika stood up. "I've already talked about this issue. My responsibility is to clean up the sewer rats." Mia was scared. But people usually occupy unclaimed land." He lowered his hand. "Well, yeah." He grabbed a guy who had fainted on the ground and pulled back his collar, revealing a heretic tattoo. "That is, if you didn't take in his people." Hito looked down. "So do you want to eradicate us heretics?" A pressure pressed against Mika's neck. A terrifying pressure, as expected of a master. He asked Hito, "Are you done talking?" "Wait. I didn't expect to meet a master assassin here." "You're very confident." Mika replied, "I know. I can see many other small details. For example," he pointed, "your heart." Mika glared. "Something is very strange. It seems you are cursed, yet you're still alive." Hito was shocked. "How did you know?" He smiled brightly. "I'm a hero. The heavens told me." Mia asked anxiously, "If you know about the curse, you know how to break it, right?" Mika boasted, "Well, of course." Mia was amazed. She rushed over and shook Mika. "What? How? Tell me. If you need anything, I'll do whatever it takes to get it." Mika thought, so desperate. He said to Mia, "But I never take a loss." "So," he smiled, "how much do you know about me?" After some negotiation between Mika and Hito, an agreement was drawn up. He handed a copy of the agreement to Hito. "All right, now stamp here." "Here too." Yeah, I know." The agreement was signed immediately. To be honest, signing this agreement was completely obvious. Both sides' thoughts were aligned, so there was no need to drag it out. First, breaking Hito's curse. Thanks to that, Hito wouldn't have to suffer any loss. The fact that a professional assassin would soon fully recover couldn't be taken lightly. Guiding Talia to a brighter destination. Mika said, "Talia's limits are very clear. Even if you exceed those limits, you can't escape the shackles that bind you as a member of the Dark Guild." Hito said, "There are things we cannot deny." "So, Mr. Hero," Mika interrupted, "I said I would help you. The Talia Guild will also wholeheartedly help me gather information. If anyone disobeys," Hito continued, "then that person will pay with their life. This is a clause in the agreement, right? And Talia must not be involved. Do you understand the meaning behind this sentence?" Hito bowed his head and replied, "I understand. Eradicate the sewer rat's subordinates." Even though this won't be easy at all, Mika was about to leave. "All right, that's it for now." Hito expressed his feelings behind him. "Even after signing this agreement, I still feel it's hard for my guild to step out of the shadows." Mika asked coldly, "Have you forgotten which family I come from?" "The Valpurgis family. My father is still in the imperial capital, so listen to him." Hito stayed silent for a moment, then hesitantly asked, "But is his personality as good as yours?" Mika thought of his old man acting like a demon. That's hard to say." He shrugged. My father is on a different level. Don't worry. Even if he has a bad temper, He won't do anything. Hito looked up and muttered to himself. Everything must go smoothly. Oh God. Mika quietly left Hito's bar. Mia gripped her father's arm tightly. What's wrong, daughter? Can we trust him? I have a good feeling about this, daughter. That's how I've lived until now. The day I met you, my choices were all based on that instinct. I think if I can escape this curse, that's good too. But the more important thing is that the hero made a promise. A promise. A promise to pull us out of the shadows. There wasn't a hint of prejudice in his eyes. That means he's very sincere. Thinking carefully, he respects us enough to make a deal with us. It's not easy to get help from heroes. Because if we meet when things are still unfinished, we won't lose anything. Mia sighed. I understand. Mika used his skill again. Mia had just seen him right there a second ago. The next second, he was gone. She commented, for someone with the title of hero, he seems a bit too common. I think so too. At the magnificent royal palace. Mika looked around and thought, looking at the palace like this, it feels so surreal. So this is the place I need to protect. Talking to His Majesty with people listening makes me uncomfortable. But that way, I won't be in danger. But why do I keep feeling nervous? If I look at the time, a royal knight like him should probably be in the palace by now. The presence of that person. Two swords blocked Mika's path. Please halt. Beyond this point is where the great emperor resides. Royal family? Hero? Have you never heard of me? I am a hero. The two guards looked at Mika's sparkling badge and their jaws dropped. What? They hurriedly and anxiously said, I will check again. We received a message. Please cooperate with us to verify your identity. Sure. You two go ahead and verify. I've checked. Your escort knight will be here shortly. I understand. Of course. I know exactly who will come. If the hero's escort is a rookie, there's only one person. Greetings, hero. I am. Mika smiled. Myron, right? The escort was surprised. Ah, yes. You know me. Aren't we both of noble descent? I'm from the Walpurgis family, and you're from the Calibos family. It's an honor to meet you. Mika held out his hand, and they shook hands. Yes, it's Myron Calibos, the second son of Marcus Calibos. And before my regression, I couldn't help him at all. Either a sinner who killed his own father, Marcus Calibos, or a hero who stopped a family's rampage. Later, Myron will be associated with these two contradictory terms. The ruined hero. Mika turned and smiled brightly, shaking Myron's hand, which surprised him quite a bit. After freezing for a moment, Myron finally reacted. A bright smile appeared and he said, I didn't expect the famous hero to know my name. Then Myron smiled as he led Mika to the grand hall. Mika looked at the pure, bright smile on Myron's face and thought to himself, he was always like this. A sinner. A fallen hero. That's what people called him. But right now, he truly looks quite carefree and kind. Suddenly, Mika asked, Myron, you haven't been appointed as a royal knight for long, right? Myron quickly replied, but becoming a royal knight makes me very proud. Then Myron scratched his cheek, smiled sheepishly, and added, of course, compared to you, that's nothing. Hearing that, Mika countered, achieving that at your age is already very admirable. Being praised, Myron smiled even brighter and replied, hearing you say that makes me happy too. Looking at Myron like that, Mika rejoiced inwardly. That's right. This smile. It's still pure. That's because, until now, Myron still doesn't know the truth about his father. The cause that led to his self-destruction. When Mika discussed it with his father, he also mentioned it. There was only one way to take down the Marquis in one strike. And Mika needed Myron for his plan. Suddenly, Mika looked at Myron and asked, what do you think of Marcus Calibos? Hearing that, Myron asked back in surprise, you mean my father? Then Myron answered seriously, I respect him. We are one of the 4 great families of the kingdom. And isn't he the head? Of course, I know my father doesn't have much sympathy for Walpurgis. But that's just some impulsiveness from his youth. My father is a mature person. He wouldn't hold on to a grudge forever. Hearing this, Mika almost burst out laughing, mocking inwardly. Mature? Ridiculous. Before my regression, even when my family was gradually collapsing, it was Marcus who constantly oppressed and destroyed it. Marcus went too far. And then Myron found out. That was when the conflict was ignited. And everything became a disaster. There are still many things to consider. But now is the right time to let him know this. Mika continued walking while casually asking, "Speaking of which, Myron, there's a rumor going around the capital recently. Do you know about it?" Myron heard that, stepped closer, and said, "If it's about." Mika suddenly uttered two words, "the Dark Guild." This made Myron frown. It was obvious he didn't like talking about this issue. Myron hurriedly replied, "That's quite a thorny issue, but it can't be solved overnight." But before Myron could finish, Mika interrupted, "Are the Royal Knights not involved?" Myron nodded, then hesitated with a sad smile and replied, "That's right. I understand what you mean. But my duty is to protect the king. Someone else has already been dispatched to handle that matter." Mika looked at the hesitating Myron and suggested, "Probably. But if the king allows it, it's a different story." This caused Myron to react, stunned to the point of freezing. Mika clearly knew what Myron desired. Currently, he is a royal knight. But in reality, he doesn't like being tied down to one place at all. The reason he accepted a position that didn't suit him at all was because Marcus wanted it that way. Meaning, with just a small push from Mika, Myron would easily be pushed away toward the truth that had been hidden. That was also the plan Mika had come up with. Seeing Myron reacting to his proposal, Mika continued, "If you want, I can put in a good word for you when I meet the king." Then Mika looked straight into Myron's eyes and said, "I don't just simply look at others. God is always by my side and sometimes whispers to me. He says that." Mika smiled at Myron and said slowly, "You have your own mission." Myron's eyes were stunned. Then he couldn't hide the emotions hidden in the deepest corner of his heart. Myron knew this was an opportunity for him to escape these chains. After thinking for a while, Myron hesitantly asked, "Can you really put in a good word for me?" Mika, satisfied that the fish had taken the bait, quickly nodded in agreement. "It's easy." Then Myron led Mika to the Grand Hall and said, "This is the Grand Hall. It was an honor to escort you." Then Mika opened the door and entered alone. As soon as he arrived, a voice rang out, "You've had a hard journey." Mika smiled socially and replied, "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." King Caesar stepped down toward Mika, looked him up and down, and evaluated, "You don't look very glorious." King Caesar's eyes were scrutinizing, and his voice was sarcastic. "You greet me respectfully because I am the emperor, but your tone carries no respect at all. How interesting." Mika heard this, calmly closed his eyes, and replied gently, "Thank you for the compliment." King Caesar walked past Mika and continued, "I didn't expect a hero to come from Walpurgis. Since I have the right to decide who becomes a hero, I did some research." King Caesar held Mika's background paper, his voice judgmental as he glanced back at Mika. "Mika Walpurgis, you used to be a madman." Seeing no reaction from Mika, the king asked, "I used the past tense as a compliment to you. Am I being too rude to the hero?" Mika kept his eyes closed, maintaining his composure, and replied softly, "I don't intend to deny the truth." In his heart, Mika also understood. King Caesar wasn't just evaluating him from the perspective of a hero, but also trying to see what kind of person Mika Walpurgis was. Is Mika rebellious? Or stupid? Has Mika here been blinded by fame? Or does he have other ambitions? The king would define what kind of person Mika was based on how he behaved. And because of that, Mika smiled slyly, looked at the king provocatively, and said, "But I'm the evolved type of psychopath." Mika had made up his mind. He absolutely did not intend to give King Caesar the answer he wanted. The most powerful man on this continent, Caesar Reifer Alexandro. The king who rules this great empire. The king. He is someone who fully understands the truth. Disaster will erupt if the rights gained are not accompanied by obligations. A limit. He uses a limit to start evaluating what kind of person someone is. King Caesar was in a tight spot. He looked at Mika, evaluating him, but then got played by him. The king thought to himself, "What's wrong with this guy?" King Caesar realized he couldn't figure out who this Mika was. This had never happened before. How interesting. Mika's eyes changed. He bowed his head, seemingly yielding, and said, "I apologize if my tone was a bit unpleasant." Hearing this, King Caesar lectured, "With an attitude like yours, if I were your father, I would be very angry." Hearing that, Mika burst out laughing, looked straight at the king, and said, "But you're not, Your Majesty. Could you be a little more generous?" King Caesar replied, "Sure, hero. Now tell me, Is a disaster coming to this world? Mika quickly said, if we prepare in advance now, nothing will happen. I'm sure it's a major disaster. But as for the specific scale, it depends on how we prepare. King Caesar clearly grasped the main point of Mika's words. Mika meant that this disaster couldn't be stopped? The king looked at Mika and said, a disaster that my empire can hardly endure. History mentions an extraordinary great demon that is very difficult to deal with. Mika interrupted, it's not just a great demon lurking in the darkness out there. The lord of those demons will also come. King Caesar pondered upon hearing this. The lord, huh? That's not good at all. In King Caesar's heart, waves were churning. For Mika to mention such an impossible thing was absurd. Didn't Mika just say there was a great demon lurking right here in the imperial capital? The king looked at Mika standing below and asked, so what do you want from me? I'm sure you didn't come here just to meet me. You definitely came because you have something to say. Faced with the suspicion and the barrage of questions, Mika put on a thoughtful expression, rubbing his chin in contemplation. Then Mika looked at the king and spoke slowly, what I want to say. Suddenly, Mika burst out laughing, With a manic look in his eyes, he looked at the king and replied, I don't want anything. Hearing that, King Caesar's face darkened, his forehead wrinkled, and he asked in a low voice, is that so? Mika smiled. The fish took the bait. He reacted. Mika recalled his previous conversation with Archbishop Arley. He had said, a weakness. I'm not sure if this will help you, but the current emperor is very indifferent. Although whenever the topic of abdication is brought up, he still gets as hot-tempered as before. Mika thought, simply put, the current king's indifferent demeanor only turns irritable when talking about the topic of abdication. Once, the former king sincerely asked the current king if he wanted anything. At that time, Caesar also had a smile on his lips, his young face full of excitement, saying, I don't want anything. After answering like that, the king was scolded by the queen for 2 whole days. The current king is exactly that kind of person. King Caesar felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his forehead and said, you don't want anything? You say you don't want anything? I'm sure you want something. Do you want to become the center of this continent, or do you want me to promise to help you? Mika looked at the king coldly and said, seeking help? I can do those things myself. And this empire, ruled by you, King Alexandro. I wouldn't want to become the center here. Then Mika smiled, his eyes narrowing slyly, and said, why don't you give me something more suitable for me? King Caesar frowned, his voice annoyed as he asked, in other words, you won't directly ask for anything, but you want me to think of something to give you? Seeing the king walking briskly toward him with an impatient look, Mika waved his hands and replied, it's not as bad as you make it sound. But if you've already understood it that way, then it's up to you, Your Majesty. Please think of it as I do. Your Majesty, I wish I could become a perfect hero. But unfortunately, I still have shortcomings. King Caesar evaluated, you really don't look like a hero at all. Then he turned away and said, fine, then I will do as I please. Honestly, I have no intention of changing my mind at all. Mika replied, yes. Inwardly, he rejoiced, you just need to be a little more thick-skinned. King Caesar made a decision. I will form an order of knights to fight the demons. I will send official orders to every lord. King Caesar tossed his seal into Mika's palm and instructed, whenever you need help, just report to me. Don't go saying you received a lot of help from the Holy Kingdom anymore. I have the ability to help you much more than the Holy Kingdom. This is my seal. Whenever you are within the territory of the empire, everyone will help you wholeheartedly. Mika bowed respectfully and smiled. You've given me too much. King Caesar asked, anything else? Mika looked at the king warily and said, I don't want anything else. But, after a while of exchanging words, the king said in surprise, if it's Myron, the Calibos family? Mika replied, I'm just voicing my thoughts. But it wouldn't affect anything if a knight in the palace was absent for a while, would it? The king thought for a moment and said, recently, the knights in the palace are completely ignorant of what's happening out there. At least one person should go out and experience it. Then tell that child from the Calibos family to go out, experience it, and bring back results that satisfy me. You may go. I'm sure you're satisfied with this result. Mika nodded and replied, yes, that's right. Then Mika turned to leave, but after only 5 steps, he stopped and called out, "Oh, and also your majesty." Mika's sly smile appeared again, carrying a faint chuckle as he said, "I also want to talk to the person hiding behind the red pillar." King Caesar let out a slightly surprised exclamation. The sunlight from outside shone on the jewel set in the crown, making it sparkle. Then King Caesar spoke, "All right, you may." The palace doors closed. King Caesar stared into the void for a long time, then tilted his head back and said wearily, "He found out. It seems the hero noticed you from the start." At this moment, the commander of the royal knights, Hectoria, stepped out from behind the pillar and replied in surprise, "There's no way he could have detected me just because he's a mage." The king thought for a moment and said, "Things are no longer happening as I wish. This is getting interesting. If living is boring, what's the point of living?" In his heart, King Caesar calculated, if it's a disaster that cannot be avoided no matter what we do, then we need to be prepared. Back to Mika, who had just stepped out of the palace, Myron's voice reached him. "Hero." Myron looked anxiously at Mika's expression and asked in panic, Is something wrong?" Mika replied, "The king has given his permission." Seeing Myron smile as brightly as a flower upon hearing the news, Mika teased, "Looking at your reaction, it seems the position of royal guard is a bit too much for you." Hearing that, Myron smiled even brighter and replied, "Aha, am I showing it that clearly?" Suddenly, Myron stopped smiling. His voice became thoughtful. "I like being a knight. But you could say this isn't exactly what I thought it would be. Carrying out the duty of protecting the king's safety is an honor for me. But..." Suddenly, Mika interrupted, "Isn't your desire to save more people?" Mika said, "Of course. I'm not doing this for free. I also have something I want you to do for me." Myron asked in surprise, "What is it?" Mika smiled and replied, "The sewer rat. Looking at the appearance of the great demon, I need to purify that guy immediately. So I can't capture the sewer rat and the things related to him." Myron asked, "So you want me to go hunt them down?" Mika nodded and replied, "That's right." To be honest, Mika already knew everything. This was a necessary step to bring Myron closer to the truth. Myron, still with that pure, innocent smile, replied, "I will do this." Suddenly, Mika raised a finger and said, "And one more thing. After you find them, you must return to me immediately. Do not take any other actions." Myron asked, "So you want me to return and report to you immediately?" Then he smiled naively and shouted, "I will follow your orders." After finishing his conversation with Myron, Mika stepped outside. At this moment, the little Seth popped out and asked, "Why did you let that knight go investigate this matter? Is there a reason?" Mika replied, "There is. You'll know soon enough." When Mika returned home, he was speechless at the sight before him. Standing completely still, Mika asked, "Dad, what are you doing?" Idon glared angrily at his goddamn son and yelled, "You little brat. You're the one who told them to come see me. And now what the hell are you saying?" Idon sat imposingly, holding his club, and said coldly, "Just looking at them, I know they've gotten involved in some troublesome matters. So why did you send them to me?" "Because you're too busy being a hero, doing this and that." Suddenly, Hito raised his hand and spoke softly, "I am a professional assassin." But a second later, Idon yelled, "Shut up." Seeing his fierce as a tiger father, and then looking at Mia and Hito sitting obediently like puppies, Mika said helplessly, "Talia, the Dark Guild. I was planning to arrange for them to join our family's territory. I firmly believe my father is someone who can do anything, so I'll entrust them to you." "Dad," hearing his precious son say that, Idon roared, "So that's why you said you'd push them onto me? Because you're busy being a hero and all that?" Mika sighed and said, "If I become a successful hero, it will help the family too." Hearing his son's words, which sounded somewhat reasonable, Idon put on a thoughtful look and said, True. A dark fairy is a master assassin. I feel like they know something." At this moment, the father and daughter, Hito and Mia, were kneeling dejectedly on the ground. The daughter, Mia, looked at her father in dismay and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Hito sighed and replied, "It's fine." Suddenly, Mika's voice rang out, "I don't have any other choice. I will turn Talia into an intelligence agency working for our family." Hearing this, Idon immediately said, "I hadn't heard this news. If so, Taking them in wouldn't be bad. Hearing this, the father and daughter, Hito and Mia, were overjoyed. They smiled brightly. Mika told Idan, "I'll send you the details of everything later." Hito and Mia smiled happily, said, "Thank you," and then walked out. Now only the two of them were left. Idan looked at Mika and said, "I have a lot of things I want to say, but I'll only ask you one thing. How did the audience with the king go?" Mika replied, "Nothing happened. He asked me a few tough questions, but I anticipated all of them. What I didn't anticipate was..." At this point, Mika pulled out the seal that King Caesar had given him. "I received this unexpected gift." Idan was a bit surprised. "The king's seal. This isn't a simple pin." Mika agreed with this and said, "I'm sure this item will help me a lot when I carry out my duties as a knight." Idan calmly reminded him, "No one in this empire can turn their back on the king. Now you have to go." Mika quickly put the seal in his pocket, smiled, and replied, "I still have a lot of things to take care of." Idan asked, "So, you mean that Calibos family?" Mika replied, "That's right." Idan pondered deeply, then asked, "Son, do you know that the Calibos family hates our family?" Mika said nonchalantly, "I heard it's because he fought with you over my mother." Idan looked down, counting on his fingers as he recounted, "That's right. To be honest, after Celine and I got married, he still never gave up. He just kept flirting with your mother." Mika couldn't help but curse, "That bastard." Idan replied, "Even though our good relationship didn't last." Hearing the regret in his father's voice, Mika comforted him, "That doesn't mean you lost or anything." Idan hesitated for a moment before replying, "You're right. Because of this ambiguous relationship between the two families, I also hesitated." Mika looked at his father and thought to himself, "It seems this is similar to Nosa's story." Idan sighed and reminded his precious son, "It would be great if you were as straightforward with others as you are with me. You need to know this, so I'm telling you. The Calibos family will target our family for the rest of their lives." Mika replied emotionlessly, "I know." Then Mika asked Idan, "What about the proposal I made to you?" Idan replied, "I've done it. I'm not sure what the Calibos family expects from their second son, Myron." Mika said with satisfaction, "Then that's fine." Seeing his son being so secretive even with his father, Idan frowned in annoyance and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Mika just smiled, a look of smugness and cunning on his face. "Because our family is a powerful and influential family. Not many people from the outside will come bother us. If we want to expose this matter, we need to expose it from the inside out." At this time, Myron was following Mika's instructions, searching for the truth about the sewer rat, the one polluting everything in this imperial capital. A man was thrown straight into a pile of broken tables and chairs. He struggled to look at Myron and said in panic, "How? How can a holy knight be here?" Myron's eyes became full of anger and madness. He asked coldly, "The guild master of the Dark Guild, Hina, is you, isn't it?" Jack didn't answer the question but argued in fear, "I never challenged the king's authority. How could a lowly person like me challenge the king's authority?" Myron shouted angrily, "Shut up." Suddenly, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Myron saw a prison door. Inside were dozens, hundreds of children with dirty faces, their eyes vacant yet mixed with fear. They clung tightly to the iron bars, crying out to beg for freedom. Myron couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the collar of that bastard Jack, pulled him up, and yelled, "You're the bastard handling that filthy business for the sewer rat, aren't you?" Then Myron forcefully slammed that bastard into the ground, making him scream in agonizing pain. Who cares about that? Aya. At this point, Myron was completely consumed by the flames of insane anger. He roared in Jack's face, "Shut your mouth. You consider trafficking those innocent children a business. Who is behind you?" Jack was so scared he almost fainted. He stammered, What do you mean? Doing it the hard way, huh?" Myron twisted Jack's arm joint, making him scream in heart-wrenching pain. Myron looked at Jack with a deadly, threatening gaze. "Speak." Threatened, Jack fearfully blurted out a string of words. I don't know. I don't know. How could I know when that bastard hid their identity from me?" Hearing that, Myron let his hand drop, calculating in his mind. So there really is someone behind this. I need to verify if this is true or not. Suddenly, Myron looked up at the table. He widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "This is..." Myron discovered a scarf with his family's crest. He wondered in panic, why is this scarf here? Myron gripped the scarf tightly in his hand. He had thought this was just a trivial matter. There was no way his family would be involved with these bastards. Myron shook his head, constantly denying it. No way. Then he threw the scarf away. In his subconscious, he kept reminding himself that his family would never be involved in this mess. But Myron returned to his room and immediately called his father. His voice was urgent. Father, what are you saying? On the other end of the line, Myron's father, old Marcus, spoke with a tone full of reproach. I told you to stop doing those useless things, son. I only want you to bring glory to our family. Just fulfill your duties as a holy knight. Like I told you. Hearing that, Myron argued back with extreme indignation. But father, this is the mission the king assigned to me, and the things I'm doing will bring even more glory to our family. Marcus couldn't let Myron say any more. He interrupted. Stop it. I will be coming to the imperial capital soon. Then Marcus began to warn him. Until then, don't do those things anymore. Just try to fulfill your duties as a holy knight. This is an order from your father. Myron was shocked to hear his father's words. He couldn't believe it and stammered. What? After the phone call, thousands of thoughts poured into Myron's mind. I don't understand. Wasn't father the one who taught me to always live a life of glory? Then why? Myron panicked, his mind uncontrollably recalling the scarf with his family's crest. Don't tell me. Hito, who was watching from outside, saw Myron shocked and deep in thought by the window. He said, the seed of doubt has been planted. Meanwhile, Mika was leisurely sitting and talking with the butler. Butler Modin smiled kindly at Mika and reported, everything here is fine, young master. Mika blinked emotionlessly and said, that tree has grown a lot. Butler Modin smiled and replied, yes, the vitality of that tree is very strong. Mika calmly explained, it will continue to grow. If we just leave it alone, it will purify those poisons by itself. We don't need to watch over it. But, have you been doing the muscle training exercises I told you to? To reach a higher level, you have to take care of yourself. Hearing that, Butler Modin's face darkened. Young master, I realized this during training. Muscles can't become stronger in a day or two, especially for an old man like me. Seeing Mika's emotionless face, Butler Modin seemed to explode, letting out all his thoughts. A mage in his twilight years like me shouldn't have to go through such a hard time. Twilight years or whatever, a mage is still a human. Mika, bored of listening, turned his face away and replied indifferently, whatever. This broke Butler Modin's heart, making him scream, are you ignoring me? Suddenly, Mika looked at Modin seriously and asked, how is Leon? Butler Modin replied, young master, Leon is growing at an incredibly astonishing speed. Based on the current situation, I think he will be able to become a master within a year. Hearing that, Mika pondered, it's possible. Before my regression, Leon was already a genius who reached the master level. Beside him, Mika instructed the butler, if he needs anything, just support him fully. He is someone worth investing in. Butler Modin bowed respectfully and replied, I understand. After ending the conversation with Butler Modin, Mika stood up and stretched his tired body. He looked up at the vast sky and said, I need to be prepared. He'll probably be here soon. While Mika was taking a walk outside, Hito's voice suddenly rang out. Hiro, the Marquis has just arrived in the imperial capital. At the call of Hiro, the guard bowed to welcome the Marquis's arrival. He spoke after Mika stepped out of the carriage. The Marquis has just arrived in the imperial capital. What should we do now? Hito asked him. Hearing this, Mika just smiled and asked back, what do you mean? He calmly replied, don't do anything. Hearing that, Hito looked up in slight surprise. We don't need to stop the conversation between that harmonious father and son. Hito suddenly interrupted, Hiro, do you think the second son of the Calibos family would dare to disobey his family? The male lead said sternly, if he figures everything out clearly. Watch carefully. A blond man with a gloomy face said, right at this moment, some interesting things are about to happen. In the magnificent castle, seeing the person in front of him, Myron exclaimed in surprise, Father. The young man asked in confusion, why did you suddenly come here? The other person replied, I came here to check if you're really listening to what I said. Of course, That's not the only reason I came here. Hearing these words, Myron suddenly frowned in fear. He secretly guessed the reason his father visited the imperial capital. I can only think of one reason. The hero, father, came to the imperial capital quietly. But there's no way he hasn't heard about that. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out. Are you upset that I stopped you from continuing the investigation? The clock ticked, stopping at 7:10. Right at this moment, Myron gathered all his courage to express his viewpoint. That would bring even more glory to our family. Before he could finish his sentence, his father interrupted. But that's not what I want. The young man showed a reproachful look. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have advised me to become a holy knight. The other person just sat imposingly in the chair, calmly replying, and I don't need to get involved in this matter to seek a higher position for you. Myron maintained his stance. That's not the only thing that can bring glory. Hearing this, his father hurriedly dismissed it, speaking words full of hidden meaning. Do you think the glory from this title belongs only to you? Your glory also represents our family. Myron fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and affirmed in a low voice. Our family has been disgraced, father. Hearing this, the man's eyes gradually became unfocused. He asked himself, what should I do now? This child sacrificed himself, living as an obedient puppet of the family to become a holy knight. Myron spoke again. To maintain the power of a noble family, the support of the royal palace is needed. However, the king assigned this mission to me. He only assigned the mission to me. Seeing the young man's resolute attitude, his father secretly evaluated this naive, foolish child. Does he think our family climbed to its current position just through glory? If so, he won't listen to me. Just as he predicted, Myron spoke up. I also believe that it is the honor of a holy knight to help people and pursue justice. This is the path I have chosen. Naturally, these words truly angered the man. It enraged him to the extreme, and he slammed his hand hard on the table. Then he shouted agitatedly, Myron, I told you, stop investigating those matters. This is an order from the head of the family. Myron stubbornly questioned immediately, why? Seeing his fierce expression, the man sweated profusely in anxiety, only able to utter one word. At this moment, an indescribable fear rose in his heart. Before, he used to tremble in fear whenever I got angry. He couldn't say a word. He received an order from the king, and he's also upholding the title of a knight. Back to reality, Myron quickly explained, because of your order, I didn't continue investigating that dark guild anymore. Instead, I reflected on why you stopped me from investigating that dark guild. The young man remembered the scarf from before. Then he looked at his empty hands. He continued gently. While investigating that guild, I once found a scarf with our family's crest printed on it. This made the man stare in shock. What? He muttered to himself. Maybe you were framed. They probably thought you would fall for the trap right away. Myron replied in disappointment. Even if you did it, you still have to do one thing. If you do that, then fine. I know what my weakness is. That's why I have to cooperate with someone I can trust. Myron fearlessly and frankly admitted, I asked the hero. The other person felt confused upon hearing this. You had to ask the Walpurgis family for help? Myron quickly affirmed, I didn't ask anyone in the Walpurgis family. Under the golden sunlight shining through the window, the young man showed his determination and said, I asked the hero. Hearing these words, his father felt that everything was gradually going off track. He cursed inwardly, disgusting. That bastard Mika Walpurgis is plotting something. After all, he thought this matter was really troublesome. Finally, he silently observed his son. Then he stared into Myron's eyes for a long time, making the young man exclaim in shock, Father, you actually. The man, who didn't care at all, continued to look into the young man's eyes. He frowned. By some strange magic, Myron suddenly disappeared inexplicably. At the same time, on the other side, the male lead happily exclaimed, Haha, I see. He smiled faintly, rejoicing inwardly. Perhaps because everything was going exactly as planned, he was so overjoyed that his face became distorted. In the gloomy, eerie darkness of the night, the sounds of slaughter echoed everywhere. People lay scattered all over the street. Among them was Bert, the guild master of Guild X. He cried, Why? We didn't do anything. We didn't do the things you mentioned. the masked man said coldly. But you still hold the intelligence. Then he quickly grabbed the other person's neck, warning, don't worry. If everyone disappears, no one will know. A few minutes later, Bert's body suddenly relaxed. He just collapsed to the ground, accepting his fate. Seeing this scene, the masked man quickly took out a bottle of strange liquid. His demeanor suggested he had done this many times. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. This is a corrosive liquid. It was often used in the past. To think I'd see it here, it makes me feel nostalgic. Hearing this, the masked man felt like he was caught, his heart filled with anxiety, fearing that he couldn't recognize who this guy was. Hito continued to ask, do you know who I am? What if I introduce myself as the guild master of Talia? He made an attractive offer. I have a lot of things to ask you, so it would be great if you came with me. The masked man negotiated. If I go with you, will you spare me? Hito used his reputation to guarantee. That's right. I promise. In the masked man's mind, he guessed by intuition, I can feel the pressure from him. He's definitely stronger and more skilled than me. He also realizes the gap between our abilities, which is why he's so relaxed. He's not on guard against me at all. Now is the time. Without hesitation, the masked man immediately pulled out his sword. He intended to finish off the opponent in a split second. While he was rejoicing, thinking he had stabbed the man, unexpectedly, the sword in his hand suddenly stopped. Seeing his body trembling, not daring to launch an attack, Hito casually mocked. Oh no. The difference in strength is this huge, yet you still dare to fight? How embarrassing. Looking at the black aura radiating around him, the masked man couldn't believe his eyes. Don't tell me. This dark attribute. Hito gently stroked the sword. He said calmly, Hey sir, since you rejected my offer. He pulled down his mask and continued. Then you have no right to say anything anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly pulled his hand back, eliminating the opponent extremely decisively. Before being swallowed by the darkness, the masked man only had time to cry out in pain. Aya? Hito quietly looked at the battlefield he had created. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. The man turned and encouraged. You fought hard, Mia. Mia, carrying someone on her back, said urgently. Two of them drank poison on the spot, so I couldn't bring them here. Hito heard this and countered. It's fine. These three are enough for us to extract information. Actually, putting these people in this situation also means the Calibos family is very desperate. After piecing the events together, Hito had to admit one thing. Just as he said, this business is too cruel and too brazen for one of the noble families to be involved in. If this gets out, the Calibos family will be dealt a heavy blow.